Alright, so we're recording, and it's the 7:28 p.m. The P is so dang bad. Make this into a video. Oh, and I didn't make that into a video either. Yeah, I should have already made that into a video. Alright, so... the P, oh my goodness. Ay, ay, ay. No, it was a fun endeavor, but at the same time, it would never, literally never have worked. It was a fun endeavor, but it would literally have never worked if it wasn't for the fact that we got it balanced. We had materials, we had it significantly balanced to 26.1 something K. Oh yeah, crankshaft counterbalance instead of harmonic or any of that. It's the way that the offset connecting rods and the double wrist pins helped with that. So, and the shape of the crank counterweights, crankshaft counterweights, or kind of like a teardrop. You know, like it's bulbous on this side now, and they're knife edge and tapered, but then there's like little grooves cut in, then it trails off to kind of like a comet tail in the rear. Okay, yeah, that's effectively what it was, and then it's timed with the V angle that's there to have like another piston effectively be a version of a resistance as a counterbalance. And so because it's all the way over here versus over here, and the way it is cut and grooved and tapered, it made it so that way it's even better balanced alongside of as it goes through that oil, the crank or the crankcase, right, had these little Peltier things. So they were like turbine blades. So it's like on one side it's bifurcated, and then it goes off to the side and it tries to scoop itself rearwards. So that'll drain it off into the middle into where the bearing journals are. Alongside of still having oil go in and then be sprayed, which has those little rotating valves, right? And so it's like that would be open and have this resistance here, and altogether it's balanced perfectly. There are no harmonic issues at all. It is a big bang screamer, but right, yeah. It's also going to act like a screamer, like a regular crossplane, but then it's not at that point. No. And that's why the odd V angle is there, but it's also one of the engine blocks has to be slightly further forward than the other, the bank, right? So it's like all of it put together, and then we had to powder coat it anyways, because we wanted it to look nicer and fit with the theme, right, of the engine bay. Yeah, because this is a gorgeous looking vehicle, right? Yeah. So it's like, we're gonna put in the work, and it's like monochromatic. So it's like we have shiny parts, and then we have our polycrystalline diamond-like carbon, and then we have our regular white for the valve covers and some of the other areas, right? With a little clear coat. Yeah. So it's like all together it worked. Woo, baby. Oh, and the turbo compressor housing, and that we have to have a little shroud and a connecting area for the bearings for the axle that we're using for the super turbo. Okay, so it's like looks really cool. Yeah. No, yeah, we do have to do that. Or we did, anyways, for the radiator and the air to air and the water, and then all the changes for the water to air and air to air. Like all of it had to change. Yeah. So I had the AC too. I had to change on that one too. Mm-hmm. Really? Yeah, it goes through a condenser for the return line of the coolant. Instead of going to the front initially, we had to pretty quickly change it to going into the rear, and it has coolant flow into the rear, and then it goes up towards the front. Like our first initial was that, and then very quickly changed into rear coolant and then front, and then it was just for the water at a exchanger. So it's like we had a so like that heat exchanger, right, for an AC, and then we still had AC for us, right? Right. So it's like we would get our AC, and then this would be a separate for that. And so like it would pre-charge the water that was already there to being colder. So we had a water to air, and then our final one, because we already had the coolant there to begin with, would be like, oh right, yeah, no, we'll just pre charge it with the cooled AC condensed air, right? Yeah, we had to have that water pumped, which that was the water pump that was over at, yeah, so it worked. It worked. It's AC, yeah, AC cooled, but it doesn't need to always be. But like, if it's hot enough, we'll do it. Yeah, sub ambient. Yep, sub ambient. Although it's sub ambient with or water already, but that's because of a whole like vacuum and movement of air and then a sudden phase change, all this other stuff, right? Right. So it's like we had the air to air and then the water, but then it's like this will go even further, but it's like it's not really necessary unless we're in a hotter place. Like let's say we're in Arizona or summer for certain parts of Australia. It's like, yeah, no, we're gonna need that. It's super hot. It sucks here. It's over. Fucking hell. I saw 50C over there, you bastards. Who the hell? Anyways, fun stuff. Worked out really rather well. But then it's like, yeah, no, that's because you can get up to 3,000 horsepower. I don't want to. Most of the time, I'm never going to take it to that most of the time. Like, every so often, but it's a dangerous fucking vehicle at that point. Yeah. Like 3,000, even 2,700 foot-pounds? What am I going to use that for? No, that was the whole fucking trick little, like, brake thing, where it's like, we only send brakes to the front or rear. Front, rear. Get into the boom. Meanwhile, they're like, oh, yeah, no, oh. This guy thinks he's got a vehicle. Really? Meanwhile, he's hopped up on like a turbocharger, like dual turbos. He's got the fucking 6.8. He fucking found. He's like, I lightened it. I got rid of the rear seats. You know what I mean? Yeah, I got it tuned my own self. I did some passes. It seems to do well. Oh yeah, I get 2,000 horsepower, must. Look at the size of my injectors. I got a huge fuel pump. From a truck, yeah. I have fucking 550, really? I don't think they make 550s. What is it? It's a 650 is what that's, okay, whatever. Meanwhile, I'm like, really? You got 2,000 horsepower? Alright, let's go, man. Like, no bets for anything. But I was like, I bet you I could, not really bet, like, for money. But, like, bragging rights, I bet you I could beat you. They don't know, this is an entirely, like, different state that we've never been to before. They don't know anything about the online stuff. I'm like, watch this, motherfuckers. Meanwhile, the entire family's all race car drivers. We've done the course, we know what we're doing. And it's up to me, to just, I just want to take it out. Right, because the kids and the wives don't care, really. They do, actually. It's like smoking. You know what I mean? Fuck that. Boom. He's like lighting up his rears. I'm like doing front and rear. It's like, oh, he's got a nice little brake trick. Really? Right, yeah. He's like, oh, it sounds nice. Oh, you must have put a big old fart can on it. Look at the fart can. I'm literally hearing him say he fucking riced out the vehicle. I'm like, riced out? Not even hitting 8K on my burnouts. I'm about to drop this fucker. from 18 and I'll get all the way up to like 25. I'm gonna make them feel this. I'm like, let's take out the valves here, you know. Oh, yeah, we did a valving thing for our exhaust because we had to put a secondary exhaust inside of the exhaust. So it's like it's an exhaust inside of the exhaust. And basically, it's like we got a slightly bigger exhaust that would go through a larger diffuser before. It's like before it was like, oh, maybe about that big, you know. It's like, it's actually a little bit bigger, and that's why I was talking about it being like a fart can. But I'm like, oh, really? We're gonna do it at the starting line. Oh, he's got some exhaust thing. Oh, meanwhile, he's hearing it at 18K. The fuck? Boom! He's like, getting smoked. I did a 3.3 that night. He's like, my 10.2 is so good. Full 7 seconds. If you don't know anything about quarter miles, this fucker was gone. In my rearview mirror, so far back I couldn't see him by the time I finished. I was like, oh, hi, what's up over there? Real fucking powerful, 2,000 horsepower, you said, huh? Shitting on my vehicle, fuck you. Got her own little racing tag now. He's like, you know that thing, right? Yeah. Fuck you. Hate that. Yeah, we didn't. You know, there's no real fuck yous ever actually stated, but it's like this is the feeling. Yeah. It's like, all right. So, how was that, man? Like I thought I did pretty well. Dude, you were really fast, actually. I didn't think you could do. Holy shit, what you got in there? Is what I expected. He's like, yeah, fuck you, you cheated. You jumped the line. 7 second jump the line. 7 fucking second jump the line. Like 6'9". Oh, here we go. His friends got him out of there. For what it's worth, he never let us his car. Nah, he went home. But it's like, dude, no, I know that's rough. You must have really went on out. Pretty close, yeah. It's like he was kind of shitting on us. I didn't really feel like holding back. Yeah, when you run threes and that's top fuel, funny dragsters and stuff like that. You know what I mean? They're little brochachos and more. You know, like fucking I am the American, look at my flag. Big trucks to like, man, I'm a souped up all the, you know. Basically bare bones is basically just a chassis car. And I'm like, oh really? I run an 8 sometimes. We didn't really raise anyone after. No kidding. Like, for real, yeah, we didn't really. It's like, yeah, I can't really do that. Yeah, no. What do you want from me? I'm going to do the dynamic. That's drag racing mode. It's like, I'm going to hit near that 2,000. You know, it's like 1,800 foot-pounds. And then I'm going to just ride all the way up to about a 2,000, 2,200 horsepower. As it goes down, it switches to RPM. Just. It's like, instead of wheelie bars, because of that suspension, it basically just fucking locks. And it's all right with all the other stuff. It's a really good launch. There's no fucking way that other cars are getting near us. Say I have you could never do that. Like, that's what he said. I was like, all right, dude. You think I jumped? Okay, let's go again. Let's do it 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 again. Hey, no, I don't want to do it no more. He broke his transmission. I don't want to do it no more. Oh, really? Oh, okay. I'm fucking just livid. They won't fucking give in and say he did it. My entire family's just like, really? Yeah! What are you fucking... There's no way. It counts it. He didn't jump. You're going on and on about it. I know. No. That was another thing. The guy with the big old wheels in the rear and then like the long, you know what I mean? That guy came around. I called my friend. He wasn't gonna do anything today. He got the nitro methane out today. It's like the best he's ever run was a 6. This guy's gonna smoke you. Boom. He did a fucking 7.2 that night. I was like, oh nice, he's gonna smoke me. Huh? I was like, I'm gonna hold back. Just for you. He did a 5. I was like, you do a 3. Yeah, I went up to the pass again, did a 3. Solid 3.03. I was like, no, I'm getting into it tonight. Normally I don't have any practice, I just sort of do it. Thanks for helping me practice. Yeah, that's not even counting the other one. There was like, we're going to go around a track. Right? We're going to have 5 laps to fucking see who's going to win, right? He's got a fucking Ferrari and shit. We wasted that bitch. We were a full lap and a half in front of him by the end. I was just driving normally. Yeah, I wasn't even trying too hard, just like maintain. Yeah. No, it's a fucking $250,000 Ferrari. He was all big and everything. I was not having it. He was just shitting on us. You know what I mean? It was like, he's supposed to be just friendly, like, hey, whatever, you know what I mean? And he just, I was like, fuck you. Really? Yeah, it was this maiden voyage's first actual real race for his work. But we're all racers, so, you know, we knew the track. He did too. Seen him around before. Really? Yeah, it was the whole thing. It was like, it's not that fast. He passed us on certain, you know, right? You're so fast. I'll race you. It's okay. That one was fun. Hustles. Yeah, but we were, we were trying to get it, something understood. To understand the vehicle, how it's going to work. You know what I mean? Like, we need to know how it's going to turn, all that. His is just like, yeah. He's like, wow, you took that apex late. Because you just fucking, like, lose all your speed over there. Like, some serious shady eye going on from us, the family. This guy thinks he's got something. I don't know how. He's talking up his friends, his rich friends. Again, no money was ever bet. That's the whole point of this. Like, to put it mildly. And that was before we got to the 3,000. So it's like, after that, like, we were on our way back home. That was a fun one. Yeah. Really? Yeah, great drive. From that, like, it's beautiful vistas. Just fucking amazing mountains and shit. Like, just wonderful. Yeah. Oh, no, but there was another track. We were setting up for a camp in the area anyways. Yeah. So it's like, we have a camper van, then we have this that we put around, and we travel with both vehicles, right? And so, like, if we ever need to go into, town to get food, then we will, right? But for the most part, it's just like, oh yeah, no, it's just around, usually carries whatever, right? It's like, oh, yeah, let's go into town, let's go fucking race a little. It's pretty fun sometimes, right? Yeah. Then we found a little racetrack, and it was like, woo! I haven't been there before. No. Just having a blast around. Yeah. It's a Friday. It was a Friday. So it's like, we're just having a fun time around, getting to know what the track is doing, right? I just saw fucking wicked drifts, bro. Yeah, some of that, some of the, we gotta know, what I mean? We're just having a flat old fun time. You know what I mean? Yeah. Right? Same thing with the kids. It's like, they want to fucking have fun. Like, they know how to fucking race. They know how to have fun. They know how to do the things that I do. So it's like, they're all, like, having their fun. It's time to rip it around the track. And we have extra tires. Like, they're bog standard sizes for like the sports vehicle or tires, whatever, right? But it's like, yeah, no, it's race tire time. Yeah. So it's like, oh, we're going to get out the race tire times. Right? And that's usually in the camper van or with inside the vehicle itself. So, yeah, we're not going to buy more and more tires. So it's like, most of the time, never lock up the tires and try and do any drifting. It's really like to pull yourself out of something. That's what we do it for. So, that's what it was. And then, man, I don't know what it is about our vehicle. But it annoys people. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's all the shiny stuff. Maybe it's the iridescent rainbow stuff. Yeah, I don't know, man. Right? But it's like, fucking, all of a sudden sports cars. All of a sudden, I really put all this work into this. Came out of nowhere. It was also the weekend too, for what it's worth. It's supposed to be a longer weekend as well. And it's like, well, it's schools and it's because it's summer, right? Towards the end of summer. And it was like, okay, all right, yeah. it was like, we expected some other people. Maybe we get to, hang out, talk to people, maybe even, share some stories, whatever, right? Yeah. It's definitely one of those areas in America, I'll tell you that much. Yeah. Okay, yeah. But, comes in, actual power slide drift to a stop in front of our vehicle. Like it's some movie. Holy shit, what are you doing that's dangerous as fucking... The fuck is that? You almost hit us and our vehicle and everything else. And the people around us, because it still attracts a crowd. It's still a cool looking vehicle. Fuck you, dude. What the fuck? I have kids here. The shit is that? He comes out and it's like, it's like, what the fuck? Didn't even care. Others are like, you can get the fuck out of here. Like, for real. He almost hit our vehicle instead. Fuck you! What are you doing? Yeah, no, genuinely that bad. He's like fucking maybe a few inches. This guy didn't do that on purpose. He was already stopping well before. He knew he wasn't gonna make it. You could see the fucker let go of his steering wheel and just clench. Ah! Oh my god. Ooh. Fuck that. Exactly. He's wanting to race us, doing all this, like, better, I got all that, he's got his own racing thing. It's not really. You know it's not. Yeah, I know. We looked it up. Like, this thing's not a race. It's never done well. You're always in second or last. Second to last or last. His friends are literally looking like, the fuck are you doing? Like, you can tell, it's like, is this your friend? Yeah. What the fuck is this? It didn't hit you. Oh. Total not okay car etiquette, meetup, track day, anything. He should have been kicked out. Turns out, nepotism shit. He knows that he's the, effectively like niece or whatever it is. Nephew? Yeah, nephew, right. Of the fucking owner. Rich guy. It's not great. Like, for what it's worth, we get some whatever comments like, haha, look at the fucking, whatever. But it's like, oh, yeah, no, but it's still pretty good and it's fun and it's just a fun little thing. Yeah, the kids love it. You know what I mean, right? right? And we're having fun. This is what it's for. Is that it? Yeah, I'm like, that's my daughter. She fucking was killing it out there. Look at that fucking shit. Yeah, this is really good actually. This is fucking amazing. Right? You know what I mean? Fucking great. We're trying it up and we're, slinging it, just a little bit too. You're like, hey, we're not gonna fucking take your shit too. Yeah, right. But it's like, hey, no, what are you? Oh, is that really? Oh, but dude, that's really cool. That looks amazing. Yeah, yours too. What the fucking? Yeah. Yeah. This punk, yeah, it comes around. Fucking out of nowhere. I saw him a few laps out there, like at most. This guy fucking had a dust moment. You could see it still on his fucking paint. Where he went off halfway. Anyways, challenge, blah blah. I hate it. Yeah, I got pissed. Others got pissed. Like, hey, we're just fucking having fun. What are you doing? This is stupid. Oh, you're not gonna back down from him, are you? Okay, really? Yeah, we're here to just have fun. What is this? My kids honestly shouldn't be fucking around something like that. If you're gonna be like that, you know what I mean? It's not appropriate behavior. Don't act like a numbskull around my children, man, or other people that are genuinely good people. Like, what are you doing? You're setting this up to seem like it's acceptable, and it's not. He did not like that. Others did, but he did not. There you go, well, yeah, alright. For you to fucking say that shit, I'm better than you. I got all this money, I got all this stuff. Some people left. Yeah, that was the whole thing. And his uncle did not appreciate his comments either. He told me, I'm sorry about his behavior. And I was like, alright, fucking, we're gonna race. He closed it down for us to race. We had a 10 lap, 5 first, 5 second, and if we tie, then we'll do another third set, but that kind of thing. He smoked his ass 3 laps ahead. Second one, 3.5 laps. And by we, I mean, well, I'm driving. No offense to the kids or anything. They were like, nah, yeah. Like, no, especially when he was like, no, man to man, women can't drive as well as men. Yeah, sorry for us. Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, I'm hearing it from the uncle again. Oh, God. Yeah, no, so it's like, alrighty. Whoo! I'm sitting in the fucking goddamn pit lane, yeah, it's fucking like, hey, are you coming around? He crashed into a barrier. Trying to do another fucking, I'm gonna come in hot and, skid to a stop. Hit a couple of vehicles along the way, not ours. His friends and a couple of other people. They did not like him. Really hard work on their vehicles too. Unlike some of the other ones who were definitely bought from a catalog part, which, no offense, that's fine. But like, that time, care, and attention on that shit is different. Yeah. You got insurance and whatnot, but it's like, holy shit, you ruin things. His uncle was like, I'm not gonna pay for any of this. Oh, wow. Meanwhile, I'm like, I'm glad I got, hey, give me your phone numbers. I'm gonna send you all of what we recorded. Really? Yeah, I mean, I got a family. So other people do too. You know what I mean? They're around different spots of the track. So it's like, look, we're gonna record this just in case your guy doesn't fucking give us the damn video. No offense, we didn't say anything to that guy. Yeah, we're just gonna do it, right? Like, no, it'd be cool, a different shot, whatever, right? Yeah, we're allowed to be in these places anyways, whatever. It did not work out for him. I knew the uncle knew that he was gonna fucking lose. You could see it. Yeah. All over him. There's like no way in hell he had no confidence in him. Ugh. His friends didn't either. Meanwhile, friends are like, I'm not your friend anymore. So they're like, come on, man, it was an honest accident mistake. Your vehicle's totaled. So are theirs. And his. There's a dude that's fucking like barely still got a leg. It's broken as fuck, but it's it's gonna heal. Fucking, oh my god. I'm calling the fucking police. Get it, like for his fucking leg and shit and anything else. Cause I have to. I have to report a fucking accident and all that shit. Meanwhile, paramedic comes around. Yeah. Shit. We're like, reckless driving, endangerment of others. He's definitely not allowed to do that. That's in the fucking rules of the track, dude. I'm looking at the uncle like, looking at him and doing the little knowing look and nodding, right? And they say, shit. This guy's done for, as far as I'm concerned. At least I thought. We're dealing with the police, along with others, and that guy's finally charged because you had his. That's attempted homicide with the reckless driving, right? Yeah, with a weapon, vehicle for this or attempted vehicle, all that, right? Right. So I'm like, dude, fuck you. He has a reputation, it turned out. And he pays a lot of money to the police, so it's like it's a whole fucking shit show. Meanwhile, me and everyone else, we're looking to go. He has a fucking truck and the other truck that had the trailer on it. He leaves the one truck, he takes the other truck and follows us. I'm like, you have to fucking talk to the police and make a statement. He left during when that was supposed to be a thing. I was like, this motherfucker's following me. I was like, hey, can we hang out with you? Yeah, because we're talking to one of them. Yeah, well, the passenger is, not me. Alright, right, yeah. I was like, yeah. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. This fucking stupid cunt. Yeah! Just couldn't let it go. So like, we hang out with them. We couldn't fix up meals, like hospitality, all that stuff. I was like, sorry about that. I don't know what the hell. He's still out there. We were like, hey guys, this guy is still fucking stalking us. The fuck is this? He's like, he's right out there. He's not allowed. This is private property for what it's worth. Right? Yeah. He's like, this guy is not allowed. He's been told to leave. All this stuff. He's in his vehicle though. And then they had to come around. He was fixing very quick. Like he was standing outside of his vehicle. And he wasn't getting any closer. But it's like, stand your ground laws would have meant that we could have killed the dude. We didn't want to. He's like, dude, I have children here. You know what I mean? Fuck off. Yeah. The police, got him to leave, but they were angry with us for having to fucking call them and everything. Meanwhile, the guy was like, no, the police are usually, and then he's like, no, I fucking hate this. I switch her. Yeah. Anyways, he took me to the edge of the town and kind of like watched out and was like, hey, if I see anything. Meanwhile, we're doing an entire other circuitous route to 2 other states effectively back to where we ultimately would have been after we went up further north and then did a little switchback through the one state to go further down south and then hooked in. The fucker showed up. It's like, if it wasn't for the fact that we were in like rest stop area as we were doing that, and he didn't know where the fuck it was, like, that fucker's right there. Look at him. I know that tag, I know that vehicle, I know that fucker. That's right there. He's got his fucking arm. That's his fucking. Oh my god. We're hiding off in our own fucking thing at this point, yeah. And it's like, this fucking piece of shit. this fucking piece of shit. Yeah. I'm calling the guy. Right, it's like, this is what root is and all this. We didn't tell him what we did, but it's like, we've been trying to dodge this fucker for a while. He's been following us. I don't think he knows where we are, that kind of shit. It's like, hey, police, whatever, right? Yeah. We get him charged, kind of. Like, we have it on video cameras, so it's like, we have to actually go there later in another place that he doesn't know. Same precinct, though. Different police. Because, right, yeah, you stop through oh my god, yeah. He did get charged. I didn't get involved outside of like this and like we need him in restraining order and all that. Right. That's harassment too. Especially when he's waving his gun in the air. Yeah, I didn't say that, but yeah, no. And that's his fucking arm and like that's clearly him. Obviously, like you can see it in our camera, like that's that guy fucking sticking his head out. Fucking looking, fucking, what the fuck? Like good old America. God fucking damn it. Yeah. No, yeah, but we took a different route then. It's like, well, he has that route, and like, it's kind of basically a one-way street, except for like, right. So we went off a different way, and that was the last we ever saw of them. We got to our camp, we left. We were done. Legitimately, we left. When we heard later that the dude visited that campsite. Really? Yeah. It's like, hey, if you see this guy, like this, write it down. Like this guy's been following us, and he's a fucking freakazoid. He shot at us basically in our vicinity. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, get the, you know what I mean? Like, if you see this vehicle, you see that any of these tags, any of that. He showed up, yeah. They gave us the information. Same thing with the people that manage the little campsite. Jesus, fuck. Got him on stalking and harassment and shit like that, because he actually harassed others in the campsite, trying to ask where the hell we went. We didn't tell anyone. He said, don't fucking say a word. Don't say that we were even here. Get rid of this. Fuck this. I'm sorry that this is happening, but don't say anything. I'm out. We're leaving. So, that's what that was. We ended up back home. Fuck. No, for real. We ended up back home and it was like, nah. Right there. He doesn't know where we live though, so that's good. I know. But we heard from some of the people that were around, he was still talking about how he was about to win and all this and they cheated. And but this guy's right, yeah. And then it's like, oh, by the way, like I think I know where you. And I'm like, oh yeah, make sure to record the guy. We're gonna get him on that. It was like making absolute threats, planning to murder, planning to kidnap, planning to torture. Ended up in jail for life. Yep. No, he did. Oh, he was in jail for life, bro, along with others that were apparently people he knew, and even in the police. It's a whole fucking thing. Never made it to mainstream media, though. There's a blip on the radar of news. So, like, okay, whatever, but, like, screw that. The dude can't leave a thing alone. Yeah, exactly. We never went to that state again. It was done. No. We were done with that state. Like, great fucking state. Lovely. I love the looks, the views, everything. It's out. Yeah. And we never went that far in that area. Like, there's like a fucking, all the states around that we wouldn't go into. Fuck. Really? Yeah, the dude knew people. We were like, out. No. Leave us alone. It's as simple as it was. Meanwhile, it was a great teaching moment for like the kids for what it was worth, because it's like people are shitty and they will do that and they'll be violent and they will continuously plan, hold grudges, and try and get people on their side to fuck with people. And that's what that was. Quite literally. Yeah. Some nice people though. And other places in there too, for what it's worth. But like, that was kind of the end in a lot of ways to that whole, like, we're going to travel, right? We waited for certain other states until after we visit others, you know, because they were a little bit less maybe inclined, you know, to be like that. Yeah. You're being real nice. They are fucking discriminatory, racist, like fucking super religion and fag and with gay homosexuality, oh this that or whatever fuck. You know what I mean? I was out. You know. Really, dude. They tried to fucking get us on shit. Like the police tried to get us on shit. I was like, we have nothing. We've been camping, bro. They're like, all the marijuanas. You have all the marijuanas. Like, we're over here in this state. They have no fucking probable cause search warrant anything, but they're like, no, you better leave us alone, blah, 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 blah. Trying to fucking get charges for something. That's what eventually led to, like, a bunch of police being implicated in a big conspiracy bullshit thing with the guy. Turns out they were genuinely stealing things and selling them with the uncle for the racing stuff. And selling marijuana and liquor and a lot of other things. So that went, boom, out. A hero or something? I don't fucking think so. None of us. Like, it barely made a blip. Like, if it ever managed to make to any of the news, we never saw it. Yeah, no, we were out though by that point. Yeah, like, yeah, you could see it. Yeah, kids were growing up. We were already in the racing thing. One, they were about a year, you know, kind of building the next year vehicle. Yeah, we won, you know about the racer being a dick. Yeah. Like, great racing team, but the racer's a dick. Anyways, it's like, anytime you want to come back, I'm like, I don't know, man. I kind of want to go off and do other things, truthfully. Especially since that was effectively right after that happened. Like, as we were gearing up for that to begin with, it was just supposed to be like, oh, hey, we're going to have a nice little fun vacation before, you know, daddy and mom and, you know, we might be joining into, like, a racing thing and all that. Or moms, really, you know, your mothers and I, right? So, that was a fun little fucking thing, but then it turned into not so fun. But, yeah, we got into Le Mans. You know what I mean? 24 hours, Daytona, and all this other stuff. You know, like, environmental stuff that we ended up getting into with the people that we were with, right? But it was like, we're not doing this anymore. No! Out. Yeah. No, people were fucking circling. Like, constantly. It sucked. It's like, fuck you. You guys are mean. Not everyone. But, like, the ego thing was a thing, for sure. Like, anything, especially when we had, like, a ridiculous engine. Yeah. And platform, yeah, the chassis and all that. Yeah. So, anyways, they got their thing. They were allowed to, you know, and whatever they could actually say, you know, to the other people. That was a thing. Meanwhile, we went off and kind of sold some of our own vehicles and did our own engine thing, upgrade stuff. There wasn't much else beyond that because it was like, we're leaving this place. Like on a spaceship? Yeah, that was later, yeah, sure, but like, the rest of it just was, we're gonna get out of here. This country is really kind of starting to look mean. Well, it's already mean for you, bruh. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what that was. But like, that's the reason why I like talking about that engine, because it's a perfectly balanced engine. Like, legitimately, literal. It has no harmonic imbalances. Has no imbalances. It's a really rock solid engine. You know? Like a little crankshaft that can. Hardcore weight savings, like galore. Yeah. That's what I like talking about. It's like, that was a really fun fucking moment. Like, that was the kids and the parent, everybody bonded. Like, really well. My kids, for life, know better mathematics than most, better physics than most, better fucking machine, all this. They are set up for real. They have skills that other adults don't have. They have knowledges that other adults don't get at all. You know what I mean? They experience the culture and world around them that most will never. I mean, and we managed to become a manufacturer somewhere else. Alright. Yeah. So, we were done with it. Yeah. It's like, screw this. They had learned more than enough. They were like, we don't have a degree. And I was like, alright, what does it take to do a degree for a PhD for them? I bet you they can do it. They skipped ahead of all the fight. I was like, here's the PhD, blah, blah, blah. Got an immediate PhD. They were out. They were like, no, you used connections or something. I was like, nothing. Literally just skill and knowledge performed over years, decades. I was like, fuck you. They were young when it started. So for what's worth. Meanwhile, decades in a sense that, like, it wasn't actually decades, but it was, yeah, more than a decade of learned knowledge and hands-on experience. And you can't get, like, people that are adults would be able to become PhDs from that. Yeah. So, but programming, math, science, engineering, mechanical, physics, material design, CAD, engine, tuning, manufacture, business, logistic. We're like, what do you fucking want to do? I'll pay for it. And they're like, no, we got it. I was like, all right, yeah, no, you have your own money. Yeah. So it's like they went off and did that. Pretty simple, pretty quick. And they're like, yeah, and boom. I was like, watch the presentation. We then contested that shit. We put it up on YouTube for some of them that were just butthurt little clown people. I was like, watch this. Literally, they outperformed the very people doing the test. More fucking published stuff. But it's like, no. Hey, look at you, fuckface nature. Did you buy them or something? I made them fucking no longer a reputable magazine or study research publication. I bought literally, practically everything I could for all colleges, for like a Z library, all studies, any fucking corporation and company, study and anything like that, I bought it. I raced to a massive leverage, got a fucking few $1 trillion and wiped the floor with that knowledge and sent it out to anyone and everyone. Made my own publication, made my own fucking big, huge conglomerate that I then paid off the loans. More taxes than anyone else has ever seen. Over many more countries. Made more scholarships, made more infrastructure, made more fucking help for all the people that I could. They were fucked. They tried to go after me so damn hard. I bought quite a few different newspapers, quite a few different science research centers, colleges, and more. I was too big to fail so fast they had no idea what to do. Ooh, shit. I was like, guess what? Boom, here's all the knowledge. Challenge me. So many different YouTubers got raked for those calls. I was like, you want a fucking technicality-wise trillionaire to go fucking be interviewed with you? Which is like real technicality, because we're talking like unrecognized asset gains, effectively. Like, for what it's worth, I have hundreds of billions of cold, hard, liquid, like, cash shit. Like fucking 600 and something. It was like 57, I think, the last time, before I, like, basically just destroyed most of my assets by selling certain things and building a different thing altogether. And then I pumped and dumped all my money. So pumped and dump is a fucking misnomer, because it was like, hey, if you sign this contract and everything else for this public offering, and we'll sell this way, and it's like, well, guess what? All my money's now given out, divvied. Remember that? But it's like done in the legal way. Meanwhile, that is my total stock price. And it's like, hey, what's up over there, rich people? Fuck! You could not get into this, huh? Give me money. I was so big to fail, basically, right? So big to fail is what they go with. I'm like, nope, I run your entire world economy. Like, if I were to pull together all of the different corporations and more that I'm a CEO of, I'd pull about literally a third of the entire world's GDP. I'm like, cold hard liquid assets, I've got a couple cool 100 million. Good enough for me. Cash, bank, that kind of thing. You know, gold, right? I got land for days. Bought my own fucking, basically a country size of land. Yeah. I was like, I'm out. See ya. Meanwhile, the best type of Mansa Musa. It's like, no, not even. Look at all these poor, impoverished, needs money people. All this money spent on these given changes for laws, policies, for corporations. Whole countries changed, all that. Renewables, infrastructure. We got rid of this stupid old. We got climate change figured out, done. Granted, at the same time, it's like, guess what? We're one of the main players in those renewable resource games. You know, not the only one. But, you know, like, we're a big guy, you know, so, like, we got some money from that for what it was worth, you know. We're like, it's the same thing they do. And we didn't want subsidies. So we didn't try and even take that. No, same thing with manufacturing. We were good. We paid all of our taxes. Like, no loopholes here, baby. This is what we're supposed to pay. There you go. Government's like, whatever. Like, all around the world, the best we could do. Like, that's pretty much all that we did. Is like, we'd fund massive science stuff. But not like, you know, Portal, where it was Cave Johnson. Science for the sake of science, right? We wanted fashion and light. Travel. We wanted bio to hardcore immortalities we could get. You know what I mean? So we did. So if you want to be an eccentric multi-millionaire, which is like bullshit, you run like a third of the damn world GDP. Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, but most of my employees are paid from those profits and everything else. And we're talking most because some of them want to be hourly for whatever reason, and they have to work within a given amount of time with us to be able to receive the profit share. So, like, a lot of that started happening, and man, was it fun to watch a bunch of capitalists just go, fuck you! They're billionaires, meanwhile, it's like, oh, who cares? There's like almost no wealth cap. I closed it. Oh, you have a few billion? What do you do? Meanwhile, they're like, no, ever the prices are... Remember those laws? Remember the cap of what a CEO can make versus the lowest manager position? Or lowest paid worker? Depending on where it was. Regardless of how umbrella corporation, regardless of how fucking many steps in between. You've ruined us! Meanwhile, me. Just having a fun time over there, huh? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, why? I know I made it legal for pretty much all the things I love and have talked about. Pretty much, yeah, well, they went a little further. They were like, oh, it's a right, a human right. I was like, oh shit, wow, okay. fundamental right, you know what I mean? And it is. So it's like, all right, okay. Yeah. Did you leave on the rocket ship after that? It took a while. Yeah. But yeah, it's a little bit different on the Peace and Prosperity. A lot of people suddenly had a lot of money. That was good. People that we vetted and we knew and we helped grow and have, like, you know, a job or education or whatever, and pursue things and understand, you know, a lot of what that really means and entails and so on. You know, did a lot of work. But others that had money and or were seen as like, no, I want to do the altruistic blah 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 person, right? As like them, and then we all were like, watch this, you know, big, because we were a media conglomerate for the world. Like YouTube basically got swallowed by us and a whole bunch of them. Remember the website I was talking about? Yeah, same thing. Oof. Okay, so yeah, no, we did all that. I was like, okay, what's going on with that? And he was like, not much. Really? Yeah, no, it's another version of like, okay, so what are you doing? But it was like, watch. If it's like this, then this and that. And then I was like, play the fucking stocks like that. To all the people that listen to me and everything else. Seriously, I even did it. I was like, I put my money where my mouth is. My entire fucking fortune. I was going to be fine. I have a whole bunch of renewables and everything else. I don't really give a fuck. Like, I'd lose it all. I'd still have fucking everything I need. I have over $1 trillion. The spread. I never lost on any of them. Others that covered me too. 100 billionaires to millionaires, all that shit. Meanwhile, I gained the whole fucking following and like, oh, so you're gonna fucking try and get against us? Spread the wealth, blah blah blah. We'll fight the rah rah, blah blah. You know, against the fucking inclusive and blah blah blah. It's like, hey, you're getting swallowed, you're dying. Oh no, you're choking, you're drowning. In the hole you go. Meanwhile, I had fun. They had fun. Lots of people had fun. They went and spread a lot of their wealth around. Blew countries up to a different way of living instead of socialism like that. We had socialism in a different way. Most of it was automated. Really? Automated. Renewables. We had plenty to go around. Seriously. People really just had to invest time for certain things and that was it. And the rest of it was like try to research, develop, be creative, whatever you want to do. More or less, right? Yeah. So, like, there's stuff to do. There's stuff to find out. There's stuff to fucking create. There's stuff to learn. There's stuff to grow. There's stuff to, you know, just enjoy. Right? So it's like a lot of that was done. Other places did not fare so well. America did not look like it fared well here. No. They just held on for too long to capitalism and other shit. They tried too fucking hard. Effectively, eventually a genuine war, civil war broke out. Killed a lot of fucking people. Because the military also got involved and split factions and yada yada, later, to blah 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 blah, turned into, oh god, it's a wasteland with few people living in it. People fall out, not as bad as you would have thought, but it's not great. No. Yeah, okay. Some places fared better than others. They had defenses. They had people willing to defend, and you know, had similar ideas, and they went the same way for their state. I didn't want to go in, and I wasn't really asked. I'm not going to go over near it. Really? Yeah, no, dude, I'm not an American citizen anymore. I'm my own country. It's like, I don't really want to. Yeah. Yeah. Guys are on your own. It's okay. You got this. I swear you do. No. Come back over here. No. I'm not doing this. They offered to me to run the entire country with mine. I'm like halfway across the world, bro. Yeah. Are you kidding me? I have all my shit here. I have real citizens. I run a real country. A third of the GDP of the world don't come from nowhere. We have our own military assets and shit. What are you doing? Asking us for shit. The rest of the world was kind of like, just, this is embarrassing. We maintained all of our shit. We have great resource values and everything. Yeah. It's like, what the hell are you doing? They wanted us to do it anyways. I was like, nah, I'm not going over there. You guys got this. You have more than enough. It's okay, right? I'm like, you do realize I'm running it this way, and that's final. There's no if and or buts. I don't care. All you ever do is bicker and fight and moan and groan. You have nothing that would at all be something conducive to really creating something of a country again. You're fucking arguing about the country's old constitution and anything new and amendments and so on. It's like, what the fuck? What government? You're asking me to come over and do what the hell? This is a world stage, by the way. Yeah. Well, come on, you could run. That's the only thing you're getting. You have to build your shit out from a real deep, dark pit of a hole. And as far as I can tell, I don't think you're gonna get out. You've still kept fighting as a civil war for some stupid reason. It's been decades, bro. Yeah. Please come help us. What? Why don't you ask others? Because yours is successful. Oh, come on. Like theirs isn't. What the hell is this? You run the entire world. It's the economy, practically. Trust me, it got pretty bad. Yeah, there's a lot of dead people. They were unwilling in all aspects, it seems like, to change their constitution and work in a way where they worked together, not as a separate, like, whole country. There are a bunch of factions and all. It's still war. I'm like, what are you talking about? What? Yeah, what are you talking? Like, for real though, what are you talking about? With me running what country? You expect me to just, like, what, take over somehow? I'm getting this, you come over near here, we're shooting everything down and all the... From you, it's like, no, please, what are you doing? I can't do that, I can't help you. No one else wants to help. Either. And there's good damn reason. You use nukes on yourselves. You tried to fucking fight Canada. And Mexico, and your allies during this. And no one is doing anything but locking their fucking goddamn countries down to you. Whatever asylum might have been there, it's done and past. It's been decades. You have what you have. Yeah, but we could use that. Okay. Come together as a country somehow. Have a country. Have something. No one believes in you. You're a world stage. For what it was worth, yeah. There's a big old meeting and like a C-SPAN thing. And no one really disagreed. I was like, dude, what are you asking for? Like, the last time someone tried to help you out 5 years ago, mind you. Oh, fine. Bullshit, try last month. Yep. You shot down an aid plane to give food and supplies. You're the one begging us for help. Yeah, but those old people. I'm out. See what I mean? It's been decades. Fuck you. I never wanted to leave something so fast. Yeah. No. And for what it was worth, Canada was the one asking for help more than anyone else in Mexico too, and we've all kind of pitched in on that. So there's that. Yeah. Yeah, because it literally is. I don't give a fuck what the hell you tried. The answer's no. You don't even have a country. Fucking pricks. Every time you ask, it's like, oh, you shot down something else. You killed one of our fucking like boats. Or you tried to, anyways. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Tried to. There you go. Sit down. Yeah. Really? It's not great. It's been better, that's for sure. I need food because my blood pressure's not great. Yeah, it's been better. Yeah. We're gonna take our remaining sildenafil. 8:39 p.m. There's a reason why nobody helps anyone in that. No. Just have some, quick little carbs. So yeah, I'm getting hypertension. Cup of some sunflower seeds. Sunflower seed kernels. Isn't that bad of a deal? Dude, are you kidding me? You nuked an entire fucking country practically. Well, not really nuked. Well, they were their own country at that point in time, for what it's worth. Isn't that a war crime? Now you understand why nobody likes them. I'm literally the only person that will even look at their asses. Most of them are willing to, because they can't spread. This is the thing, it's like they're not doing the version of like, the Nazis, you know? They're not doing any of that. Oh. Yeah, no, they're not, like they're fighting just amongst themselves and the different factions and all the rest of it. They nuked what is the equivalent of several countries at that point that had split off and tried to do things. Are they good or bad for like alignment with your own views? Good in our own views. That explains it. You wouldn't go with them if they were like that. Yeah, us and many others. The only person that's willing to literally entertain any of your bullshit is me. Literally just my ass. Are they the ones that are winning? No. They're the ones that asked for help, though, for some fucking reason. They're not winning, not even in the slightest. But that doesn't seem like it'd be true. Yeah, it is. It's worth. It's like, yeah, they spent their nukes and then they tried to fucking do hardcore Nazi propaganda type things. Then there's the guns and the bombs and all this other shit with drones and stuff. Just didn't go over very well. Goes, hey, you nuked the fuck out of it. It's like, do you see what I mean with the splitting of the military? And even the government itself started, like, immediately do it. Like, it was already fractured with multiple polarized, like, versions of what was in there before. So, it didn't go over well, I'll tell you that much. Like, we worked pretty hard to help them with changing some of the laws and some of the Constitution, and they changed the Constitution more to a way that I would have, instead of a representation, a democracy, where they had to educate a lot of people and all that, right? So it eventually led to this point, because apparently there was a growing group of individuals that was willing to destroy their entire country. Just because of that. Oh, fuck. Yeah. And they got pretty far, too. Almost destroyed the entire thing. Most of the people that lived and are there are more or less people on my side. So people that you would like. Yeah. Why wouldn't you go over and help them? because they keep shooting all of our stuff down. They keep pretending there are factions. They have no control. We can't really get in there to do anything. Yeah, it's all faction stuff. They keep pretending. Like, for what it's worth, what is there is good. And there's a lot of citizens that are fully still supportive. Right? Yeah. It's like, we'd love to. That's the only reason why we entertain them. It's like, the majority, it seems like, are like that. But the people that are fighting are indiscriminate. And truthfully, also, they're going after practically anything and everyone of aid. No, that's a whole other thing when it comes down to the whole, like, you have a cult following person, you know, like, we love you, it's like, turns out the YouTube did pretty well at that point. Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, it did pretty darn well. Like, actually, yeah. Really? Yep. At a restaurant, I remember we're eating food, so. But, like, it went pretty well. Like, it got pretty far. Yeah, that was the issue. Yeah, well, the issue is exactly what you think the issue is going to end up being, unfortunately. They just keep killing things. It doesn't make any fucking sense. So it's like, nobody fucking trusts a single bit of what they're saying. First and foremost. Like, what we have for what it is we know now, for how it is people can fuck with people's brains, do, you know, yeah, the alien, this, that, all that stuff. Well, they're rapid development, and they exposed a lot of their hands and what they were doing to me in the past. There are very few people that are willing to even look at them, let alone even. Yeah. If they didn't keep fucking. Yeah, no, but that's literally what it is. It's like, dude, all you're doing is destroying every bit. So, from what we can understand, it's effectively the equivalent of. They have a group of people that took control over people. No one can trust any of their polls. Whatever's coming out. Like, we tried, you know what I mean? To change that. We helped people get out. Yeah, we helped people get out of the country. Whatever's left there is effectively a group of individuals that are just slowly but surely killing each other off. There must be good in there. I can't even tell. It's literally what the problem is. Like, for what it's worth, the asylum went pretty well. Most of the people that were already kind of aligned with me or whatever, as far as I'm aware, went to our country. On top of what we already had there. So, you know, when people are like, oh, it's so terrible. I'm like, whatever the fuck's there? Might as well be zombies or collective fucking mental bullshit group of people that are pretending to be something else. And everybody buys it too at this fucking point. Yeah, there's no real way to not ultimately view it a little bit like that, especially since you consistently get targeted in such a way that triggers our automatic defense of that stuff for our own minds and other people that are ultimately would be affected otherwise. It's a containment. It's kind of like an apocalypse, you know, scenario. It's a containment, yeah. Like, nobody fucking sends anything in. We're waiting for them all to die, but whatever might be there that's good is, you know, trying to hold out. So, yeah. There still has to be, right? There doesn't. No phaser. Stop. Nothing says there does. No, actually, statistical probability says there is, no matter what. I can't get 100, so there must be one. So, yeah, well, one doesn't mean that we end all of humanity for it. I know. No, it just seems like there are good people there. We know that they are. They're just fucking surrounded by a bunch of people. For what it's worth, we've been slowly figuring out something. What does that mean? It means the rest of the world is about to fight America, effectively. Did you get it done? Oh, yeah, no, we smoked their ass. They were basically dead anyways. Took nothing. So you took over America as a country. Bitch, nah. No. The world effectively stopped having country things except for a few. It's like we're all underneath the one big, country, I guess, union thing. Like, you manage your own thing? I manage all of that, which is its own thing, but, like, I don't really like that part. Because I wasn't really planning on doing that. But, yeah, I'm really not, like, planning on doing that. It's just pretty damn fucking large amount of work. Plan is to leave the planet and go travel among stars and shit. That's what I'm planning. Oh, yeah. So, that's what I was planning for. Yeah, and that's not happening. No, I'm basically stuck here on the planet. I've never left the fucking planet. I'm now effectively managing a lot of different zones, or at least bigger zones. Yeah, and I'm like, that makes kind of sense, but then at the same time, I'm like, are you kidding me? Leave me alone. Why? We don't even need money. You've got this, right? Like, right? Yeah, no, like, you've got this. You've got this taken care of. Like, you raise yourselves. You know what's up. So obviously that's not going as well. No. It's honestly it's fine, right? Like, for what it's worth, like, a lot of there's very little that's really doing anything negative, especially after, like, what happened with America and the knowledge and the truth bomb that was for how things can ultimately affect us, our minds, and everything else. Ah. There isn't much of a but. Right? There isn't. No. Like, there isn't. Like, it's good. Like, things are running well. It's just different. I was expecting to have to bolt out of here on a fucking spaceship. Like, literally that. This has been a long time. I've been alive for a while. Like, to put it in perspective, I've been alive for a while. And I run basically the world except for a few countries that, after all of that, they don't even try and do shit. It's like, do you, we do us, not get involved. But it literally is like, you are surrounded as fuck. You have practically no military, comparatively. Like, might as well just say, you have no military, because you tried to help America fuck us over. Things not go well for them in the slightest. Traveling among the stars. Soon. Like, the whole American thing was pretty much a wash. We set up the first start, and then we took over everything super fast. We lost nothing. We lost no troops. That's why other countries that didn't join us were not super happy. There you go, Phaser. Yeah, that's an understatement. Mm-hmm. It's a very big understatement. Yeah. They literally said if you try and invade or help them or anything, I was like, watch this. They didn't even leave their countries. It was hilarious. Not because they didn't try, but because they basically blew themselves up and tried to fucking effectively kill themselves trying to get out. Like multiple huge nuclear explosions, big, huge, just total destruction of many of their manufacturers. Like, it was like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you doing this? That well, me and other countries, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's like, no, we don't want you to fucking hurt us. We're trying to fucking help people. Fuck you. Literally, what are you doing? They didn't really appreciate it. I don't give a fuck what they appreciate. Dude, like, are you kidding me? You're about to bomb us for fucking trying to help America? You know, people that need that shit? They're acting as, you know, whatever the fuck this is after a while. Dude, clearly. Not to mention they become a genuine threat to the whole rest of the world after that much time and desperation. They've been starting to try and push into Canada and other countries as well. Barely have any goddamn force though, but like, yeah. Yeah, no. It's like we're letting them build up something that they shouldn't have. Turns out the information about a lot of people being on my side was correct. Just a lot of motherfuckers really being an overwhelming kind of thing with apparently a one battle early on with a bunch of military stores and technology and groups of individuals that effectively fucked up a couple of moments, you know. Not their fault. Time is time heals all wounds, but it's like fucking hell. Yeah. Good. A better way to put it, yeah, would be certain military individuals overwhelmed leadership, took over control, and then the people that were supposed to shut it down actually did a accident. It was a good enough way to put it as a mistake. And instead of shutting it down and turning that they uh, like made it available for everyone. So that was an accident. Yeah, I would say so at that point. No phaser. Stop. Phaser. No. No biting. Hey. But that's what that was. It was an accident and a failure on some of the government leaders who, some were killed, some joined, some fled. There wasn't a lot of actual, like, consistency on that. It had been over 30 years since it started. So, it's not what you think. It comes down to, oh, no, it would have been easy to just say, Like, I'm still pretty fucking surprised how many people were able to make their own versions of nukes and or dirty bombs or really insanely powerful bombs. You know? Yeah. But others hid down in bunkers or, created their own, ways around what was going on. There are those that were above trying to handle things, but a lot of the military might and more, well, I shouldn't say military might, but there was a lot there. Like, there had been skirmishes or whatever, or fights, or it's disorganized. You know what I mean? It's like chaos at that point. Which seems fine, right? Yeah. Except for there's nothing really there. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, they do have a version of mind control for what's worth, although it's not gonna last long, or this whole thing. Yeah. No, a lot of people died. Yeah, I should talk about that, but they got a hold of fucking nukes, like genuinely. Yeah. Remember that whole, well, they weren't supposed to have it thing? Yeah, that's a part of that. They destroyed a fuck ton of people that way. Like, over 100 million people died. Why do you think we're all reluctant as fuck to do anything but hunker the fuck down and wait for this shit to end or calm down? Like, you got mental defense? Uh huh. Oh, fucking holy shit. Yeah, okay. The fuck? Who fucking nukes 100 million of other people over on Earth? Yeah. Fuck you. Yeah. They weren't with us, that's for sure. No. A lot of people in those countries, because at that point it was basically their own countries. Like, split fucking the 48 continental United States into countries, practically speaking. You know? Like, some people joined with this, some people did not. They did their own thing. Military was, like, all over the place. Like, what the fuck? Why? Why? Yeah, let's break down that one. Like, well, they had the Constitution change, right? It's no longer there. It's now just a historical document. He changed that. Yeah. So it's like, and then military changed as well. They started reducing bases around the world, and they started doing a lot more for, social, and you know, other countries and so on. The people built up old surplus to a degree. Like, they sold it privately, which was the not smart move. Like, not our choice, by the way. In fact, a lot of very rich people and old uh, people in the military effectively decided to do it. Like, old, and it was just people, really. It wouldn't matter what the age was at that point. And that's effectively what that was. Yeah. I fail to see how those events would have transpired. That's because you're not there. But it's like, I know what you really want it to be. Which is like, tell me everything so I can blah 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 blah. And I'm like, the basic premise is the people who used to run that, the people who own the manufacturing and repair and everything else, and, corporations, the military itself and what they deal with, right? That, yeah, decided to fucking become a traitorous group of ass fucks, as far as I'm concerned. And we're like, well, we're the ones that own it. We're the ones that sell it. It's like, you don't, and no. Meanwhile, think about how we gave a concession to Nazi Germany, and when they took over Poland or whatever, right? Yeah, same thing. America did that with its own troops and people who had that. And I was like, that's a bad idea. You shouldn't do that. They proceeded to do it. Yeah. All fair. Maybe I should give him over there. You hear something? Anyways, but they did that. And it's like, well, it's gonna be sold anyways. We won't need it, whatever. And it's like money's on its way out as well. Like, they were already starting the process of automating. So with what little gasp of air capitalism still had, they decided to form their own military and bomb their own country. Yeah, it was a genuine accident. It was a fucking shit. Hey, what do it matter? They can't use them anyways. They're decommissioned and made to not be able to fucking use for fighting. And they checked every one of them. The problem is a lot of them knew how to undo that. So, they blitzkrieg, more or less. They bombed, and then they, during that time, were already hiding how many different quick to immediately set up into genuine fighting vehicles, weapons, so on, that they had. Certain old military was worried, fucking went right along with them. We helped, but mostly they did all the work, if I'm being honest. It was like, hey, so if you need supplies or whatever to fucking build these bunkers or anything, get the fuck out of here fast. You've got it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like this. This sounds like a recipe for disaster. This is the worst idea I've ever heard. Like, these people are willing to be violent in every way. Well, military was on my side on a lot of that. A lot of people did get out before anything major like that happened. You know, for what it was worth, we had a free exchange. You know what I mean? Like dual citizen, if you wanted to be like that. Yeah, we were getting good talks until that fucking point. Which then it was like, oh yeah, no, well guess what? You managed to stop the vast majority of it. Okay, but then it still hit and killed a fuck ton of people. We're talking over 100 million people. They were planning on killing the majority of Americans. So, well, we stopped a lot of them from being able to move into where our embassies were, our own country, or countries we had already allied with, or were working with, and so did other countries. It's a lot of nukes. See what I'm saying? They try to nuke basically the entire planet is what we're really going on about. Like, can't defend everything. Ugh. A lot of people did try and fire them down, and some of them were successful, but yeah, we got most people in the bunkers. That was my plan, and with the military too. A subtle hint, hint. We worked towards getting underground parts of cities for skyscrapers and larger living, accommodations and so on for cities to grow. So skyscrapers still remain, but now there's an underground city. That kind of thing. Well, we had made it such that we needed it too, such that the near the surface level layer and size and everything, it was structured so that we could support that. So there's water, sewage lines, all those kinds of things. Lots of redundancies in case any earthquakes, possible invasion, that kind of thing. That saved a lot of people. Big time. Like, real big time. But, like, they nuked the vast majority of those areas, so they could never really come out. Yeah. And they're kind of stuck down there as a result. They still managed to hit other people. Remember the whole indiscriminate fucking thing? Yeah? They hit their own side. They also gained access to a lot of weapons. Like throwing an angry, tantrum. Yeah. That is lame. But whatever it was, it's what it was. As far as I'm concerned, because after that, there was genuine fights and battles and sides and people that were trying to get help, and it's like, oh, dude, literally last month, someone fucking shot us down. And it's like, apparently they were on your side. Yeah, but things have changed. And it's like, dude, I don't believe that. I don't believe that for a second. You can understand where that comes from, right? Okay, yeah. Nah. Yeah. Like a literal nah. No, man, you're not getting me anywhere on that. Leave me alone. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, a lot of people are still stuck underground. Food and supplies are still making its way around, but there were those above ground skirmishes battles, wars, like fucking holy shit. It's a big place, America. And even if over 100 million people died, there's still 200 million people. And you say that there's a lot under the ground, but it doesn't mean that that's everyone. So, like, I'd say 80% of that was their own fucking side, but it wouldn't matter. That was from the get-go planned to begin with. Like, a acceptable loss, as they touted in their videos. Like, we don't even fucking try and defend for our own soldiers. Are you kidding me? Don't even. We're so big, tough, everything. Firing off, destroying their fucking cities and everything. Going after all farmland that they could go after. Yeah, okay, well, it was a stupid thing. Because, like, their side was fine with them dying. They got 20%, 80%, whatever. We'll make more, whatever. I was fucking fed up with that. A lot of others were too. So, like, and they tried to fucking nuke the entire world, basically. They didn't have any more, maybe. We don't know. Other nukes did eventually pop off. So, we basically stayed the fuck out. We can't evade anything, because that's a lot of fucking military might. It's hard to fucking get around unless we can get everybody on board. 30 years, more than 30 years later, yeah. We get people on board to fucking do something. Meanwhile, they're like, no, we're building a, you try and get out there. So that's effectively what that was for the other countries. And so we just held them at bay while we fucking tried to get in there and figure what we could out to help people. And, we crushed the shit out of them for what it was worth. They were operating off of barely still surviving resources and people. So they were pretty fucking bad by that point. We were 30 years now, yeah. So, yeah, we didn't march in. We stormed and tried to do everything we could as fast as possible. And, yeah, the long and the short of that one was, well, we got that done. Country's a mess. What country it is, I don't know. There are piles of dead bodies. People cannibalistic, rape rampant. It's been 30 years, over 30 years. People might have been a kid and they are surely an adult now. It's not great. It's not great at all. People that begged for help, it's like, well, some of them were killed. Which stands to reason, considering what they were trying to do was bait us with someone that seemed like that they were a leader, but they're not. See what I mean? Right. But got rid of them. Every one of them. Yeah, because that's big war crime stuff. And other countries tried to fight with them, so we took their shit too. Well, with some of it, yeah. Got rid of their guns, manufacturing, any of that. But like, some of that land that they had, people that didn't want to fucking do this, didn't want to be pressured and all that. I mean, they basically killed a lot of their own fucking people. Just like yeah. It's like, fuck that. We're out. Ugh. They destroyed like a lot of whatever goodwill they had towards us as countries or their own people. They're still their own countries. They're still their own thing. And they have to work if they want to get into ours for what it's worth. Yeah. But, yeah, no, it's not great. And, yeah, sure, I manage my own thing for what that is, but, like, people manage their own country. You know what I mean? Like, I'm managing things, but for, like, certain leaders or, zones telling me what's going on and whatnot. Right, but like, yeah, like it's a president of a series of presidents, or like a president of those presidents that are presidents of other presidents, that kind of thing. Yeah. So it's like, that's what I do. But like, it's like, oh, if they want to get in, some do. There's a push there. Some don't. There's, you know what I mean? And I'm like, we're watching the shit out of you. We just had someone try and literally kill the entire human race. Mm. So, we managed that, basically. And by manage, I mean pretty much everybody's on edge. We didn't lose anyone, which was great. Others lost people, which sucks. Your country? No, no, no. Like, America lost good, innocent people. Because they were hostage. Yeah. And we didn't give a fuck. And we're not going to. It was obvious. And you're willing to kill your own fucking people, it wouldn't matter. These are coming. It doesn't matter. Yeah, no, we didn't fucking get. Like, dude, are you kidding me? Like, others will be alive. You cannot fucking, for however tens, if not hundreds, well, tens of millions really, might be good for a few hundred at most of you. So, they are slaughtered for what they did. And whatever we found, that was them as well, we went after too. They were publicly executed. 2 Americans in full view. We let them understand it's like, you guys don't have a country. You're, whatever that might have been, is gone. It can't be. So, I went back to my country. Yeah, no, I noticed that. Yeah, I'm not gonna fuck around. That's them and a whole bunch of other people helping decide things. Because that's what we do. It's like, I'm not gonna fucking take over. Fuck you. No. If they vote for that, sure, okay, whatever. But, like, nah. That's it. End of the story and discussion on that one. Yeah. They had an old constitution. Yeah, that's out. I mean, the new, they didn't call it a constitution. What little was not insanely harmed and fucking broken up had to be repaired. It doesn't get fixed so quickly. It's not how that works. They do. They helped themselves heal, and we helped them heal. Eventually, after a while, they figured out what they wanted to do. That's why they're a part of our whole country thing, but then it's just a series of zones. We're all one big country union thing. Facer. No. Sit down. Yeah, all we did. Help them get back on their feet, start up the renewables, the automatics. Capitalism was hereby forever banned from ever existing. No matter what is stated or said, capitalism was banned. Yeah, forever. Punishable by death. Yeah. Yeah, they went with my country's laws. Other countries are their own countries. Americans were fed the fuck up with this. People kept trying to go back to this old fucking thing and it wasn't gonna work. I think that's literally what it was gonna become again. You could see the violence, you could see them already starting to try again. Nobody stepped in, except for themselves. They removed another problem happening, and they literally, by punishable by death, everything except my shit, they literally begged and all voted together in a insanely historic 100%. We had to fucking really actually look at that. We had to. It was like 100% vote rate. 100 per fucking cent. Okay. Well, it was 100%. 100% voted to become a part of our country. So, Yeah, but for what it's worth, others did too. You also have the GDP, but then it's like it's just resources that are managed, and you know what I mean? Yeah, yeah. No, it's not even a joke. It's just resources. So, but we got it done. Right? We rebuilt everything. Took a long time. It's a pretty rough time, honestly. Yeah, it was a time of hope and change, but it's rough. People just went through a war, bro, and had effectively a temper tantrum throwing child who had nukes and fucking guns and tanks and all the rest of it. Yeah, other countries also tried. You can see where, hopefully, you can see where I'm coming from, where it was like, you basically helped all of that out. It wasn't a unanimous for some of the other countries, but still, very high percentage. Almost looks like it was corrupt practically, but like when you know a thing or two, it's like, yeah, no, high 90s across the board. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Oh, you guys must like me. I was fine with it. I was fine, honestly. It's not a big deal. It's like, jeez, I thought I was gonna have to, I was gonna get to relax. I have to run my own thing for a while, I was like, I don't know anything. I've only been doing this for a little while, you know what I mean? Like, hey, I know some things, right? Whatever, right? But it's like, oh. All of a sudden, I managed like the entire country. I mean, the world. Yeah, the world, bro. Holy shit. Jeez. No, that was the most disturbing thing. Well, not disturbing, but like, yeah, South America joined it. Like all of like the southern the hemispheres, northern and southern hemispheres basically joined in. There's like genuinely very specific countries that are just super aggro. Like no way, no, and I'll build up nukes, and they're like, "Fuck you! Are you kidding me? After what we went through, what the fuck are you doing?" Literally that, yeah. A lot of citizens were like, "No." So they had their own kind of version of like, "Can you guys help us get rid of this?" Um, come on. uh, okay. I know, right? Really okay? Like, dude, we just, and we're meddling. We're getting involved. Like, hmm, um, no, okay. Very well. Yeah, China's involved in that. Russia is too. Just FYI, and North Korea really hates us. There are others as well, but it's like, fuck. Oh, I guess he was doing war planning and everything. Yeah. No, you're not getting out. You know you're locked in and you're committed. You. Where's my spaceship? Yeah, no. You fucker. I want it out. Literally, we were planning on leaving, and doing things. That's not a joke. Yeah, I know. It's not a joke. We were planning on leaving. You know, uh, literally. And, plans are what they are. They can always change, okay? That's not the big issue. And it's not like, oh man, it's so terrible. It's people really don't understand how much work it is at all. whatsoever to run a country. And once you ran a country, yeah, once I run a fucking country, dude, it's like, oh, hey, this is the world, basically. And you want me to go take on entire other countries? Okay, alright. Citizens are majority wise on board. There's no peaceful transition of power for some of it. You know, and it's like, oh god. So we're gonna be doing war, I guess. I can see the merits of what they say, though. That's the problem. That's why I didn't even back down. Yeah, I know. It's like, maybe we can come to some sanctions or something, you know, like, we can. Oh, God, no. I see the gun. I see the nuke. Yeah, fuck. We have to do that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that. Well, you wanted to run the thing. It's like, well, that's not the worst part. No, it's not for what it's worth. It's not the worst part. It's not. It's the fact that there's going to be a lot less of life, and a lot of people are, while they have their own countries and their own laws and everything else, we had not set up outside of our own and a few others, our education, our laws, and more, which we're going to do. So that means all that's getting scrapped out. Like, that's a no nonsense policy. Like, no nonsense law can't be gone around. The other, it doesn't matter if you have another zone, these are for sure's rights. You don't get to run it without having this there. You don't get to be that without having that there. That's a part of our government. And I was terrified. I'm still terrified. You know what I mean? Because this is kind of going on. It's this fucking whole thing. It's like, yeah, you know, it's working. You know, it's running. You know, it's like, yeah. A lot of people suddenly have to be very okay with things that they were probably not even aware of or sure of, or really, we're gonna have to help them. And I'm like, yeah. God, fuck you. Yeah. Yep. So that got turned into totalitarian dictator. It's like, no, 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 we're a part of you. It's like, no, you're not, because you're not doing this. You have to do that. These are your educations. You have to have those educations. You have to have that. You can't get around that. Those laws are required. There are variables, sure, but you can't. Yeah, no, no, those are required for all zones. All of it. The whole thing has to be where you have that guaranteed. So fighting, well, others did not. You can see where like countries got split, and it's like, I don't want it. Are you sure? Are you sure? Like, they voted really hard for me, but it's like, are you sure? You know, because that's a requirement. You don't get to change that. Sure, you're sure. All right. And again, we don't have to fight, but it's like, that's the totalitarian dictatorship. I might be benevolent, for sure, and I am sure I'm fascist, rainbow style, but it's like, those are one of those times for a zone. It's like, I'm allowed to use all the might necessary to take over the situation and make sure that you have your rights afforded. You have your guaranteed, like, safety, education, healthcare, food, water, shelter. There's sex in there too, right? Place of living, that kind of thing. I'm allowed to go in there like a fucking mad whatever parent and beat the children until they fucking get in line. Now, granted, we don't often go that far, but sometimes that happened, yeah. There is no defense. But for what it's worth, we tell people, it's like, this is going to happen. We're not backing down. If you vote in and you're okay and this is a thing, that's happening. You are this group of people that get these things, no matter what. We're not allowing for people not to give you what and have available all that you require. That food, that water, that whatever it is, that should not be not enough. What's going on? It's getting hoarded. It's getting, yeah, embezzled, whatever. Yeah. So it's all watched. You have to remember that part too with my whole government thing. Everybody watches everybody. Same thing with me. It's like, you can watch me all damn day long. Everybody watches and can watch everybody. Nobody's allowed to abuse any of that shit. Unless they want to be taken advantage of, or, which in that case it's not being that kind of thing, which we solve that as like a thing. It's like, consensual, non-consensual is still consent. It's really just free use. But it's like, you're allowed to play act. You know what I mean? Like that kind of thing. Yeah, same thing. Right, with the other stuff. But there are still zones that are allowed to allow for very aggressive, mean rhetoric, that kind of thing. But it still has to be stated that these things and these perspectives and my perspective, my feelings, all that, that still has to be stated before. But then, alright, then you're allowed to go fucking scream or yell, I guess. They don't exist much, but yeah, they still do. Yeah, they're kind of like behind closed doors. You know, like people that used to smoke in like an airport, right? Same thing. It's like, oh, I'm gonna go over there. Yeah, that. Yeah, huh? It's a thing. Yeah, but that's another reason why it was like, oh, okay. Like, I don't think you know what this change really means, but they voted themselves as joining. Okay, and so it's like, that means we undergo the process of helping them to understand what that really meant. It's not like we just straight up take over. It's like, hey, whoa, whoa, okay, I know you want to join it, but this, all these laws, this education, this, that, all this stuff is going to be a thing. And you have to accept this, and then we're going to teach you language, we're going to teach you all this stuff that we can do. For free. For free. It's afforded rights. Like, we don't really have a need for money. Like, yeah, sure, we have GDP, but it's like, that's just because other people work off of it. And we can, oh, yeah, we have money, guys. We need it for something? What? Exactly. Oh, right, them. Right, yeah, okay. So, like, our country, the zone, right, the union that we are, the zone union, basically, is this free and clear of money. Jesus fuck. Yeah. I am indeed a totalitarian. There are a lot of rules there. I can't do what you think I do, or can do. I can't take any of those advantages that others do. I can't. But I can do certain things to make sure you are given your rights. You will play nice and respect each other. You will talk correctly. You will make sure to educate appropriately. You will definitely have enough water. You are going to have your education. Yeah, that kind of thing. You are not going to go over into that zone without filing that paperwork. Yeah, okay. It's all I do. That's basically me and other people in other zones, and so like any given natural disaster or whatever else, I also help with that, and coordinate logistics, so on. But like, I'm not what you think, even though I am a definite totalitarian dictator. That is my literal title. That is my literal title. It's that, yeah. But it's like, yeah, am I though? Like, I manage all of that, for different zones or whatever, to make sure things are running smoothly. But that's it. Because you're expected to be able to run your own thing. That's the socialism part. You know, you share all resources between everyone, but also within your own zone. You need to make sure to distribute properly. Everybody has calories, everybody has, all that. Oh, shit, yeah. It is stupidly good to go. But some people didn't like that. Capitalism is banned. Capitalism got banned from this happening. It's never allowed. Ever. It's punishable by death. Same thing with hacking, too. Yeah, there are a lot of laws that are like, wow, we do not let you do this. You need to not do that. Like, this ran into this problem with America and other countries. We don't allow this anymore. This is bad. That's how bad that is. You can't do this anymore. You can't pretend to be other people. Fuck that. No. That's illegal as fuck. It can get you killed. There are no ever allowed scams. You can't con. You have to be direct and honest. You can fuck right off if you think you can do what you used to do in marketing. Advertising is basically like, hey, so this is a thing, and that's keyword searches and all that. Remember, like, programming? Yeah, good to go. Like, seriously, everybody's good to go. But it's also that other thing where it's like, I don't think you really know what you signed up for. My country is running just fine. And for what it's worth, we had a technological advancement heyday that effectively meant we already do have our own version of, like, insanely advanced technology. So, how'd you do that though? Well, we had a country that worked hard on it. Yeah, I'm peeing. But so that's all you really were doing? Oh, you are in a country right now. Okay. Ay, ay, ay. Dicks sometimes. They are, though, actually. Really? Yeah! Dude, come on. That's all you were doing? Just running like the entire world effectively? Hell, run your own country or zone. Jeez. In hell, it's. Yeah, they don't get it. No. Fucking stupid. Like, that much. Yeah, no, they're not necessarily like the best people on that one. We had requirements if you want to lead. Personality traits, acceptance of responsibility and time that no matter what you're going to put into it. We also have our own AI and computers that help. But it's like, it's a full-time thing. It's a real, like, that's it. That's what you're doing. You know what I mean? I also have a family. You know? Yeah. It's like, think about that for a second. Like, dude, I know that you guys have this going on, but it's like, that's another part where it's like running well enough for you to do that. That's what that was, yeah. It runs just fine. It runs just fine. For its work. Now, the immortality, the biological immortality, was a very specific type of thing that we had to assign very much off of what people know. It's, you have to meet requirements, parameters. That is correct. Trying to get around it. Dude, fuck off. No. You know, we caught the aliens. We caught all the shit. Yeah, any of it. Didn't matter. Caught them. Got rid of them. Got rid of them all. Every last one of them. Literally never able to happen anymore. Solidified our future, and we decided to leave.
like a species? Yeah, kinda. Really? People... species is a hard one. It's like, what do you define as a human? This shape? And that changed. A lot of people changed drastically. Like different ears, different eyes, nose, mouth, like a lot of stuff. Yeah. We left. Like to go through the stars or something. We left the universe. Made a new one and we lived in that. That's really what that end was. Wait, yeah. There's no wait. We did that. No, I traveled in the new one. It's worth. I mean, it's kind of hard to explain that one for people. It's like, well, we could have traveled among all that, or we could have decided to go into a new one, of our own design, that would have made everybody happier. That was there and good to go, and it's effectively what the end really was. There isn't really anything else. It's like the other part was, hey, so we got back to my body, and we got to live like that. Outside. We got outside. Met some aliens along the way. Well, that old universe is gone, and we are free and clear. No, there really wasn't. It's that point. Yeah, well, finding a whole bunch of people, women specifically, after I got SSI, built a camper van to a degree, we met, stuff happened. That's basically what led to all that. Out, free and clear. Along with others. Quite a few others. Able to take stock of the situation. In that situation, we're able to break their control or just get rid of certain things. Yeah. That's literally what it was. There's much else going on. It's fun. Sounds like it wasn't so super fun. It's pretty fun. Certain parts weren't super fun, but other parts were. It's kind of how that works. Yep. You know, I know. Long the short story of that was, I don't know if it'll ever happen. Or like you don't think it ever will. Yeah, because certain people are trying to fuck me over. There's gotta be a way to get around this guy and fucking kill him and remove him. You know what I mean? I'm still gonna fucking make sure. I'm still gonna keep trying. Hey. Yep, that filter. The parameters and everything else are good. That's how that works. Yeah, turns out you can find out who they are and everything else. Sure can. Can't really manage them super well. Well, in the future, we're going to be able to. I mean, means I'm probably a fucking country president. Yeah. Well, totalitarian dictator, really. Yeah. Actually honest with ourselves. Yeah. Like, well, guess what? I have multiple wives, and I have a country of my own, and I'm quite rich and powerful, and all these other things, and blah, blah, blah. Built our way out, effectively. Yeah, well, they sure tried to get in. They never managed that. Nope, sure didn't. Yeah, no, there was no changing that part. Man, he really managed to get around us. Looks like it. Bastards. Removed us like we're so terrible, as if you're not filter material.
Phaser. No. Sit down. Phaser. Ooh. Phaser, can you not? There, puppy. Constantly trying to bite my dang arm off. Now, this is interesting, though. I'm watching 2086 Constantinesco torque converter, and I'm like, well, that's a variable, like, changing size diameter valve in a given fluid. Either air resistance or vacuum with air around it, or a given, for the pendulum bottom, like a shock absorber, or like a spring, right? That's the weight. You can vary the amount of weight at the bottom for the pivot point to increase its efficiency, or even add in its own given style of engine at the bottom to try and have it pivot around that point. Like Starling, yeah. That's what I was thinking about. I was like, I don't know how this maybe quite works, but this looks really, really cool. And it's like, if you can change the length of the arm, and the weight of the thing, then you can make it a lot more compact, and you can actually add in like a double stroke instead of a single stroke, power input. You can have two stroke power input, so half stroke would be a power input. Well, right? It's like one downwards, and one forward, and like that's its own version of a two stroke. But it's like, no, but one going back up, and then one going also up means I can input both of a given power for what it is, and vary the given amount of gear ratio for a transmission that it is saying it is. System. It's really awesome. That's super cool. Really? Yeah, that's really super cool. I didn't. Well, I think I talked about it in the past, but it doesn't change that it's like I totally forgot, or whatever the fuck happened with my brain. Right. And I still learned. I like it. Could be really, really helpful and useful, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm thinking about it as an engine idea, but I'm not really sure how to anything. Like, I understand the rotation and everything, and how to, like, yeah. But it's like, I want to try and make it smaller for an all-wheel drive system. Yeah, and then from that differential for our axles. So it's like from transmission to split, using something like this. Like storage of heat as a Stirling if there's a torque converter, but it's like instead of a torque converter I'd be using spring, but instead of a spring I'd be using a Stirling with a vacuum. Thus. Yeah. So that changed what that ultimately would be for like my car. for like something like that. Right? Isn't that cool? Like that'd be a really good way to do that. Because my current efficiency is not good for my given axles, type of thing. But like, yeah, it was fine. I don't really need it to be that insane. I mean, real horsepower and real torque is what it is. I expect losses. Parasitic losses. I expect that. Like, you can't expect not to have that. So, I was like, ooh, I'm good, man. You know, it's like this could be nice. This could really do a treat, yeah, of reducing that loss. Putting power down a little bit more efficiency. Exactly. Yeah. It's the pendulum thing that apparently they don't like, and I'm like, yeah, no, I get you, but then the pendulum thing is fine. I don't see what the problem is. You said like spring vacuum starting. Oh yeah, well that's fine. Yeah, no, I'd probably do that. Yeah, but you would need to, depending on the person, like because using gravitational storage and weight and mass, and it's like, well, this gets away from needing like that to be that, right? Right. It's just a cheap little trick because like it's gonna have heat anyways. So it's like, well, a Stirling cooler will work just fine as trying to recapture that heat back into power. Yeah, right. Same thing with the from transmission to front and rear, from side to side. Still got my locking differentials. I still got my limited slip. I still got my constant variable transmission, torque conversion from either side with the gears. Yep. So I can change one gear on one side and one gear on the other, but it's still the same amount of input. Hey, yeah. Here's like losses less. I don't want to go over. God damn it, motherfucker. How much more efficient have you become? I don't wanna. I'm tired. I'm gonna go take a fucking goddamn shower. I don't want to calculate. But, well, you're like, I mean, that efficiency is a little bunk, if I'm being honest, but I don't know. It really depends on how efficient that he's saying that this is, and like what I would ultimately be able to get out of it as a result. So like without understanding, what I'd say is like, yeah, I received a higher torque and horsepower figure on the dyno. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, because these are gears in an entirely different setup. I'd basically have to make, you know, right? Like, where are they getting this? So, that's super cool. It's super cool. Let me save this into watch for later. Woo. Hi. Is that little, well not little, but the all goes from side to side, the same rotation. If that's able to be actually done on like a more like faster, horsepower, RPM, that'd be great. I've been looking at that for my crankshafts for a long time. There's a reason why I have a fluid ram fluid crankshaft, basically trying to get that kind of figured out. This thing, big deal, actually. Yeah, like perfect straight up and down is huge. Problem is I had no real way of being able to fucking killing everything. Well, no, not that. I don't have that version, but I have a different thing that I would try and have for less friction, less loss, faster piston speeds, but also greater capture of energy. And then I have a top and a bottom because I can seal one side versus the other. So power per weight. That was a big deal. That's what I kept working on, how to make like a opposed piston design to try and force greater power to weight performance. Because it's hard. Yeah. Yeah. I haven't really come up with a decent one. What about your magnetic or the hydraulic ram? That one's pretty decent. Kind of. Really? I mean, it's the easiest one I ever made, for what it's worth. Yeah, it is though. Yeah. No, like it was like fill it up with some water and then like yeah, sure, torque converters are like stupendously efficient, but then it's like yeah, but I'm fine with that for what it's worth because it's like well now I have a way of getting around some of the boundary layer issues and capturing more of it into a given design, right? Right, as they're like a torque converter coupler together, and instead of that heat, being a detriment, now it's cooling and it's cooling itself. I have to cool it anyways. I have a radiator, right? So it's like, oh yeah, an opposed piston where center and the outsides are both a combustion zone. Yeah, same thing. Like, oh yeah, no, well, I mean, that heat's good. I'm gonna use that as a vaporization, as it changes its given pressures, as it goes from a corner around, and that helps skip off that boundary layer issue, and then it can boil off into the radiator and condense back. And then that was a waste heat generator, along with a thermal photovoltaic and a thermoelectric generating material that was around it, eventually going to be there, right? So it's like, that heat's fine. Why wouldn't I fucking keep it? That efficiency loss isn't quite as significant as I would have thought, especially with the way I designed it eventually end. But then it was like, I'm kind of sick of this. Yeah, like opposed pistons are annoying. Yeah, yeah, no, because people are genuinely starting to get into the whole like up, the towards the center area with the ring gear or the ring valves. Yeah, well, it's like that kind of like rotation from forward and back, kind of like that, but I had a different version. Right. Yeah, mine's a rotation. So when it moves forward, it rotates kind of like a worm gear almost, except it's a worm to like a standard ring gear. And then that would rotate a big plate on both sides. Oh, yeah, so like that moving forward or outwards and then towards the center would give me, a big rotation for a bigger gear, but then it would also go towards the center as there would be a connecting rod between that, and that would give me a clutch. Okay, so then it's just a rotating ring valve. So it's like like a two-stroke has a little valve on the side of the cylinder wall. Yeah, it's the same kind of thing. It's in my earlier YouTube videos on Xeno Reality, but it's like that rotating would then open it. I have this given duration and this given, which depending on how I played with the length of how much it would go inwards, would change how much like lift, quotation marks lift, meaning nozzle size, effectively. And so like the diameter would get bigger, and then it would be slowed down based upon a gear, or sped up. So during certain things, it would speed up, and then it would slow down, and speed up, and slow down, and speed up, and slow down, and speed up. So that way I had a faster time getting to intake, and then a slower duration, and then it'd speed up to exhaust, and a slower duration. Inside and the outside, I was able to do that. And then when it's hydraulic fluid, it's pretty easy. Just pump in hydraulic fluid, and it just rotates, right? Well, for this one, though, it's a little bit more difficult because I have to have that ultimately engage gears that turn this one, which then turn a given ring gear that then turns a bigger plate, which then adds to that. So it's like a lot of parasitic loss, which I didn't like. So there's a way that I managed eventually to get a vacuum situation going. And so it's like this moving backwards and forwards would end up rotating through a vacuum system, kind of like a plate, or like a Stirling effect, right? So like that was a pressure differential, but it's like, nah, there's friction. There's a vacuum. Right out of that one. Yeah, well, it's brand new for me. So as it would go over to here, there's a fluid that's moving, yes, but also there's a gear there. And so it's like this now makes a vacuum here. There's a fluid here that wants to go over there. It has to rotate this plate, but also while it does this, there's a gear that's also rotating that. And then it would have a vacuum over there, which was like ready to push that fluid in, but also, hey, guess what? That's the next combustion cycle. Whoosh. And so like the vacuum then gets transferred over to another place, and the fluid moves over and has to go further around. And so then that was another version of, oh, well, as a result of that, I can move where the connecting rod is and the length of the connecting rod based upon where I want it within that given plate. It can be closer to center, to the outside, and that's a vacuum thing, which then went towards the center plate, right, which rotates the ring valves, which then also helps rotate the outside ring valves. Okay, so it's like that would be a dynamic way. I only needed 2 instead of 4, 2 actual connecting rods instead of 4 total. It's balanced anyways. Yeah, and so like that could also head towards the center or the outside. Right. Yeah, for the connecting rod length. Yeah. So it's like now I have a CVT for my crankshaft effectively. Well, it's perfectly back and forward. That can go timed like that. Right. So I can have maximum or I can have minimum. Minimum necessary resistance for torque is great for during startup. But then as it climbs in RPM and idles, I can do it a lot higher RPM, but closer towards that center, and then I can slowly get it further and further outside as it rotates faster and faster and faster and faster and faster, as that's its own version of a mechanical clutch, right? So it'll actually add in torque. Whereas this one goes from, oh, I'm closer to the center, and then I immediately kind of yank myself outwards after I've already started idling. So torque as best I can. It's a vacuum thing that, yeah, well, it's a tube that's going to be part of the engine housing anyways. It just moves a given much smaller, much harder, stronger, like dumbbell looking thing that slides on the plates. Yep. One side of the plate is a little thicker and has like the other part where the dumbbell is going to be, right? But it's like just going to counterbalance that given resistance. Same thing on the other side. And then for Sterling. It helps cool it. So they have less weight, less moving parts, and overall it's colder than my torque converter style hydraulic fluid, although that was more powerful. I was able to put a lot more through it. This opposed piston, I always worked with 49cc because, like, laws effectively. It's like, it's just a scooter engine. It's just a scooter, you know, it's not a big deal. It's just an opposed piston scooter. A tiny little engine, it's nothing. Meanwhile, it's like strapped as a supportive member of the bike. I would always put it into. So it's like, this has like, it's like, no, this is where the engine goes. Meanwhile, I got my injectors, got 3 injectors, ram air it in. Yeah, I got a nice little, like, radiator, little tiny cooler radiator. Alright? Because I can still pump fluid around with an electric motor and a stator. Like they use for 50cc, 150cc scooters. It's like, well, that's just to help charge the battery that I run with, and then it's pretty simple programming to run the injectors. Because it's timed, it's mechanical, variable valve, timing, and duration, and lift, effectively, is all mechanical. So it's like, this is sizing of the gears and everything that it's like, this is all you get. Like, you change this, it does this amount or that amount, and that's oil and rotation speed, which allows for it to move this much faster or that much faster, depending on its given weight and a given pressure and how much it has to flow fluid through for its sizing. Oh, the basics were it's a way to brute force around not having ECU. Like a little tiny, itty bitty little handheld something is more than good enough to run the whole thing. So it's an electric pump that also happens to run oil pack too in a lot of ways. So it's like that's the stator. This is a given battery capacitor and then coil pack or spark because you have to have spark somewhere, right? But yeah. So it's like right next to the injectors. You know what I mean? It's like right there in the center, or on this and the outsides. You have to get it in at the sides, yeah, at an angle, and then that would be good enough. Who's your power? Depending on the plate size, it can range from 25 horsepower with a solid 12 foot-pounds of torque to this one was 150. I saw that. Yeah. Okay. Well, fine. Yes. Fine. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Fine. I'll tell you. Yeah. Jeez. I got 150 horsepower and 75 foot-pounds of torque. Oh, 49 cc. Yeah, it's a dual. Yeah, it's a post piston, outside, inside, that kind of thing. I know, but where it's like those are some bigger plates, that's for sure. Not a joke. No, those are the bigger plates. Yeah. No, and I had a motorcycle transmission at that point. Well, small motorcycle, really, more than anything. Although it's supposed to be a bigger one. Well, we're gonna have like that much fucking horsepower and torque. Yeah, I know. He always makes her lose so bad. 49cc says you could get nothing from this. Yeah, well, I didn't think I could for a long time. Besides, for what it's worth, at the time you couldn't cool it fast enough. At the time, you didn't have injectors like that. At the time, you didn't have anything like this that we have now. Technology advanced, basically. Yeah. Thin little suckers. Were the connecting rods? Oh, yeah. Thin and hollow, rifled outside and inside. Well, mostly inside, towards the very, places where it's going to go through the seals. Yeah, I can't really do that. Right, so, I have to have a crankcase vent, or engine block vent, really, because it's like engine block and crankcase are the same thing, practically, because it's just a cylinder. Yeah, yeah. Coolant runs through, oil runs through. It's basically a cylinder. But it worked. Yeah, I know, I don't doubt that. But that's also fucking cool things, guys. It was really hard to figure out, too. Yeah, it took a ridiculously long time to figure it out. It's like, it is by far my most efficient one. It's the hydraulic fluid. Well, the hydraulic fluid, I'm basically pouring gas into that fucker and igniting it in a detonation level of way. It's just a regular, ram air, sure, but it's natural aspiration. You know what I mean? Oh. So, what a given. Okay, so that's air from a fan, thrown at it at a given speed. Right. And then rolling resistance, all that, yeah, so, since it's static, it's different because, of course, the faster you go, the more rolling resistance you receive, and so we kind of had to play around with that dyno just a little bit to increase rolling resistance as the fan ramped up with us to ultimately give us a better, more consistent pull. And, well, it's definitely better, yeah. Yeah, but also engine tuning was a bitch. Ram here is a bit of a bitch. You're not kidding. I like Ram here. I do. But it should be expected for the given timings for injectors based upon air pressures that we solve. So it's like air pressures that we have in each given one of the air intake areas for the manifold. That's what ran injector timing based upon a little algorithm we ran. Yeah. That was the only way to do it as a dynamic. Yeah. Otherwise, it's like, no. We start off very, very rich and then we get very. Just doesn't make any sense. Not really, but then that's an easier way to do it. And now it's properly air-fuel ratioed. How fast did you? You were going pretty fast. Like, once a certain point, it's like, yeah, no, that's, what is this? Third? Fourth? What kind of gear we need? Okay, so this fan, this funnel, this. Been truly Bernoulli. Like, this fan would push into a funnel, and then, like, we'd had another fan that would push into a funnel around that would be already smaller, and it'd already be traveling faster, and so it'd go from a even bigger to an even smaller diameter, again, with more air pushing through. So it would fasterify the air. It worked, though. Yeah, I don't care. It worked, though. Yeah, it worked. For what it's worth. Right? Oh, no, it goes into to the center. So it's like, think scram. So it's like a teardrop. So it goes into that, and then that gets put into like a teardrop shape, and that has stators around that happens to dump into the center, that then head towards an even smaller. So it's like, think that, even though it got compressed there, it then is actually bigger as it went around, and then it went into an even smaller funnel with that extra air being pushed in through that funnel diameter, and then the outside air would join in. And so there's a little bit before, but the vast majority of it's already in there. And so then it sucks it in, but also pushes more in, and it speeds up the air. How much faster? Well, you can only really achieve about 30 miles an hour out of these fans. But what we got out of it was 500 miles an hour if you really were willing to sacrifice the motors. But that's not really what we got. Never went near that. Yeah. Jeez. Yeah, no, we can't do that. So, no. I'm not saying we're never going to 500 miles an hour. That's why. Jeez. No, we ended up going up to about 200. Just average, kind of ish. But it's like, we never went to 200. Because the transmission, for what it's worth, we didn't think we could ever get to 200 miles an hour. So we kept it at a comfortable 100 to 150 later on, right? And we were able to tune off of that, right? I have to go pee again. How effective was the tune? It's great fucking engine tuners, honestly. Worked fucking beautifully every time. Never had an issue. Really? Never had a single issue. It was phenomenal. We used the double ram air. Yeah, cone, certain size, and then another cone, another place that would go into that, off to the sides of the radiator, specifically. I had to pee, but, like, that was another version of, like, oh yeah, no, that makes it so that way we have a more consistent, right? Really, yeah. It's a far more consistent outright ram air funnel, because it would capture that back pressure, right? You know, which we had a manifold that helps with that too, for what it's worth. So it's like, this is going to take this given diameter from this given tube, and it's going to split it into 3. All right, because we have a center and an outside. Well, the outside has to be its own bifurcation, because we first split it, all right, and then we split that split. It's like, but we need it to all equal the same amount. So it's like that larger was then split into 2 equal. That way it flows better. Yeah, it was basically like a really fast flowing kind of design. But That helps also with the tube. So it's like the manifold tube. Then it's like from this center to this outside to that outside towards this center would happen consistently. And so we'd have it as a kind of like double, as a figure eight more than anything, but it's sort of like a double figure eight. So it's like it can only go in from this, and those can only go out to there, right? So it's not a double, okay? So just FYI, we're not putting two figure eights there, right? It's just the one figure eight, right? But I imagine it like a double figure eight because of the way it splits off into the three, and then like it then. Caesar, can you not please? Has like one of the things close or the outsides close, really, and then that would head towards the center, right? But then that has its own back pressure that happens to go up that tube because it's traveling so fast and it happens to have so much that it would then get kind of overpressured and we didn't need it. And so we'd have that rotate from upwards back into the outside along with the two sides. So it's like the 8 where the manifold is, right? And then as it goes up, it would go off from the center to the outside, and the outside towards the center, and another version of a figure eight. Yeah, it's like that would be a version of the double figure eight. So now it allowed for us because we consistently did the little tunnel tube thing. So it's like it's a parabolic funnel, right? To help increase speed and little of those overhangs. Not much. It's just mostly to capture a reduction in boundary layer as it'll speed up the air coming in. Yeah. But that's why we tested it on the dyno before we went anywhere else. Kind of a thing. It's over there in the restroom. A cup of sunflower seed kernels. I guess it's water and some bananas now. Right, so basically we did that as a real simple, fast, kind of like intake that keep and maintain a lot of the pressure that was there. And the valving was the valving. Can't get around the valving. But now we have like a variable transmission for the crankshaft, and it's balanced that way. Woohoo! I liked it. It weighs a hell of a lot less for what it's worth, and it's a lot colder, and I don't need nearly as much of that given pressure. Brake main effective pressures are actually pretty low for what it's worth. They're running it like low. I don't want to get a turbine. I don't need a turbo. I don't need any of that. Like 49 cc's that's going to be able to produce like 20 horsepower is a great learner bike effectively. And then it's like, here's 150 horsepower. And it's like, that's a sports bike out of a 49 cc engine. Which is dangerous. But it worked. Oh yeah, no, it worked. Fuck you. Well aware it worked. Yeah. Like, yeah, well, I mean, it's an old e-bike, so wheel hub, electric motor, in the rear. Fuck spokes, though. How did you join it? You know those ones that are like all one piece, plastic or whatever? Or something, some composite material? Well, we drilled holes in those and we made really small spokes for that are carbon fiber. Like, strung it and tensioned it, like, really hard. Got big, beefy brakes. Big boys. Like, look at me with my electric motor. Oh yeah, what about that engine? Oh, it's a tiny little scooter. It's just a hybrid. Nothing, it's a big, I just put a big, tank on it because I wanted to travel for a while. Yeah, why is your electric battery pack, for like basically your bike seat post? Yeah, well, because, it's got to go somewhere. down to more than anything. Yeah. Meanwhile, I've got suspension on the front and rear, and they're like, "What the fuck is this?" And the front's basically no spokes, fatter tires, tubeless that I need to make sure it can't get punctured easily. So it's like we had to widen some of that, be able to make that work, and be very puncture resistant. So it's got pedals. It's still a bike. It's a bike, huh? It's a bike. I have a solid 210 crank length, millimeter crank length. Yeah, They don't make those. No, I had to make that myself. It's just forged steel, Oh, is it? The fuck else is custom on that shit? I know. Yeah, no, everything. Well, I mean, the gears are their own kind of version of like, we stock bigger gears here. Yeah, I have a double. I do. I have a double bike chain. Well, one's a belt for the motorcycle, and the other one's a bike chain. There's a hydraulic derailleur. So why the hell? Because I'm a tall guy. Well, and I want to sit a little lower. I stretched out the length of the bike just to be, this was working. I mean, I had to put the engine somewhere somehow in that. So it's like, right, yeah. Oh, right, yes, no, well, yeah, and you're gonna sit a little lower to the ground. So that way I don't want to die going that fast. Wee! Dum 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 dum. Oh! I'm so high off the ground. No! To lean forward a little. Yeah, no, I get you. You didn't do a recombination? Well, it is. For what it's worth. Yeah. It's like, well, those have to go somewhere. Exactly. That was the big issue. Like, where the fuck do I put this? See, they didn't have bike pedals for a bit. I had to lean forward a little. Like, where the fuck do I... Oh, yeah, no, I'm having to lean forward. Yeah, it's a lean forward bike. It's not like, oh, I get to sit up right. It's I have to lean forward, and then this is where my crank is. It's kind of awkward. It's a little, where that has to be. Exactly, I'm not gonna lie. That engine has to be strung across that down tube where the bike seat post is, and then I have to have the bike seat post a little further forward, and then I have to angle it. That's where the battery is, and so that has to be a structural member, and then it's like that other one from where the crank is. Like, I have to move. Okay, yeah, like, there's a lot of really... I need to change everything effectively. Style, design choices, which isn't really, it's like, if you want bike pedals and you want to call it a bike, because you are, you're gonna need a fucking actual series of bike pedals and cranks and all this. So, it's like, well, I'm gonna have to stick that somewhere. To lengthen my bike a little bit here. So, 210 millimeter crank length, which you think it's not going to mean anything. It means a tremendous amount. Like 170 fucking 2 or 5, like that's already a big boy length. And I'm a 6'4" individual. So, 210 was just barely enough to actually like get somewhere, especially with the gear sizes that we had. It was like, oh, look at my gear, yeah, my electric motor. Oh yeah, no, go ahead, it only gets up to 20. There's nothing more than that. Meanwhile, bullshit, I caught you doing fucking 60. It's within the legal limit. Yeah, okay. I mean, it says it's 65. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, but... And I was pedaling. Really? Well, no, I saw that. And I was putting in weight. Yeah, well... Carry on, I guess. It's only 49 cc's. Yeah, I mean, it's got the paperwork. I mean, what paperwork? For 49cc? I built my own engine. I don't know. I mean, it's what it was. Gosh. It went fast, though. Yeah, okay, but what was his actual top speed? On a mile-long drag strip, we were able to take it up to a solid 152 miles an hour. So, what? It's not a ridiculous amount. 150 horsepower? Yeah. I don't have a gearing for that shit. This is not really what that's for. This is big boy ginormo gears. I have to, like, push this. Oh. Yeah, no, yeah. Everybody's like, no, I've got all this. It's like, this is a fucking scooter motorcycle. It was never really meant to ever really kind of get to that fucking speed. So let me just pump out the gear. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, no, let me. This guy. The size of my gears here. He's like, no, you can get to 200. Maybe I don't want to. It's a bike. Maybe that's a thing I don't want to do. Like, you could, though. Do you want to ride it? That's not about that. It's not, huh? I feel like it is. Shit. Fun, though. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it was fun. These are big wheels, too. Oh, yeah, they're bike wheels. They are big fucking fat hunkers. Yeah, they are. They're 27 inches diameter wheels. They're not really made for it. I mean, the tires are. So that's good. You had to reinforce a lot of that, didn't you? Oh, a fuck ton of it, yeah. Yeah. There are very much forged, like, sheet steel and, like, bent and all this other stuff. So hardened forged stuff. Yeah, in those wheels, like, I mean, that's basically like a rim at this point, yeah. Oh, with the composite? Yeah, but it's much thinner. And it's tension to the rim. It's the rim itself. Wow, yeah. It has to be able to be forged to that. So, like, that was its own fucking shit show. How long did that take? Yeah, a few weeks. Really kind of, it's just like bolt and certain, heat it up, weld it, put them together, tension, bolts, rivets, caulking, yeah, like anything really. Not even kidding, yeah, it's like, just file this down. I don't care, whatever the fuck it needs. All the things stay together. Yeah. It worked. Yeah, you don't have no idea when that's gonna break new. No, I look at it all the time, and no, I don't. For what it's worth, I do not. I do not know when it will fail, and yes, I do look at it all the time for any kind of cracks or anything. It's not a joke. I'm genuinely doing that. Big fat fuckers though, 5-inch wide. Which they don't really make them. So you 5-inch fucking on at the 3, on at the 3. Yeah, because the thing is kind of scary if I don't have enough sidewall and width. 5 inches is a lot. Yeah. Yeah, it was hard to find wheels that would fit at 27 inches with something. These are balloon tires. They're not wrong. They're not, though. They're not wrong. They're balloon tires. They're quite round. They don't make tires for this. I'm not getting, like, new... no. No, they don't. Go away. You are unwilling to deal. It's a balloon tire and it will work. They're beaded too, for what it's worth. uh, the contact is balloon is round. It means I can do the tilty thing. Yeah, right, yeah, right, yeah, no, and then really get in there and then turn. That's what it was for, wasn't it? It's mostly for the fucking shock absorbing, even with all the springs and everything. It's a terrifying thing to ride. Especially, oh no, it's balanced. I got them balanced. It's for everybody's knowledge there. Everything is balanced. The tires are balanced, everything's balanced. Okay. I have brake lights. Got turn signals. I've got mirrors. All that stuff. Why do I feel like... Because it's dangerous. It's good. It doesn't wobble. There's no real kind of like level of death wobble because you're technically sitting in between the two fucking wheels. Like with how you have to lean forward and how long. It's like think like that wheel is very much closer than you think to where you are. You pretty much are sat in between this fucking thing. You're pretty low to the ground. A little is. You were kidding when you said you had to lean. No, I'm not kidding. It's an old bike frame. It is indeed an old bike frame. That is exactly what that is. Why in the ever fucking loving hell would you do this? It was a fun project, effectively. That's all it was. I'm not even gonna lie, that's literally all it was. It was a fun little project. This game absolutely go past 200 miles an hour. I am never putting those gears on. You can fuck yourself. Oh, you knock yourself out though. Have fun. Yeah, no, you go do that. Yeah. Me. Oh, yeah, go right for it. No. Who put a helmet on us? Have fun. The gears are there. You can do it. You bitch. Brrr. It's scary. Oh, it's rock solid steady until it's not, and then all of a sudden you die. It's fine. I'm gonna live. Honestly, you are. Yeah, no, I saw that. Your brakes are fine. Yeah, they're a little warm, but that's good. 212 miles an hour, 0.3, and then 212.1 for what they measured. So there's that. That's nice. I did that on that. Yeah. Yep. Oh, don't you dare! Don't you dare! That's stiff. No, that means you knew that there was a possibility of that breaking. There's no one that has made these rims or fucking anything. I have no idea if they were gonna fucking live, you bitch. Are you kidding me? Jeez. You did a really dangerous thing, man. They look fine. There's no cracks. That is true. I'll give you that. I'm done with it, though. Really? It feels dangerous. It was just supposed to be like a fun little, like, ha ha ha, hey, what's up, coppers? Hey. What is this? Why is the bike going that fast? It was never meant like top speed or dragster or any of that. It was just meant to like, hey, look at me, I'm in my sports bike. Yeah, look at me. Look at me with my pedaling. Oh. Cheeky, exactly, yeah. Oh, well, I'm going the speed limit. Okay. Meanwhile, there's a big semi-truck. Fucking pedal harder. I'm just kind of like... Because this thing is so much. I know. I mean, just... in front of you over here. Fucking dick in his butt. I know I'm slow, but fuck you. No, that's what it's for. It's supposed to go interstate, so in between states. As it's just like, yeah, no, I can still pedal and actually get workout, but it's like, yeah, yeah, hey, what's up over there? You want to race? Gonna fucking, yeah, yeah, no, whole sports car. Look at me in my Mustang Fastback. Here, over there, it's like, like, I'm gonna pedal like matching your speed, bro. Why are you doing this? Meanwhile, I made the gears ridiculous. There's several gear sets here for the pedal part, even with the crank. What does that mean? It means at my top speed, I'm able to actually add speed. Oh, no way. Yeah, I was able to add speed. Serious speed. Ugh. It was like, hey, how much do you weigh? Where's the 300 pounder? It's going down now. It was a dangerous, but yeah, but it was fun. That was what it was for. I did put a trailer to it. I never fucking used it after one time. You kidding me? Yeah, no, we're gonna really use that trailer going up. Getting groceries from another state. Yeah, I'll bring them back. It'll be a day trip. There's no legal rules, is there? No, no, no. You have to go to speed limit. Yeah, they love to pull you over. Like, never go above the speed limit. Like, what is this bike doing? Yeah, they love to pull you over. Always go speed limit. Yeah. It was fun. It's all it was for. It was just meant to be fun. Oh, and a test of like the 49cc. Oh, but those are big fucking plates, bro. Oh, yeah, another for the crank. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, for the biggest one, I have an entirely different like gearing and then change of resistance as it goes around, and then it change where the gears are, also, and during the rotation to properly counterbalance on the other side, instead of using the little vacuum line trick. That's something that does for like the bigger ones. Oh, it looks more compact. It weighs less than it would have otherwise. It doesn't look very compact to me. These are huge. These are big boy plates. Yeah, no, well, it's meant to spend a good deal of its time at higher RPMs. So, there's that going on. There's, um, it'll work. I don't know how to do that. He says dangerous. A little. It worked. Yeah, but I'd never take it above like standard, like 75, maybe 80 miles an hour. For what it's worth, it's a genuine, definitely reinforced though, but it's a genuine bike frame. Alright, like with an engine mount that's a structural member of the bike. So, it weighs comparatively almost nothing. Oh, yeah. It is a light sucker compared to most sports bikes. Boom. What did you do to that transmission? I put a type of torque converter. Technically, it's a continuously variable thing. Ooh, for the rear, yeah. Really? Well, kind of had to. I didn't want to fucking die. Weighs almost nothing. It has enough torque to just lift me and fling me backwards. Like a bucking bronco. I was like, nah, fuck this. Just a good little fucking, like a little lift, but not much. No, fuck this. I'm not dying. Especially with how much I leaned forward. I was like, no, I weigh a good amount. Oh my lord! Holy shit! I'm gonna change this gearing just a little, just gonna fucking not die gearing. That's so cool though. Thanks, man. I sold it for a really good amount of money. What? Oh yeah, I know. Well, I went 212 miles an hour on a 49cc engine with bike pedals, and it's street legal as a scooter bike. Still a motorcycle, but it's like not really because it's a scooter, a 49cc scooter. But then it can be used as a bike, so you don't technically need a motorcycle or any insurance for it. I sold it for a good amount of money. Who? A person that's really into motorcycles. They're really into motorcycles on YouTube, especially. Yeah. So, I'm not going to disclose how much that was. That was in the contract for what it's worth. So, but I can comfortably tell you a ballpark figure, plus or minus. Right, which is in the $20,000 to $25,000. Chunk of change. Yeah. That's a fucking bullshit you did. Beast. Yeah, well, it definitely went pretty fast. Uh-huh. Oh, that's verified. It is really verified. That's the engine RPM usually at. For the bigger plate that I sold at, it starts around 10K. Its stroke length's pretty fucking long, but it doesn't have a big door. Yeah, no, because it has to remain 49cc. It's not a lot. Like 49cc is not a lot, so it's like it is only an inch longer stroke length to bore. Long stroke, yeah. Which I can only do that because of how fast those piston speeds are. Ah. Yeah, it sounds ridiculous. Yeah, oh right, yeah. Yeah, I love the sound of my muffler. I know. Huge, ginormous, obnoxious. Some would say it's a very low frequency foghorn, practically, with a bit of an air raid siren that attaches to itself. Yeah, depending on. Yeah. Well, they're good aerodynamic shots. It's what it is. That is basically what they hint to help with. You know what I mean? It's a thing for sure. I appreciate that, by the way, because that's honestly it sounds fucking amazing. I love that. What I did with that sounds phenomenal. The constructive interference with destructive interference to a lower pressure, that would take it to a longer wavelength of sound wave. That would then get me a big organ-like resonance. It's huge. It's a massive sound from a little tiny 49cc. Uses the heat from the exhaust to help with that. Yeah. Otherwise, it would not be like quite so good at it. No, it has to take air in from other sources to add in. Yeah. Ooh, been truly effect. Yeah. No, it keeps that 10K, but it's big volume is huge baritone low frequency. It is, they were not lying without, loud. No, it's not that. Okay, the decibel range is within UK standards. 10 dB low. 55 dB specifically. It's just from like that 20 to 22 kilohertz or hertz all the way up to like a higher mid-range, and like that's effectively being turned into a big ginormous low baritone. And it's like if I get up to like so I should let you know it's a, are you kidding me? If 50,000, close. It's 49,982. But we capped it well before that. Like that can do that, but we're not doing that. We're not gonna do that. No. It's like this is really about 32K. Like 32,150 is what we capped it at, because like injectors, my ass could handle that. Especially with a pump. Yeah. Ugh. God, you have to have a fuel pump and the reservoir and the cooling and the oil cooling, all of it, like all of that. So yeah, but worked out on that side. But anyways, but it's like that high of a hertz range, right? But then it's gonna come out as a yeah, it's a baritone. It's like one and then two of them that are combined into one. Then one, two of them, one, two of them, one, two of them. Right, and it's four stroke. It's not a two stroke. It's a four stroke. We could scavenge, but we're not doing it because it was not necessary. What was the two stroke scavenge? Uh, O for horsepower and torque. Yeah. Jesus fuck. Well over 200 horsepower. We're 240 horsepower. 120 one something foot-pounds of torque. Yeah, it's already dangerous. We're gonna add more. He's the one that bought it, so like it has a two-stroke for what it's worth, but it's like we didn't put it that way. Yeah, it gets on to its power way sooner. Shit. No, yeah, because it starts at 10K as a two-stroke, so it's like, well, that 10K is like it's idle, right? Right? Okay, maybe it's able to, right? Now it's almost doubled. It's like fucking. So let's say it was 50, right? Foot-pounds of torque, right at idle. Well, now it's closer to that 100. We're at around 95 foot-pounds of torque. Oh yeah, no, I mean, he bought them. I don't know what they're rated for. Like for what it's worth, it's a composite. It's a good composite, but it's still like I don't know what that's rated for. Yeah, I've never tested. And another version, I made that. That's what it's for. I don't know when it will fail. And no one does either. So, same thing for the rest of it. But it is a powerful beast of a vehicle. And it's like, you don't need it. Yeah, you don't know. Yeah. So, but it's like that, higher RPM, it goes boom, 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 right? Well, that's the constructive with a destructive. So destructive will make a lower pressure, so it's like it's going to take out that higher RPM pitch frequency, and it reverberates it and back into a longer wave that then diffuses it into several longer waves that try to make it very obvious what that RPM is, but then in a big voluminous, and then it has to punch it out while it does that, and then it has to resonate. Right, so it's like this has to resonate, then that has to be constructive with that heat and then extra air that has to go through, which then turns it into a big, huge, and he's like foghorn, goes whoa, you know what I mean? Right, baritone is huge. That's why they're like, it's quite loud, and I'm like, it's actually not, but I can understand why you would think that. It's only 55 dB, but it's effectively 55 dB for a large amount of these sound waves that are very constructively interfering as frequencies throughout the entirety of their frequency RPM when they hit something, and in part they're given sound pressure very efficiently. And I had to do that. Yeah, I know. It's like I had to do it. It will carry itself through like most material, and it's kind of like an elephant, mating call or whatever, right? So it'll go through and it'll go really far, but it's infrasound effectively, right? Yeah. Well, when it's a person, you feel the whole thing, because infrasound gets destructively to constructively. So it's like it's a constructive interference during a destructive interference of a higher frequency that then imparts a lower frequency to you. And so like it's yeah, it's quite loud, but yes, no, you are Jesus fuck. Yes. Yeah, no. Again, it doesn't have enough energy to really make it stupendously loud. It's just very good at what it does because it's only a 49cc, and as much as I can do torque and so on, it's got a lot of heat, and it's, basically trying to do it as best it can with that heat and other air, turning it into its own version of like quiet the fuck down, but also, here's a great sound because you want that, yeah, but also. It's gonna be a little on the. You're gonna get exactingly like it's 55 dB right next to your fucking ear, and in your body. Yeah. Boom, 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 boom. Uh, so a foghorn air raid siren. Yeah, it goes. Right? But. As it trails off with the higher pitch. Yeah. Hey, yo! With the resonance, yeah, with the heat. So it's like. Yeah. It's a very nice sounding engine. He loves it. I loved it. A lot of people love it. He got it up to a higher RPM. So he unlocked the RPM. Yeah, he unlocked the armor and put it in two stroke and then wanted to get with bigger gears to a higher speed. He set a land speed record for 48cc in that fucker. For what it's worth on the tires we gave him. Over 350 miles an hour. Did put some air shrouds on it though. Yeah. He didn't die on it. He kept it. But yeah, no, it never broke. Nothing failed on that fucker. He used it daily for a long time too before he sold it, from what I understood. You sold it? Yeah. I don't know what his reasoning was. He didn't have to tell me. Whatever. Somewhere out there, someone's having a blast on that fucking pedal bike. Yeah. It's just a scooter, officer. Fuck you. Oh, totally. It's 49cc. Oh, let me measure this. And they're on the side of the road with calipers. What the fuck? Where'd you get calipers? I actually bought them today. For what? They're actually for what, though? Yeah. I'm not sure. You don't need to know. What are you measuring in there? To put all this back together. Yeah. That was 49cc with a stroke. Born stroke, yeah, of a cylinder. Yeah, you don't combine, remember? In the middle. Oh, right, yeah, post-posting. Mm-hmm. So ridiculous engine. I literally have been fine with 20 horsepower. Once I got those plates and like in higher RPM, it was like off to the races, yeah. Those gears are ridiculously. Oh, yeah, they are. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was a stupid fucking thing for that pedal fart. Yeah, the chain, it's covered though. Yeah, yeah, with all the suspension. That was the best part about it. It's actually a genuinely soft, nice ride that's definitely going to tell you what the road's doing, and like you feel very safe on it. It's very stable, but it's like, you know, that was the nicest part for what it is. It's light as fucking hell, yeah, and it's like, oh yeah, no, you can pedal all dang day, and you're never gonna feel like you're gonna fall off the damn thing. There's a huge engine. No. Tank. Gasoline tank. Yes, it does. It has like a fucking 40-gallon gas tank. Yeah, it's like the bike seat post might as well be the gas tank. Fuck it. I'm not kidding. It's like, I might as well fuck this. Yeah. Screw it. Dunk. That's an extra 10 gallons right there. Because it goes down to the bottom. So it's like air comes in at the top and then it goes down bottom. Right? And it's like that bifurcates. So we had like that split off from a chamber that's like parabolic, and then it goes off to like all the rest, but then it has to combine towards that center. And so it's like it's a dual, it's true dual, but then it's like goes into a center, but then that true dual is also a part of the true dual with the extra air and everything. right? So it's like big boy sound, but it's also angled up. Instead of like, oh, it's off to the sides or like directly behind, it's actually angled up and pretty phased and diffused. So it's like, yeah, it's gonna just angle that way, yeah. But it's still quite loud. You know, well, to some people over there, no kidding. I've seen birds like pass by where you think it's gonna be in there with a fucking sheet. They start like going in a different direction. What the fuck is that? Yeah. And you hear it come off of them. What the? Oh, there's a bird over there. But that was the best part, right there. That was the best part actually. Like, cause it's still angled slightly, rearwards and slightly off to the sides. So it's like you will hear a little bit of it, but the vast majority of it's angled up, and like that's actually a way to help with the infrasonic if it reflects off of anything, to keep going that way instead of like bouncing off of something. Yeah, it was way quieter than you think. It's 50. It's 55 dB. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. But at the same, it's quieter. Yeah. No. It's totally quieter. It also happens to resonate with your body. Nobody was talking about this, but it's like fucking insults. Or the entire. I've worked for this fucking. My house sounds like this. So. It's just. Woo woo woo. It's driving through again to the. Ah! So much for insulation. Oh, certain people are okay with it, not others. This meeting they're going to move the fucking. I can't even ride. Like, yeah, you cannot change the decibels there. The decibels, yes, the decibels. We cannot change the decibels. No, I can. I don't get to fucking use my own car, you bitch. It's true, that's what it turned into. Let the man have his bike. I won't even have a car anymore. Let the fucker have his bike. What's the problem? It sounds nice. It's pleasant. It's big. It's nice. Oh, yeah, no. What? It's only during when everybody else is doing it. That makes it better. It's supposed to. Yeah, you have a louder vehicle than mine. I measured it yesterday. It's like 80 fucking dB. That was like 100 feet away. This is a city council member. He didn't like that very much. I wonder why. Yeah, well, he's allowed to. Well, yeah, same here. I'm allowed to too. Yeah, no. What's the problem? They were not super happy, but they had to let it go. Yeah, others were like on our side pretty hard at that point. Yeah, fuck off. No, I mean most of the time it was just like taking scenic routes. That's literally what it was for. It's just like, wee! Look at me, I'm really high up here. Yeah, oh my god, look at that view. Fucking hell, that's amazing. Let me go over here. Yeah, this is a nice little sound. Oh my lord. It's a beautiful little fucking vista. Ah, god. I pedaled up here too. I got a nice workout. It was not bad, yeah. That's really up to you, like how you decide to do it. Yeah, you can do full chat on that thing and it'll do all the work for you, but it's like, it's nice to get a little work in. It's just, yes, it is, yeah. Yeah. And they take so little actual extra energy. Oh yeah, because this is something I need to talk about. Remember that stator? Well, I made that stator a little bit better by making it into more of a DC with a little battery and all that. So it's like I can charge my battery for my electric motor and then run my electric motor in a slightly higher capacity with the the battery, so I charge banks, right, and then run it at a higher amount than it's the different controller. It's a scooter anyways, so it's just like it's an electric scooter, so we're allowed to like do higher or right speeds, yeah. So it's like this is gonna go on there, and we're gonna get this over here, and okay, let's do it, you know. Yeah, I wanted to get Fiesta. It's just batteries, electric motor. Electric motors, it's an old e-bike electric motor for what it's worth. It's an axle, but I upgraded it, souped it up a little bit by having it, have it just a little bit more windings, different gauge wire, stronger magnets. There's actually technically now two for that, and then it's like now it can go inwards. So it's like I upgraded it by having air still go through, but it's like right, it sucks in air, but it blows it out and it goes through like a little separator, like for water and dust, right? Because I still want it to cool itself off with air cooling, but I don't want it to be, sucking in water and short itself out, right? Right. So it's like now I have a double pack axle, so it's like two axle motors, and then there's no radial, but it's like they're on little packs or little arms that I can shrink down with the thing that we did. And so like the different packs that we have, which means we had to layer them, so it's like there's a center and then an outside, and that's for the magnets. But it's like magnets kind of suck, yeah. And so there's magnets here, magnets there, and then like we have to have them slide down, and so we're like, oh, do you make magnets stronger? And it's like, oh, it turns out that's a way to make magnets stronger. We can make the magnets we already have stronger. You know what I mean? Then we're gonna get more. Yeah, and then so it's like it'll shrink down towards that axle, but it's like it's already further away. There's only so far I can get it actually to get to closer, right? Yeah. Meaning like there's really not much further you can do. you know. So that means that's what that is going on. It's closer now. So it's like it has to go from a wider, then it'll get closer, and then like all those have to also get shrunk and kind of like get closer. All right, so it's like a CVT. Yeah, it means I can push it to a higher RPM. Right, so I can change its variable RPM, and I can maintain its torque pretty well, but then I also happen to gain more efficiency from the electric motor. Right, it's already needing to be thick anyways, so especially with the composite fucking rim thing. Yeah. Could have just bought real rims. They are ridiculously expensive. Don't you dare. I heard that so many times in the comment sections on that video. Yeah, it was like you could have just bought real. I was like, looking at that, that's $10,000. It's like I'm not doing this. I'm not making. I'm not spending $10,000 on that. So I left it alone. But that was the electric motor that could effectively. It was like, well, it was this almost this thick anyways. I had to widen it anyways because I need the 5-inch. So it's like, yeah, I'm making the. All right, there we go. I'll just fucking stick it together. Yeah, just screw it. Your belt is not very give it something. No, it's the gear teeth belt. Like it's made to, and it has the lubricant and everything that's really kind of meant to be there, right? So that way it doesn't. There's no CVT, but that way there's no CVT. It's just like a solid motorcycle belt that weighs a lot less than a chain, right? And then it's like the CVT was. Yeah, for where that ultimately connected off to one side into, the axle. Yeah, I kind of needed to. Yeah, it was like, well, there's a way to make a planetary cone thing. Can I do that? Is that a thing? They have balls. That's right, I can use balls. Yeah. Bearings will work just fine. I can lubricate bearings all damn day. I can seal the shit out of that. Fuck this. Hey. It's literally what it was. It's like, oh yeah, and off to the races. It's now way more compact. The belt width I shrank down. So instead of it being this wide, it was like, oh, I'm just going to shrink that down. It's still a beginner motorcycle that's really only ever meant the transmission here for like maybe 25 horsepower. Yeah. So it was like, it was genuinely a. How expensive are those gears? What are they made out of, honestly? What are they made out of? I see what you're doing. What are they made out of? I can't. Let's get out some chromoly. I can cut those gears. Literally, what that was, it was like, all right, I can press this in from the sides, right, and I'll split it down the middle, and I'll press that, and it's like I only need like the right cylinder diameter, thickness wall, so it's like this, and then that, and then it's like and then just press that in, and we welded it basically to those fuckers. Make them so it's like this is the same gear ratio, right? Same gear ratio. Slightly different gear ratios for some of them for overdrive and whatnot, right? But that's what saved this from breaking nearly as much. Yeah, chromoly steel with a very hard ceramic that's able to handle high temperature. You don't want to say what that ceramic is, do you? It's diamond. It's really, yeah. So there's like little tiny nano like slivers of diamond, and then like, diamond, like little tiny, like you can get a boatload of them, real fucking cheap. Yeah, yeah. So with a little bit of diamond like carbon, and that diamond, yeah, and some graphite, and a binder ceramic material. So it's like that those will form, but like they're pretty hard, and it's kind of annoying to actually make that, even with chromoly, and all the stuff that we do. So it turned into like a binder ceramic that's already pretty hard will work just fine, which is going to be a zirconium or something, sapphire, aluminum, and oxygen is pretty easy to come across. Yeah, no, I can find aluminum. There's some calcium in there, you know what I mean? So I can find some calcium. I can find a lot of that oxygen that's around me. So, through a nice little pressurized and very cold environment that happened to have a lot of electricity go through it, a fuck ton. Yeah, with lasers. Yeah. Bzzz, and then pressurizing and then heating effectively. Good vibration. So like it's in a liquid bath of liquid argon, or no, fuck, not argon. I can't. Well, it's a denser gas. Let's put it that way. It's a refrigerant. For what it's worth, it's a refrigerant. It's a environmentally friendly refrigerant. Let's put it that way. Yeah, but it's a non-combustible refrigerant. Yeah, that's quite clear. Much easier to turn into a liquid at pressure. Yeah, it's fucking hot as fuck. Yeah, comparative, I didn't have a liquid I'm not buying liquid. You can buy liquid nitrogen. Why wouldn't you want to buy liquid nitrogen? I wanted to buy liquid nitrogen, but it's very hard to use liquid nitrogen. Especially when I don't need it to be that cold. Yeah, literally not even in the slightest. Yeah. Yeah, we use like the compression and then like the moments of time and then like the electricity, kind of like in a bath that then like basically adheres like a powder coating, and then we zap it with the electricity and the lasers that then will grow it along with like a crystalline structure. So it's like it would do a sapphire and then diamond, so polycrystalline sapphire, diamond like carbon, and diamond together that would adhere to chromoly steel. So chromium is fine with sapphire, and steel is fine with diamond. And it's a ceramic, right? I do have to put a little bit of silicon in there for what it's worth, which was old computer chips. But it's really hard to fucking make the silicon the size that we need. So that one took a while of grinding with rollers over and over and over until we got to the right size. It took a long time. It got no, yeah, no, but it's you have hydraulic presses here. Yeah, okay, yeah, okay, sure, yeah, kind of. They're really just meant to like press from the inside out, but also that. So it's like, oh, so it's like that's pressing like the donut shape from the outside in, and then like that inside out from where we have to press the two halves of the gear, and we have to weld that. So we have to run current anyways through it, and it has to go somewhere, which is where the donut part is. Yeah. Along with the little vibration stuff, as we would rotate like basically a harmonic frequency around the different donut area. How? It sounds like it would take a lot of work though. Um, sort of. Like a good. It's sort of honestly, like making the two halves of the donut. Since there's this gear ratio that we get, that's all I needed. Oh right, yeah. So it's like this is really just kind of like these given, yeah, angles effectively. So like this is a four, this is a two piece, or this, and so that really didn't take too long on that side, and then the kind of liquidy ish because we have to put it in the refrigerant, yeah. So that way it would grow as we would weld things, and then it would then get compressed, and we have a way for it to then vent out as we compress it in, and it keeps it cold enough under the formation of it that it would then be able to really rock harden itself. It came out as a solid formed gear that is, it weighs less, quite a bit less actually, and it is a hard substance that combined metamaterial effectively. They're thinner gears. Yeah, I don't need them to be any bigger than they need to be. I don't need to be any harder than they need. I don't need to be any thicker than they need to be. Like light is key on gears. Like you want them to survive and have less parasitic loss, you need to lighten them up. So those plates and everything that I talked about, like they're another version of that. So it's like, well, for this given size and it moving that based upon this given area with this gear, right? So it's like, oh right, yeah, no, I need that to effectively have like several plates of gears instead of it being just really big. It's like this is a gear ratio to this gear ratio to this gear ratio, which then makes it a wider fucking block, which annoyed me. Yeah. So it's like, right, so I have to do this to that, and so like they're rings that are within a certain size that we can change and alter its given total gearing ratio. So it's like it's this now for sure, instead of it being super wide out, now it's like much closer, but then it's like that's the compromise of the width, the height, the Z height. Right, for the engine block. But the engine block was already basically going to need to be that big anyways. Because we need to have coolant, we need to have lubrication, you know. Right, and we needed to have that also fit to the front and rear for that's basically the sides as the version of crankshaft we have. Right, so two into the center. Yep. Right, so like those are now much, okay, so okay. It's a real good compromise that way. But that's another reason why that transmission, which had to fit in there, which is why the crankshaft is right there, runs through the fucker. Yeah. Uh, oh, sorry, not the crankshaft of the engine. Where our pedals are, runs through that with the gears. Yeah, no, I had to change the gearing. So like that's like a multiple pack of those ring gears that we have to do. So it's like Yeah, the ball thing, yeah, to get the necessary gear ratio that makes total sense to actually have it even remotely move something. Now, I have more paracyclots, sure, because I have greater amounts of stuff there, but like, you're not gonna be able to pedal at 60 miles an hour and actually input anything unless you do it. So, right. I'm John Tyler Limke, Xenon Reality. There you go. Ah! What's the stupid housing thing? Oh god, yeah. No, well, I had to trim that a little. It's too wide for it's a single tube bike frame. Remember, and then you modified and reinforced. Yeah, right. That's forged aluminum and some chromoly that we were having to buy anyway. So it's like screw it. Yeah, no, you have to, especially when it comes down to like, hey, so is this is an actual car? Well, it's a compact car, but yeah, it's a car shock and spring with a air pressure thing that helps with the shock balancing. So, especially with the front and the yoke. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, it's heavier. Oh, I didn't say it wasn't going to be heavier. It has a lot more battery, too. Yeah. All right, with your. Oh, yeah, instead of like engaging the stator, which it will do, but it also engage like a straight DC generator that we kind of souped up. We found an old one, yeah, and it's like, well, magnets can be better. More coil windings can work. An outside magnet to the housing. Now we're gonna just change the housing to being like a composite material. Yeah, it's literally plastic. It's a plastic and some fiberglass, and then well, can't really do plastic and fiberglass on this one. Wait, what? Yeah, I was able to do plastic. I couldn't do the fiberglass. I know. I was like, why not? Because it's a hard fucking thing to like epoxy together. I don't like it. So, what you do instead? Well, we tried fiberglass. It worked well enough as fiberglass just itself. Really? Yeah, it worked fine just as fiberglass itself. But you didn't want to do that. Yeah, I have to pee. So give me a second. Oh, it's over here. Okay, right. Uh, we use rubber, yeah. A plastic rubber formed, yeah, rubber. Like fiberglass, turns out, actually does interact with electromagnetic fields. So it was a given loss. Yep. Yeah, and it's like, well, how do I make it so that way water doesn't get into this? So I need to make sure water doesn't get into that. And it needs to still have air to cool it. Right, because it's going to still produce some degree of heat. Oh yeah, definitely did. So it's shit. Yeah, I know. What is that material? Fucking. Give me a second. So there's a rubber with the diamond-like carbon that I can make together with plastic in a poly compound way in a composite material when I pressure form it like a vulcanization process. Now it's in very good light material that also happens to be just fine at vacating heat because I can also keep it away from water with a vent, effectively, the little overhang vent. It's a literal like little square vent they have on it, yeah, and then it's like there's a little overhang, and it kind of keeps a little bit of air coming in, and then a little bit like skips inwards, and then the rest of it skips over. So it's like so it's like imagine like a little overhang, so like a little curvature of like a wave, and then the other one's like Actually, well, it's slightly above that curvature. Some of it goes down, and some of it goes over, and then it's like, then that because it's square, like a little bit of that will go downwards, and then effectively we just covered that part. Wait, what? Yeah, well, it works. At the bottom in the back, where the DC generator is, like that's just another version of an overhang. So it's like there's an overhang, and then there's an overhang, and like that'll just suck air out as it goes over, as it'll travel faster. And so like that part's covered. Oh, and then like the top kind of covers it from water and debris. Yeah, there's a little vent. It's just a little vent. Yeah. Well, it's a ridiculous kind of setup in a way. Give me a second. Did I make that? Oh, it's still making it. Oh, it's almost done though. Okay. And I upload this video, the sleeping video. So, you just made a really fast bike. Yeah, I'll say. Guy got over 350 fucking goddamn miles an hour. Was he pedaling? No. He didn't even try and budge. Which, to be fair, I don't think it would have been worth it. No. Really? At that speed, it's dangerous to move an inch. So, the point is, it all worked rather well, being quite compact together. That also meant that I had to have like the belt have a different tensioner and be a sealed system somewhere else. Well, not somewhere else, but right, it couldn't interact with the frame, and I had to rotate. Yeah. To the. Okay, yeah. It could be perfectly vertical. I just never did that. I did it horizontal. It's a horizontal, like, yeah, horizontal. It'd be easier vertical. Oh, it's just the way I did it. Seals on. Yeah, I've got this oil ring. So, you know the ring valves I talk about? So it's like, they're hollows. Remember those piston connecting rods? Well, there's oil that goes into that. There's this hollow, and it squirts in through the oil piston ring, and it goes out these valves that are there when it goes into its version of a middle dead center for the opposed piston. How did you do that, though? There's a rotating valve. The piston rod is hollow. The piston head is also hollow, and it has oil squirters into the piston ring. As it fires itself rearwards, it'll fire off into the crank. As it fires itself forward, it'll pull in oil, and as it moves rearwards, it'll use that opposing oil pressure to go and spray it up towards the ring valve. As it fires itself forward, it loads some more in. So it's always oiled and always cooled. Same thing with the seal area, which is 5 piston rings deep. One with coolant, one with oil. This coolant has to move around. Yeah. That way, like a 2-stroke, the oil can come in and then fire in. So. I don't know. Oh, I hate this guy. It's cool. Yeah, I know. I'm pretty fucking amazing at that. Yeah, I am. That's how that works. I hate this guy now. Yeah, anyways. He leaves in his fucking pedal bike going faster than your vehicle can ever get to. I don't even have insurance. I don't need it because I'm a scooter.
don't need a motorcycle license because I'm a scooter. Oh, you don't, huh? Nope. But why? Well, I only made the one, so it's just a troll. No, I mean a little, you know. A little. And for what it's worth, it's like, look at my big behemoth, big, ginormous engine. Oh, fucking Jesus Christ. What was your quarter mile time, like, lowest? 487, no, 82. It's lighter than fucking big, motherfucker. Hey, where you going? Don't you want to ride? No! Get out of here. Yeah. That's just a pedal bike. I'll fucking, you know, I do like a run, like a real slow one. Oh, it was a full solid 20. Oh, no, it's getting up there. It's getting down to 15. Oh, I really pumped it. Like, you know what? I've been really putting in the gains, man. You know what? Hey, you, me, let's go race. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's not a big, it's like, come on, man. You're not going to win. All right, I'll pitch you up for bragging rights, okay? Like, for real. Unless you want to put money on it. Okay? No, I'm not putting money on you. Alright. Boom! Who's that coming down the track at like a fucking 10-8? I did a 5. Wheaties! Oh yeah, plant-based diet. Really losing the weight, you know. Getting out them gains and the fucking little, you know, trunks here. Yeah, thighs of thunder and steel. It was great shit. Guy was not happy. I'm just glad he raced me though, for what it was worth. He wasn't one of the other ones. They already so often go somewhere else. And go like, alright, let's do it. You know what I mean? I'm doing it, I'm not getting to that 11. You know what I mean? I'm like, man, I can do it. I can do it. I can fight. Come on, man. Let's do it. Mano a mano on the assisted human power, and what do you got over there? Come on. You want to race? Oh, I'm gonna smoke your ass. No, I'd like to see you try. Come on. Run. Yeah. Yeah. Boom. Did a 4. 9. I did like 11, just a nice little warm up. He's like, what the fucking hell? It's so light. Makes no sense, right? You know, but then it's like, it's ridiculously light. Yeah, and it has actually way more torque when they put it in the 2-stroke. The launch. And then, like, the rest of it's just all about just maintaining the pedal thing and then the gearing. It's like, ding, 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 ding. This piece is possible, go, go, go. Pedal, pedal. Yeah, the guy's like, fuck you. I can barely, because like, if you don't pedal, you're not pushing enough blood to your brain. Like, for real, it's like you're leaning so far forward, it's like, you keep awake, man. Do it. Do it. It's only 4 seconds, 5 seconds. Come on, you got this. You're in your head, you know. That's kind of how I got someone to actually buy the thing. Someone was watching. I said, what the fuck is that? It was hilarious to watch a person with that level of vehicle. Yeah. Just get smoked. To be fair, though, like, he had done up work himself. That's the reason why it kind of... It was almost always the braggart that I would really kind of just want to wreck. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, your bike's shit, and I see you doing 15s. Shit, that's nothing. That's impressive, I guess, for that fucking piece of shit is. Meanwhile, the guy had previously smoked like a couple of weeks ago. Just looking at this fucker, knowing full well. Really? This guy's in a souped up, like, little long, fucking. Right, yeah, I know. And it's like, alrighty. Well, let's see if I can win. This is best time ever. It's a 7. 7 bid. Like 003 or something. I'm like, alright, I'm gonna take out the keys and wallet, and it's just very, do a little stretch. Doing like the sumo thing. Just like, hey, I'm gonna get you. He's in his car like, what the fuck? I'm not concerned in the slightest. Psyching him out, fucking watching you. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna tilt my seat a little forward this time. Yeah, I'm gonna put on the belt strap. You know what I mean? Just give me this fucking like. Yeah, we're gonna make this happen. Oh yeah. I don't need no stinking wheelie bar. I'm gonna beat this fucker without it. By the way, the wheelie bar always gave me like a better time. I was like, oh dude, I'm doing like 4s. Fucking holy shit. I have a wheelie bar. Fuck this. I'm gonna do it. I do a 4.2. This guy's doing an 7.9. Basically an 8. He's like a 7.967. I was like, oh, what do you know? He's like crawling over to me. Turn my radio back there and like still, ooh man, that was good, yeah. I really pushed on that one. How'd you like it? I've been really working out on the old glutes these days, getting the squats in with extra reps. Oh yeah, what do you got in that thing? A nitro or something? No, I'm regular pump gas actually. It was way a fucking feather. You like a feather? Yeah, no kidding, right? Yeah. I've been really trimming down to show off. Like I'm, not really trimmed down as much as I would hope, but it's there. It's getting there. Let's wait. Let's get in those times. Exactly, that's what it is. Not even a joke. There's a guy with a fucking Top Fuel drag racer. He's coming around like, what the fuck is this? There's an actual motorcycle coming around. Like, what the fuck? How'd you do this? This is great stuff. I loved it. I did. That being said, I was like, oh yeah, no, I actually kind of can't do more for a while. They're not exactly allowing me because something rather rules or something. Rules or something. Yeah. Not safe. Doesn't need a wheelie bar. He's not even using any of his, parachutes. He's strapping himself down, and he needs to take a break. It's not even a joke. It's like, this is insane. I can't fucking race this guy. One of the ones that's trying to push his vehicle. Yeah. Yeah, no, he tried. He got to a 6.2. He also broke his entire fucking engine. I heard it go bang. It's a good thing that he had a plate there, because otherwise, I swear, that motherfucker would have been dead. We took a look at it and it was like, holy shit, that barely missed your... Holy fuck. Would have obliterated you. He's just staring at that like, yeah, I know. I'm like, dude, you should take a sit down, man. Holy fuck. He weighs a lot more in terms of like his bike. Alright, like, way more. Right, put it in perspective, all told, my bike doesn't weigh more than 100 pounds. Fully fueled and everything. Right? But it's like, okay. He weighs like 500. I'm like, oh, that's nice. But, I'm on two-stroke mode, two-stroke scavenge. Yeah, it's just like a one-stroke, basically. Yeah. Big plates, big gears. Yeah, I'm running the bigger gears. But then it's like, no, I have to swap between gears so fucking fast. Ding, 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 ding. So I'm pedaling my ass off. I'm using the launch from my electric motor more than anything to fucking get going, and then the engine will dump into it. That way I don't have that torque monster problem. It's like, no, I'm already, and it's like, right? It's like, really give me the freaking horsepower. As it dumps from a higher RPM to a lower, you can hear the engine do it. It's like, like, all of the torque now. Okay, fine. The electric motor's going, yeah, got it, phone. It's fine though. Or sort of like, I usually do about 5, maybe 10 passes in a night before the electric motor would really be like, yo, cool off, bro. The engine was like, yeah, I'm good, for what it's worth. I never really fucking stretched it. Its legs. Never really did that. So, oh. It's a 49cc. Yeah, but it's, it's a 150 in the 4-stroke for what it was, right? And then it's like 2, and so it's like basically 300 almost. It's really like 275, 285 depending. Right, and then I have an electric motor. I never talked about that, but that could easily get you at 150 miles an hour. Now, granted, you're running out of your batteries quite quickly, but like it's a, it's a drag racing track, so I don't really care. Yeah. That's a lot more torque than that would have been thought of before. It's effectively all the way. No, I didn't even increase RPM. It's still the 32. 32.1 or 32.2 or something like that, yeah. You never did it, and I wanted to last. Like 50k, or close to that 50k is like a few 100,000 miles, and I have to basically change everything out. I could go for millions if I kept it around that 32. Because it almost has no friction. Like it's another version of the ceramic that I put on the thing. So I was like, if you think I had that ceramic from nowhere out of my ass, it's like, well, no, I put it on the inside of the cylinder wall and the skirts, and then the heat from the bottom and the top part, like the middle, right? Right, yeah. And so I was like, that's the heat insulation stuff that I had going on, which was a big deal actually, because otherwise it just doesn't like it. Same thing for the piston rod, connecting rod. You know what I mean? Like that lower friction and everything. Yeah. Yeah, because then the plates themselves also had another version of that. I had to do that. Same thing with the whole ball bearings, for the CVT. Like, those are very specifically made by, like, they're made as is, but then it's like, I have to do things to make that work that way. Which, the only way that works is if it's insanely hard and still able to be friction-y where I need it to be. So it's like, damn it, it has to handle a lot of heat. So it's like, it's a composite of the slick and the reduction of heat. It's very hard, but it's quite frictiony, and it takes heat quite well, right? Yeah, took a long time to figure that one out. Whether or not it survived, I did it the one time, and I was like, oh, hopefully it works. I hope Jesus fuck, I really do though. I'm probably not gonna make another one of this. I mean, probably not. It's a pretty one-off shit. And the only one in the world that I know of that does it. Like, for real, I have no one that makes a composite ceramic of fucking polycrystalline diamond, diamond-like carbon, and sapphire with a little bit of calcium in the sapphire for the binder that's technically together with it too. Oh, the silicon. Yeah, silicon carbide calcium. Right, now a smaller percentage of that calcium, it really just helps it like connect, right, for like the gears. But if you want to use it for this as a friction, there's a very different amount of calcium and diamond-like carbon with graphite and silicon specifically to allow for the higher heat indexes with this sapphire and polycrystalline diamond-like and diamond. Yeah. Which has diamond slivers, little nanocrystal or microcrystal diamond things, right? Like, just apparently a lot cheaper than I thought. So it's like, if I mix that together, it would then make like a really, really hard, but very able to handle insanely high temperatures, but be frictiony for the CVT that I'm using from the transmission to that, versus the gears, which is like insanely slippery. And yeah, especially with the other gears I needed to handle insanely high heats and insanely high pressures for what I was doing. Yeah, so it's like that skirts basically along with the inside of the tube, and the piston rings are another version of that. So it's like these piston rings are really close, but I can't have them too close. You need to have the right gap, right? Right. So it's like at this speed and what's this pressure, blah blah blah. Okay, around here is what I need. And the same thing with this, the piston rings for the seals of the outsides. And then gasket material is another version of that. It's like silicone, high temperature silicone, with a silicon and a multi-layer steel with a diamond-like carbon graphite blend. To buy this shit in bulk, so it basically got used on everything. I was like, wherever the fuck this can go, it's going in it. Going in this thing. Well, you know, I have to do rifling. Very specific rifling for the coolant tubes and the lubrication return tubes are. Not to mention, like, the valves. I have to get them to sit with that little top hat thing and the overhang. Right. So that way, like, it's sealed. And it's not going to get around those edges. Yeah. So it's like, yeah, I know. It's like, no, it's fine. It'll sit on. It will be in place. Yeah, no, you have to get it to basically hook into itself. Yeah. He's looking at it like, so like it bends into it and slides into each slot. And so like because something's resting against it, it can't open itself up. And where that is, like it has a really hard time trying to press it open. There's a latch, and so like since it can't open up, it's like a Chinese finger trap where it's like no, because you're pressing up against it, and it's got multiple places. It didn't actually makes it tighter. It seals more. Yeah, but it's super low friction. Very high temperature, super low friction. There is bearing fluid there, for the oil lubricant, right? Oh, and from the return, yeah, and then that rotates, like counter, because the two plates, right? And then same thing for the outsides, which would be working off of the same kind of thing. They're just, how exactly was that one done? It's an axle. I was like, well, maybe I could use the plates or whatever, right? Yeah. Well, I used to use that. I was like, I don't want to fucking use it anymore. This is an axle. It'd be easier. Oh, a rod. Yeah, connecting. Yeah. That's all it was. It weighs no.
it's an insanely thin material that's chromoly with the and then I drill and slot through it in a very specific way, and then I have to rifle through both the outside and inside. Then I have the gear teeth that I have to put into it. You know, it weighs really not a lot. Not a lot. There's your engine block, beta. Well, the piston heads are made out of basically the thin sheet metal. It's chrome. It's stainless chromoly. Yeah, I bent, and then it's like growing my crystals, my ceramic are going together. That was me, yeah. What? It's cool. It's like a science experiment. It is a little, actually. Thanks, man. It was super fun to do. Oh yeah, no, it has an hourglass, just so you know. It's like a little, yeah, it has a little cone that there, and then like it's closer, so like it'll shove some of that extra, air fuel towards where the spark is. Right. Yeah. And so then it would then race downwards and also around, because like there's a little, edge where the, right, and so it'll go around and down through, and I'll compression ignite it to a degree, and so it'll go down a little bit and then around, and then it's like, blah, whoosh, as it's expanding. The outsides are just little, right, it's just, it weighs fucking nothing, practically. You're not kidding. Oh, the tube is another version of that. I was like, what's the thinnest? 16 inch? 16 inch? Okay. 1/16 of an inch? Alright. I'll just use that. No, don't use this. I shall now make my crystals on this. Everything's steel, effectively. Yeah, I noticed. That's hardened steel. With a little bit of tool sealing it. A little bit. Yeah, okay. And then, like, the engine block, there's another version of, like, what's the fucking thinnest material I can... Oh, I can make composites. So what's that rubber with some silicon and carbon? You grew your crystals into some rubber, huh? That's basically what that is, with a very specific plastic that has to combine with the sapphire I have to put into it with that calcium. So it makes a composite that's a poly composite. So it's like this polymer then creates a polymerization of the gemstone mineral crystals that form into like a legitimate dong, like you can just, it sounds like metal. I form it into a little mold, and it's like, meh. But that one was pretty easy to do, because it's like, oh, this is basically this half, this is the other half. Yeah, I know. It's genuinely that much. Like material, it's like this basically fits over that, and then the sides and everything are like a clamp down, bolt, and then bolt into the sides from both sides. So it's like, remember those axles? Right, yeah. Well, they're at the top. So it's like the sides are like towards the center, which they need something, the gear, right, that I have for like the bearing gear that changes its width during oil pressure changes and so on, and RPM. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm using. They say interrupted. Okay, that's you then. Yeah, me. Okay, all of it's yours. Everything. Yeah, I did literally all the work on this engine. Those gears were made. I don't like that as much anymore. Yeah. Well, I had to. It's hardened chromoly, and then I nitrated that. And see, the nitrogen with the given silicon. This one's the polycrystalline diamond and diamond-like carbon blend. I had to force into it. So it's like those gear teeth had to be made first, and the nitrogen in this instance helps bind it with the slight amount, and this is very slight, of sapphire with the calcium. And so like it would weld them together and fuse them. And it's like, it's one part. You can't get rid of the one and slide it out or anything. It's this forever. Oh, God. I thought you couldn't do any of this. No, no, it will work. That's super cool. Thanks, man. Try to steal it, you can't. You'll die. Or, well, you know, if they didn't warn you, now you know. Oh, is that all? Okay. Oh, low friction. Holy fucking. I have like very low viscosity oil. Yeah. Like, it's the lowest weight oil I could have. It's practically hydraulic fluid. It sustains very high temperatures fine, you know what I mean? But it's like, yeah, I just needed to get in between the tolerances that I had. Because I was able to grow it and then to like a very specific sizing. And it's like, well, I'll just use engine braking in, you know what I mean? So it's like, I do a little bit of aggregate. It's like, what aggregate is gonna fucking do that? What aggregate? Literally, it was like, I need time, and it's just gonna rub. I'm just gonna run it without like practically any oil. I'm gonna use a little bit of water, actually, instead. And like it'll use that heat and then the rubbing to effectively remove some of the material. And it's like, yeah, I'll put in the oil. Finally. And it's like, wee! Holy fuck! It makes like no resistance to anything. You can move with your hands easily. Wee! Oh my god, it'll just keep going for a while. It just... It weighs nothing and has practically no friction. It doesn't weigh not nothing. It weighs less than a pound. That material is fucking dope, actually. It weighs less than a pound, this fucker. You know, with that chromoly that I had to buy and everything? Well, that's also the tube frame structure with all the rest of it that I had to do to make this. And then it's like, alright, now I'm going to get out the different powder coat. No, this was bed liner. And then some clear coat with some, like, epoxy, like, super glue blend. Like, yeah, no, for, like, springs and anything moving, all of this got put onto that. So it's like, if it's this, no. If I want less friction, I'm going to do this. It's on every single gear. It's on every single chain link. It's on every fucking ball bearing, everything. It's literally hardcored all of it that I could hardcore. I thinned out the shit out of that metal then. Nope. I added some of it in certain places, sure, but I can't remove the bike frame material. It's a bad idea to do that. Especially with engine mounts and a stress member from the top and bottom. And like, I have a big, ginormous tank, and then I have like, right, and all that. The batteries have to go somewhere, and so like this has to split, right? Well, yeah, yeah, right. And it's like this also has to have a little bit of air, which is why that looks like it has a vent there. And it's like, yeah, it kind of does actually a little, yeah, with a little overhang, yeah. It's very compact. Everything's sealed and very compact, yeah. Your belt has this? A little. I drilled through some of it. I made a different type of hard, flexible rubber that I then plated with little sheets of it that interlock kind of like a you know, CVT belt, like steel. And then like the ones that are on the inside, I use that. That's why I was like, really short. Let's see. See why 20K my ass, bitch. You should have paid more. What you say? The belt was good. Yeah, it'll last forever, I'm pretty sure. It'll last a while. Yeah. I don't think you know. Like, for real, no. This transmission's a fucking shit show, though. Well, no, it's got the ring gears, but then it also has the ones with the gear teeth. So, ring gear with a ball, but then gear teeth as well. That way I could get more gearing types. They're packs, aren't they? Yeah, well, that's what that was, yeah. It was like, hey! So it's like from this lowest to this highest, and then the next one this lowest to this highest, and the next one this lowest to this high. I have to fucking change all the things anyway, so it's just like, screw this. Still, though,
it's the same gearing of like, you know, what it originally came with, but like better in that aspect. They have a little bit higher and a little lower and a little higher and a little lower, you know. Hey, you don't really feel it too much. No, you shouldn't. It's basically no actual difference from where it connects to the next one. I never actually need a clutch. That's the best part. Oh, it's already kind of slightly spinning the next one. Like a double clutch, yeah. It's like this one's already kind of engaged, but that one's not, you know, further down. And then this one's still engaged, and so it'll just go into this, and this one will dump off its energy into the next one as it's spinning. The one, you know, and yeah, that one, but then they'll even out, right? And then eventually it's like, oh yeah, no, I'll just dump that last, you know, previous gear energy, you know, its rotation back into this one for the next change. And then when you go down, same thing. Oh, no clutch. Fucking, it's automatic if you want it to be, but I have it as a manual. 4-2, bro. You're so fucked. It weighs next to nothing. What is that blend of steel and shit? Plastic? I want to know all about that. It's scary, huh? Well, you know, I have to get a binder, mineral compound, and epoxy and some other stuff with the hardened steel, and then, you know, the plastic and the fiberglass, whatever they're using. What is that? What is the housing for your electric motor? Hmm? It's the same, yeah, rubber plastic thing with the stuff. And some graphite, yeah. It's everything. It weighs next to nothing. It's under 100 pounds with all of it together. I mean, this engine's like less than a fucking pound. This battery weighs so much. And my electric motor, too. Do you know how much fucking, like, for real, I had to learn how to iron nitrate, neodymium, an electroplating and plasmification thing. So neodymium with the and then I have to like use Z-pinch maneuvers with like huge current and other fields as I compress the shit out of them, and then I then do it again when I get in a liquid nitrogen bath. Did you use graphene? No, I can't use graphene. Silicon? Yeah, well, I tried to. Silicon did not work. It did not bind. Use diamond like carbon or something? Sapphire. Sapphire with diamond. The polycrystalline diamond, but in a different way, with like very, very clean with the iron nitrate. Yeah, the neodymium, which has to be an entirely different type of setup. But what it means is like I was able to shrink it and then have them. So instead of like taking a certain size, I was able to make it like smaller, thinner, but then I was able to put this on there so it grew. Of course, it's gonna grow, but it's like, yeah, now I've got a way stronger magnet. It's better than iron nitrate. It's a permanent magnet. Z-pinch helps with the iron nitrate and the little stuff. Yep. But it also makes a layering of immediate with the current that I have to pass through, but also as a field with the Z-pinch too. And the electrostatic discharge with inside that plasma for it to work like that. And now there are lasers involved somewhat. It's more of a reflectance coherence, so it's like two-way mirror, reflectance, that kind of thing, inside of a vacuum chamber. A very high temperature glass that we were using. Very close to where it was. Like everything's extraordinarily put together for this. Like the glass, very non-ferromagnetic or eddy current or anything. Like effectively it's the least reactive to that I could find. And I still Faraday caged the shit out of it in certain areas. I was like, you're still too reactive, I need more magnets.
It's the whole thing with the how current gets run through and how magnetic fields have to be forced to then be corralled with other magnetic fields to be spikier but also more powerful where this was going on. Right, yes. Anyways, that was... And then it's like, oh yeah, so how much more than an iron nitrate? We were 850 times stronger. At least comparatively, with like the whole, I shall hang this weight off of it. I shall now hang this weight off of one of theirs, and this is a neodymium, the strongest that I could find. And it's like, this, and that, and that. What the boom, big fucking huge stack of plates. But well, this is the same size magnet, it's like same fucking connected way. And it's like, use more magnetic power. My crystal strength grows ever larger. Crystal power indeed. All I know is that it did real well, real fast. There's a reason why I have 2 packs, and I have to have a slide. And it gets closer, like, I don't want you getting that close, because I definitely don't want you, attracting. Like, everything's repulse, basically. It's like, why not attract? It's like, oh, no, on the other side is attract, but it's not that close. It's in between. Yeah. Because of the way you spiked it. Yeah, because it's thicker. And then there's... Oh, right, because it's a thicker pack. Right, and then it's like that. Okay. There's a coil system on the other side. Well, yeah, I have to. Versus the center. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, because those rods had to be something that also happened to have some of that as well. That's also another reason why I use the hardened plastic with the graphite. Right. Right, yes. It's plastic with the graphite and the diamond-like carbon thing. Yeah. Rubber. It's effectively just to try and make sure that they won't, like, hit each other or get close. But they get fairly close, for what it's worth, and then they skip off. But that's like most of the mass where that is now just like an entirely different thing. It's like, because there's mass there and I don't want it to actually get closer. So, like that mass has to go inwards, right? Oil packs are and everything, yep. But like the other mass is like a hammer, so it'll be like a bike spoke wheel. It's a solid rod, but it's like I can't use the rod, and I have to have magnets in. Okay, so you use the crystal. Use the crystal. Bury the friction. Do they help with the wires? I wish. I tried. This is regular copper. Yeah. It's spread in a very specific way with certain coil structures in between with the other coil. It's like, focus more! You only give me 3 phase. This is bad. I need more phase. Why the fuck? Oh, there's an outer hub. Remember that? Right, and then that has its own weight, and so like that weight actually pushes in the other weight. Because it weighs very little comparatively to that weight. Yep. There's gears. It's just slightly weighted. It's indeed correct. I got you. Certain RPMs, like, it'll just change. Remember the CVT thing from the transmission? Yeah, same thing. It's like, that's a type of way to spread it out, to just immediately go inwards. With the bearings that were on the top of the packs. I talked about it in my YouTube channel already, Deeper In. Okay, oh shit, you did. Yeah. Told you people wouldn't go very far into that YouTube. Lazy fucks, aren't they? except for the other ones. Yeah. Just compresses it closer to the center. Yep. With little rods, effectively. Yeah, that's a way to put that. Is it, you know how you turn a wheel? Yeah. And, it's like, and that opens, and then that, like a thing, and then that, right. Yeah, and okay. It's a curved thing. Yep. It's curved, like inwards, kind of like a water wheel. Yeah. It rolls from the back as a spring. I've seen that. Yeah. So it's curved inwards, and then like if you were to think about it, it's like there's a little spring shock thing there, and so as it curves inwards, it's like, oh, take your hand and then bring your wrist forward, and then where your fingers are for your bicep or your shoulder, it's like imagine it rolling off like that. Or instead it's like curved backwards towards where your elbows, where your fingers are. And then like in between, there's that spring and shock. Yep. Whee! Really fast. It's very high temperature. Oh, the sealed bearings are just fine with the oil and everything that's there. But like, yeah, no, the outside part is extremely high temperature, very low friction, especially where those packs are. Yeah, they are the hardest thing I could make that can handle insanely high temperature with the lowest contact point, with the highest degree of low friction I could create. They run in grooves though, so that way they don't skip around. They don't want them to bend or anything. They little overhangs. Yeah, so it's like they're already overhung and then they'll just slide into each other. Yep, as that'll open up a little bit, but then that'll slide in. So, okay. Color me in. Well, they're three separate things, three separate rings. Say that. Because instead of being attached on the outside, yeah, the housing, this is what you were imagining, it's attached to the housing, like the in between the two packs. No, it's in the center. Like, those are where the rods are, too. And it's like the outward crop, and then the housing's just there to hold it together. They can slide in between each other. You're fine, it's okay, no big deal. Calm down. Remember the rods that I have to put on the top there? Yeah. Well, there's so two packs and then three, one in center, and it's like they have little rows. Remember? Yeah. Right. No, they can just be fine by themselves instead of having to be stuck in between. It's the things from the top that'll crunch them in. There you go. Right. Yeah. No. You have three little prongs. It's really one. Remember the finger thing? Gets in closer. Yep. Let's see. Okay. I'm starting to really understand the mind of the guy. Yeah, it's 12. Technically, no, it's one. 12 technically because of the three fingers. I know what you're doing. Yeah. Hey, this guy's smart. It's 4. 3 fingers. 4 of the spokes. One actual thing that moves it inwards. One actual arm bend that then moves it to the wrist thing that then gets the 3 fingers. 1 to 4 to 12. Hey! Smart people over here. Woohoo! They're thin. They're really thin. Now those weights at the top, remember? Right. Because you have to have them capped, and you have to have the arm bend in, and it has to curve in. Hey, you got it. It's like a rocker arm. Mm-hmm. It's very much what it's like. It's like opens it up and it squeezes in and it pushes all 4 of them in, and that can rotate its own right. And that, hey, smart ones. We got smart people here that know a thing or two about mechanical engineering. Thank you. I appreciate that. Whoo! Scrunch. Yeah. How does that work, though? I now understand why you hate them. Yeah. So, electric motor turn a certain amount, and then it'll just automatically go closer. Certain speed. That's a gear ratio, effectively, right? Yeah, like CVT, but it's like as it goes to a certain speed, it'll finally do that. But that's gear ratio that it is at that speed. And now if you dump, it's like no, I can't immediately go to that gear ratio. So it's like I'm gonna fucking like get there. So it'll rotate a little bit, and then right. It's gearing. I'm getting told it's a gearing teeth ratio size for the ball is not a perfect sphere. It's more of an egg shape-ish thing. Like it'll rotate just fine like this, and then as it goes to higher, it'll slowly rotate that other one in, right? And it's like that'll push this part out, and that'll bring that in, which that can continue rotating in the housing. It's together with the wheel, just FYI. Yeah. Right, and that can have its own bearings. Yes. Okay. We're good. Kind of. Like, that's a little annoying. Yeah. It's like, you were stuck on that part, but it's like, that little rocker arm is only needing 4. But the rest of it, it's like, as this opens up, that's gonna open up that, and then I'll push in the rocker arm as it's connected to its own bearing, little open up slidey part, effectively. Yeah, and that. Yeah. That's so cool. Thanks, man! So that's why it's a CVT, so it's like, right, it'll immediately start that, but then it's like, until that wheel actually gets to that RPM, you can't. Let's go over this one. Gearing ratios. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, so it's like, this is going to rotate a certain amount. Like, that will very quickly try and rotate that, right? But it's like, it has a resistance to this opening, right? Well, it's like, well, because that immediately tries to open, because it's spinning so much faster, it goes to immediately a larger gear. Right, yeah, instead of like a very far out gear, it then has a very low gear that it's like really trying hard, and then this electric motor goes, oh, yeah, no, you pushed too far too fast. And so it effectively opens up a little quicker, and so like instead of that engaging as fast onto that, it'll spread out, and it's like a spring tension, so it'll slowly open up to that point. But it starts in a wider area, and then it'll get closer in. And so that means more torque initially, and I'll have less torque, but now I can do more RPM. And then this starts on a lower gear, right? And then like that all helps that rear tire rotate much better without you dying. Flip out. Yeah. Like yoink. Yeah. Bucking bronco, literal bull. There's a literal bucking bull at that point. I used to call it that until I figured out this thing, because it was like, holy fuck. So eventually it was like, oh hey, woohoo. It's like very little lift, and it keeps it going. It's really good now. It's a lot safer. I'll tell you that much. Your axles are covered in this stuff. Oh yeah, no, they're rifled too. Outside, inside, except for the very small parts that I needed to have contact with something. Oh, those ones are a different type of bearing, he says. Yes, no, they are very much that. They're plate, like knife edge bearings. Throw a ring more than anything. Yeah. I'm not kidding. They're in a little tight groove. It's like, stay there. Don't fucking move. Yeah. Yeah, I won't, I swear. Why in the fuck? Because, like, it's less weight. It's less weight, less contact. And it has more time to burn off any heat from where it contacted. Same thing for the inside of the axle. Yes, mada. Yeah. Oh, it takes in air from the side. Yeah, the other side where the CVT is not. And it takes a little bit in, and has to go through a little S channel for like a little filter. Yeah, it's a little filter. And there's a little filter there. Yeah. There's like a vortex or something. There is. Yeah, no, well, there is. It's just I don't really care that much. It's just like, well, this is a filter, it's a ring filter. This is easy. I could easily, you just replace that. Yeah. This is fine. I have to counterbalance it anyways. Yeah, from the CVT thing, right? Okay. Yeah. It sucks it in, goes from in to out with the little stators there, and then like that curves it in a vortex downwards, which then pushes out air from the center, because it'll push some of that air down through that hollow axle that has little holes in it. Yep, that have to have the gear teeth there to connect. And then I welded them with the crystal. But you can, like crack it or something. But no, you just slide this part open off of it. Oh, for the electric motor. Yeah, but like that pushes air out the axle from that center and then through the little nut thing. Oh, yeah. And same thing for the other side where the belt is. It's like hollow, and so it's like it pushes air out. So suck air in, then it'll push air out for the axle, cools everything, but also it pushes air through from center outwards. But I just needed to like kind of stick around a little bit so it'll go and do a nice little corkscrew, and then I'll get it pushed out. Where your brakes are. That's correct. Yes. Cool. Yeah, same thing with the front. Like the axle has a little curve in with the rim thing that we're using, and then it sucks it in, and then like then it goes out through the axle, and then where the brakes are too. Springs, let me guess. These are pretty good for tension, if you do it right. Yeah, like metallic, like diamond glass spring tension thing. Yeah, they're hollow. Yeah, no, so it's like, alright, so I have like, what is this? High carbon steel, I have to heat and then quench. Yeah, it's like, alright, so I have to cool it off, I have to do this anyways. It needs to be about this thin, it needs to have this type of layering, and if I use this kind of magnetic, then it's like, oh, well, it turns out that it's actually not gonna like make magnetic, instead of make more of an aligned crystalline structure that's very similar to the steel, and I have a thinner steel, and I have like a more crystal thing, and it's like different spring kind of thing, because they're hollow. Yeah, they're hollow, and so it's like there's air pressure in there that I put in there too, and that changes its shape and amount of distance it has, so like a pressure vessel. Yep. Fluid from the diaphragm that's in between, so it's like it has to rest on something, so it's like, well, might as well put fluid there. And these are the size of the holes. And it has to stay in there as a bearing, so it's like, then I'll use that. So it slides really well. Jesus, fuck, it has like no friction ever. Same thing with the rear, it was like, oh yeah, no, same thing. Then the front, the yoke, and it's like, oh yeah, no, I need this to be a little thicker, and actually, this needs to be more shaped like this. And a little curve over at the top. And that'll be like a really strong one, and then like these can be thinner, and then like less to this one that's a little thicker. And they do rocker arm. Yep. Hey. Whoosh. Oh man, that is soft, and then it gets kind of like a very. Oh wow, when you hit it really hard fast, it absorbs it, then it goes really. Yeah, no, it's a real soft ride. But it's also very stiff when you need it. It's nice as fuck. Here's the changing of the air pressure. Yeah. So it's like non-Newtonian. Yeah, so it's like a low pressure fluid, and then when it compresses, it all of a sudden it goes, and you can't. So that would be the reason why that is a thing. The caps with the fluid that goes through. Oh, you mother... Much suddenly harder. Yep. It's a single tube frame. Yeah, no, I bent it too. I rolled it on the insides, rifled it. Yeah, I had to rifle it. I had to add in some parts, the crystal and the steel in certain areas. And then I have to do an engine mount. So, like, all of it has to be added to instead of, like, subtracted. But then it's like, right, no, but then I lessened the vast majority of the rest of it. Yeah.
It's a lot stiffer, actually.
Fucking bastard.
Well, it's aluminum, right? But it's like, no, I don't want aluminum.
I'm gonna put some, like, the hardened steel sheet in the right place and roll it through, like cutting it and putting in some holes, and I'll put the crystal in the right way. And it's like effectively weighs almost next to nothing extra, but it's ridiculously strong. And it's effectively one forged part. I tried to fucking break it with an explosive. It stands just fine. Your gears are not a bunch of Swiss cheese. Well, they are, with a bunch of like lines that go through. So, yeah. It's like, well, I just need the crystal, right? It's like, fuck this. Make them really thin. And grow the crystal, and it's like, about a 1/16 of an inch. How thin these fuckers are, and they're stiff as fucking hell. Same thing with like the ball, all of it, yeah. Really thin, really light, weighs almost nothing. It's well below 100 pounds. Not with the batteries, not with that electric motor. No. Wait, what? Yeah, and the rims. Which is like hardened steel, and then the crystal, and then the graphite, and then the rubber, and all the rest of it. With the bead locks that I have to do. Right, and then you have dual front and rear brakes. So it's like disc brakes, but two of them front and rear. So two in the front, two in the rear. Drilled and slotted, vented. They're floating too. You have ducks. Yeah, I do. Yeah, that was an easy 3D print job. Yeah. I needed a shroud. So that was just like aluminum. Yeah, aluminum sheet. Yeah. You didn't do any fiberglass or anything. I did some powder coating and heated it up, bent it into shape, bolted it on. Yeah. Plastic on the outside. It's a real thin sheet aluminum. I rolled to the right shape and like, bent the right thing. Bolted, right. And, alright, but then I have to put plastic. So it's like there are some holes throughout that aluminum I have to put with aluminum washers on the other side with an aluminum. Yeah. A bolt and a recessed kind of nut-ish thing. It's a nut-ish. What's it? Let's call those lashes. But I have to screw it on and then it clicks in. Kind of like drywall stuff. Okay. It's very small. There's only in very specific places that those exist. Everything else is just glued. Yeah. Not even joking. No. It's like I suck it out. So it's like, first and foremost, it's like it's got a little bit of air in there. And then I suck out the air with a little bit of like glue. It's epoxy. It's supposed to weld or like, glue together aluminum and plastics for us. So it's like, and it's like I rough up one side, rough up the other side, and I suck out the air at the edges, and that forms it with air. So we do it in a pressurized area. So this is a 15 bar. Or I could stick my hands in as pressurized little gloves that we, force it in, and then it's like, then we suck out air, and it then forms it to a mold that I had already made. It sucks in some of the air, goes off the rear ducts. I got the front, same thing with a little bit, and then like the little screen goes up a little bit, and it has these like nice little wave guides that bend up and off to the side a little bit. Stators that are on the wave guides, vortex, and have it flow over. It's windy now. I know. It's a really nice ride, actually. Yeah, it's great, actually. It weighs nothing. Legitimately. Fuck you. You did a lot more than that. You're a douche a little. I trimmed down a lot of the frame to make it insanely light and insanely strong. No, I had to add pieces in to make it work, and then I still have to have the batteries. So the batteries are really what make it just really heavy. And then I have a 40-gallon gas tank. Have you seen this? With a bike seat post that's a tilting, like pivoting, so I can tilt and pivot, right? Well, that's cool. Like gimbal, yeah. That's fucking dope. Yeah, I thought so. It's like a floating little bike seat post, but it's like, guess what I have in there? It's made out of, you guessed it, batteries on the inside and batteries on the outside. And the seat has batteries on it. Well, underneath. And you know what the handlebars have? Batteries. Batteries! The yoke? Batteries. The frame? Batteries! Batteries! Guess what the tank's made out of? Batteries? Batteries! With a hardened shell around it. Batteries! You know what the crank arms are made out of? Covered batteries! Yeah, no, yeah. You know what the cover for the chains are in the belt? Batteries? Batteries! Flat packs, little, you know, small batteries everywhere. Just literal batteries. Like the windshield is effectively almost like if I could have made it a battery, I would have made it a battery. Shrouds, batteries. Like the in between, you know, like the outside, because I still have like a little cowl thing, you know, so that way you can put your batteries. You know. There's nothing but batteries all the time, everywhere. It's just batteries on batteries on batteries. No, I have a compound that does, if it happens to start burning with the lithium, because I'm using lithium ion, well, sodium and lithium ion blend, because like sodium has flat packs in certain styles, and I can use that. But lithium ion has to go other places, yeah. Same thing with like, hey, is this a controller for my batteries? That's batteries! That's batteries with batteries. Yeah, there's more batteries all the time, everywhere. There's this glass for the PCB. Well, it's batteries on the other side now. Is this a battery? Is that a battery? That's probably a battery. If you're asking, it's probably a battery. Yeah, I know, right? Like, so quickly does the battery game become, where the fuck can I put all the batteries? Literally, batteries, where the fuck did here, everywhere batteries. It looks normal. Looks like a normal frame, right? And it's like, yeah, no batteries. Everything's a bunch of batteries. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm not kidding. You're strapped to a battery and a 40-gallon gas tank. So it's like, no, I said fully loaded with the gas. It was less than 100 pounds. Oh god. Lots of batteries. Yeah, lots of fucking hidden wires too. They're easy enough to come with and take off for what it's worth. Yeah. Oh, yeah, they got a nice little sealer. Yeah, a little rubber sealer thing. Yeah. Well, you know, like the engine mount has like certain rubbers. Well, I made a softer rubber out of that diamond and the plastic thing. Right. And so it's like it's squishy, but it'll last for a really long time. It's nice. It's because it's got more silicone content in that one. But yeah, because I can form it with the silicone content on the outside, and it's still squishy, but then it's like, oh yeah, no, I'm not going to dry out. Multi-polymerization technique. Pretty much, yeah. Same thing with the engine mount, you know, same thing with all of it. Like, if it had that necessarily needed, like even the beating of the tires, same thing. If I had to put it there, it was getting that. It rolls like it's not having any friction, I swear. Running resistance is stupid. You said that you had slicks and shit. Yeah, no, it's a 5-inch contact patch, but it's a balloon tire with 3-inch sidewall. Balloon, yes, yeah, okay. So their rigidity, and then you know, it's a bead. Oh, yes. What's the point of this thing? Oh, here it comes. So that way, it's good to go for pretty much as long as you can. These are standard tires, 27 inches, right, that I could make work with this. Yeah, that's also, it's like it looks like a balloon, yeah. Yeah, well, you know, they're not really meant to handle, like, going into this small of an area with the bead lock. But it's like, no, it has a rim that seats into that. Right, and then this, because the bead lock, it, like, actually allows for you to unlock that, and then you can take off the tire.
Bit of an involved process, considering. Yeah. No, it is. Yeah. Yeah, don't pop your tires. I see. I shouldn't pop my tires, huh? Yeah, no, you should not. Considering I really was sprung for like the steel, but then I also got the Kevlar and some of the other stuff that they use. So it's like it's very puncture resistant. Oh, you put a fucking inner lining. You. Yeah, well, it's not a tube. It's kind of like the airless tires that they have, right? But it's like a rigid airframe, effectively. So it's like those are gonna be, and then like that hooks to the rim, but then also hooks, and so it'll fill up. But if it ever happens to deflate, it's like this is what you got, and eventually it will rub and wear until the point where like it's gone. So don't break your tires, but they're normal tires for what it's worth. Oh, so you can lean really far. Oh yeah, I'm like a race car motorcycle guy. Jesus fuck! Holy shit! God, that's scary. It's very far away. I'm just going for. Whee! Okay, yeah. No. Oh, G-forces complete. Over 7G turn, I'll tell you that much. Oh my lord. Stupid. It's a little bit stupid, yeah. Doesn't make much sense. But then it's like, yeah, no, but then how much does it weigh without the gas? And like, you can take other battery out. You know, the lightest battery configuration outright, along with like effectively just enough gas to get it down like a quarter mile. You know what I mean? Like, that's all it needs. Right? Weighs less than 50 pounds. Like, well below 50. Let's go to 25. F50. Those stupid tires weigh a fuck ton. You're not wrong. Most of the weight's in the battery and the electric motor and the tires. Oh, motherfucker, I could get this done with almost nothing in the tank. What is the point of the tank? It's a place to rest. Because you're fairly far forward. I built it for my ass. There's a 6'4" guy. So. Oh, yeah, okay. And there's pedals. I do have pedals, yes. 210 millimeter length pedals. Fucking shit. Yeah. I can remove practically all the shit. Yeah. That's a very good crankshaft sensor for the pedal. And then, you know, same thing for all the rest of it. Oh, right, yeah, no, for the... your engine. Yeah. You'll have to have two of them. And it has to have the pedal assist. So it's a bike. Like, it's a pedal assisted scooter? It's a scooter, yes. It's an electric vehicle, sure. It's allowed to go, because it's like an electric scooter, to a higher, or a mile per hour, but like, also, I happen to have a much greater amount of torque and horsepower available to me, so, yeah, your electric motor is quite efficient for its worth. You're not kidding, I worked hard on that fucker. There are much different gauge wires, for sure, yeah. With an don't tell me it's insulative. Come on, it's it's heat resistant, but it's thermally conductive, but it's insulative. It's thermally conductive. Okay, and then the rest of it with the rubber, the plastic, is also insulative. So it's like when I have the coil pack over here, it goes over into this, right? You know, right, and then it's like that has a movement, and then that creates a degree of electricity, right? And then for over there, but then like that doesn't quite always work really well. So you want it to be stiffer, you want it to be strong. Like, oh no, that's strong. Yeah, I've got the strong just fine, because the outer housing versus the inner is, yeah, it's connected for its own right. Yeah, no, the tips, yeah. Right, there's, yeah, okay, right, yeah.
It's very lightweight, but it's very strong. It can do a repulse on the outside to a degree. Yeah, because like remember the side, right? It's the packs of copper. Yep. So say as it go through, like I'm able to take a little bit of electricity that's burnt off into something else. So it's like it'll express an electromagnetic field, but then this one will go off into that. Okay, and then it's like I have to get all that to work correctly to get even more fucking torque and power. Just really rip things. I wonder why your axle's a little different. It's a little thicker, but then it's also like different because it needs to be longer, but then it's hollow with the rifling on the outside and the inside, and then right for the grooves for all that. Yeah, makes it much stiffer and stronger, but then also lighter weight as fuck. Yeah, it does a lot better than I thought. Mm-hmm. Right, and you're still here though. I am indeed. It's Chandler House stuff. Indeed it is! Hey! How's it going? Chandler House stuff. Yes, indeed. He fucking whiffed. That guy was freaking... He's like, no way, you fucking built way better. That would all work. All the ceramics, all the shit. Yep. We're done me at this point. Boom! The fuck is the point? I mean, it's 850 times stronger than iron nitrate. The best that they have currently. Like a really insane Tesla. Oh yeah, no, that's another reason why it's made out of the material it's made out of. I'm eating sunflower seeds, yes. Man, it's nice. As we're talking about it again. Yeah. Okay, yeah, no, you are telling the truth. It is a V, but it's just a very specific type of V. It's round, but then there's like little grooves that are very specifically placed in a 3-channel. So that way it can handle even more like a triangle in the supported area that it needs to for the bearings. Makes it less weight, but it also has less contact, but then it also happens to have more support. So when it happens to go over bumps, it's not going to break. And I need less bearings, so I need the 4. You did this with other things in your engine and more, didn't you? Yes, I did. God fucking damn it. Oh, and gears too, it seems. Sliding ring valves. E. Oh, motherfuck. It weighs like nothing. Yeah. Yeah, I like that part. That's the whole point. There's less than 100 pounds with a 40-gallon gas tank. And all the batteries, too. We tested. Don't get around here. Go away. No, golf ball dimples with some holes in some of the golf ball dimples for the bearings. Different shapes for the CVT. Oh, holy fuck! Holy, they're hollow. Well, they're Swiss cheesed for the chain, and then same thing for the belt. Remember, I had to like put in different, like a CVT with like the segmented steel. Well, it's a regular belt, but then it's like I have to put in the hardened, rubber, but then it's like, right, and then I wanted to add in the harder material, especially on both sides, and add a little bit of oil. It's a smidge of grease. Yeah, lubricant. Works out pretty well. Yeah, it's just regular lubricant. Huh. Huh. Oh, it's sealed? Yeah. Sealed, everything. So lightweight. That's what everybody says.
I've noticed. Yeah, it's like, actually, this thing is smoking us into the fours. How else fucking... Hey, it's gotta be heavy. The fuck? It's a little weighty, but it's like nothing. Got a bike pedal. Got smoked by a fucking guy who bikes. You sure did. I see you over there, yeah. Schmoozy little fucker. What's worth? I see your gas tank. Yeah, no, it's great gas tank, yeah. You have a generator? Yeah, for the for the engine, yeah. It's still a single cylinder piston. It's a post piston though. No, I'm well fucking aware. Okay, it's very thin. It's practically just fucking piston rings and like barely enough. Yeah. No. Oh, right. Oh, motherfucker. So skirts are effectively like nil, essentially. Very little overhang. Yeah, in the right places. Oh yeah, with the oil thing. Okay, so we're seeing all the fucking picture here. Folks, do you now get it? You do. Yeah, he does the two stroke. It's tuned, the engine's tuned. Yeah, it's a ram error, right. I remember that, yeah. It's a whole thing, yeah. Great ram error. Keeps the vast majority with your intake manifold. I heard about that. Yeah, okay, right, no. I can't beat that. Yeah, I'm well aware of that. Oh, fuck. Ah! Killed me. Yeah, it sure does, usually. Make something better that'll work more. Harder, fine. I'm like, let me get out my injectors here, because I do have them. I was like, fuck this, I'm going to make like a, remember the little valve thing that I talked about? Or like the fan into the fan? Yeah? Same thing, it was like engine pump, for gas, right? Because I have like a fuel pump, but then it's like, right, then I'll do miniature fuel pumps, but then I'll have like air from that, the ram air, and it's like, right, then that'll go into this, and now, instead of a rotating for exhaust, and intake. Yep, it's only exhaust. You got it right. So it pumps air and fuel into a given gas chamber, makes sure, and it fires it in. You have the full duration of your power strokes, by the way, bro. Like, you didn't talk about that with your little plate thing, but like, that is a genuine thing. Yeah, it is, yeah. I love it. Both in and out. Yep. Shitty fucking God. The full opening and the full closing. All power. It's a 1 inch longer stroke than bore for 49cc. He's gonna pest me with it. Yeah, okay. Is that how you say? I sold it for what it's worth as a dual. So it has both the intake, but then it's like, right, you can switch it over to this for the injectors to now become, instead of those regular fuel injectors, this injector that I made specifically for one stroke. So it's a one stroke, instead of scavenge two stroke, and it gets one stroke technically from both of them. This one's one stroke for two. Basically always burns fuel though. I can do that. Yeah, but I need a turbine if I want to make that efficient. So it's like all the way to the outside. Boom. Oh. He doesn't have the 50K. You're trying to go after that? Yeah. He only does 32.92, yeah. Yeah. Why? Because it's gonna wear out faster, and I don't want that. He says 100,000 or 200,000 miles. don't care. It's 50,000. I don't need that. No one needs that. Yeah, oh, come on. Well, he's the one that bought it, and he does it up at 50. He went up to 350 miles an hour. Whole past, yeah. He got bigger gears. It was like, well, we got the original gears here, and it's like, I wish I could make them that good. What the fuck? They weigh like nothing. The fuck is this? What is the guy left of that? He contacted you. He said he tried. It was an old cell phone number I don't have anymore. I don't use. He did try and contact me in a DM. By that point, they apparently already went ahead with the other gears. I was like, yeah, no, I'll make those gears for you. That's fine. Fuck, yeah. It was like, no, well, we already spent this much on this. And it was like, well, this is how much I'm going to have you pay for these gears. It's like, it's cheaper, but I already paid for that. Yeah. I can't welch on that. There's no welching. Get out of there. We're super happy. No. I would have had better gear issues. So I could actually make it the way I want to. That's annoying. Yeah, well, yeah, it is what it is. Yeah. What were you doing? Oh, you were doing helicopter stuff? Yeah, individual drone helicopter thing. By that point, yeah. I was like, where's my toroidal? Let me get out my toroidal. For you. Oh, there's a single toroidal. Yeah, but it's a 3. So it's a 3-parter toroidal. So it's like 1 to out. So it's like the center and then from intake to out, and then I have like 2 for the front and rear for like differential axles. So it's like that'll go off and send power to a axle thing, right? That'll send out its exhaust as well as the exhaust from the center one into the props that are shrouds, right? So it's like bigger at the top, smaller at the bottom with a little bell end, and then like they would have like this sort of hourglass, well, cat's eye, kind of shape to them, and then they would kind of be able to lock into these wings that would extend out and then like kind of curve inwards. And like you have you and 3 other passengers. Well, technically you get 5, or 6 total, so 5 other passengers, because they're bench seats or whatever, right? But it's like it has to be an air vehicle, so the dash and all that. But it's like 8 drives, so it's like those would go in, and then like those other ones would not be burning anything, and then we had a big fuel tank, which basically sat on top of, yeah. And it's like, wee. All right, so let's just drive and putt around. It's kind of like a teardrop shape for what it's worth. It is, yeah. Not even gonna lie. Yeah. Why would I? Why do I need to? It was super fun to make. I made like these little other wings that would attach because of what it would do to make that happen. Right, and so it's like they'll move, like, pivot on hinges, but also like origami, so they'll unfold and then latch together, be really strong. But it's like when they're, as a car, they're now crash structures. So like they'll be a crumple zone, but then they're also like an internal roll cage. Like fucking yeah. And they're all the type of material I was talking about. Yeah. Yeah, because I wanted fatigue limit instead of aluminum. I was like, what's the lightest fatigue limit material I can find? So I found that, which apparently seems to be a boron, lithium, iron, and nickel to a degree, yeah. And it was like, that seems stupid. I bet you I can make it with titanium. Give me a second. So I got boron, silicon, titanium, and lithium. Yeah. I had to do a whole way of making that. It's different, and I don't have to have nearly as high of a heat. But the powders and everything were expensive, so for what it's worth, well, kind of, but not really that fuck. Yeah, they were fairly expensive. Anyways, point is, then I have to mix in my ceramics, and then layer them. Yeah, And so it's like, this, come here. You keep making lighter and lighter vehicles. All told, the whole thing, even with the props and everything, which they'll flatten themselves, kind of like pivot. You know, like helicopter blades will pivot, right? You move your arm, or like where the center is, so that way you can move forward and back. Yeah. Well, they'll gimbal to the sides, and they'll just go and slide into a little. Anyways, point is, I want to move that into the consciousness because it's like looks like a normal car is effectively what you want to say. Yep. Like you wouldn't really know that it's there. There's just some panel gaps or whatever, but like, yeah, okay. What car doesn't have it? How light is the balsa wood light? 16th inch balsa wood light. There's vacuum areas. Okay, so like that's a way to make the rigidity of certain areas because we have to push fluid and air to other places, and so it's like once it latches and it has a vacuum there, and then we can fill it and then we can unlatch it. There's sliding plates and all this other yeah. It's very light. 16th inch balsa wood light for the entirety of this vehicle. But a good way to put it is like, so take a Fiat 500 and then you like strap 2 wings to it, right, front and rear, and then like you'd have like this little connector from that edge of the wing or where the armpit would be to, so like that, and then there's a triangle from that point, so you had another arm over there behind you. So that's what that would be. From one, at like point where the gimbal part is, where the actual rear is like, oh right, no, I need this to kind of cover up a little bit like that to allow for pitch and yaw. So it's like it has up and down, and we still have those control surfaces, but then we still have the side to side, up and down. Yep. Oh, that's a curved part. Yeah. So it's like straight up, and then that goes upwards, but then it extends outwards, and then there's a curve effect. Yeah, like, yeah, it's not like the McDonald's, but then it's like, that allows for you to understand it a little better, and so like air would come through, and then that was something that we could then use. It's tremendously stronger. Still, holy shit. Okay, I'll tell them. They're not gonna believe me, but whatever. How tremendously much stronger? Over 1,000,000 times stronger. Fucking God. It's the way the crystalline structures ultimately fuse together in a multitude of like beyond 6 connections. And then it's like they have bisecting intersections. So like remember like a hemisphere, and then they have like a little hole there, right? And it's like all these little holes in the inside of it, okay? So like think like another version of the dome that goes towards these holes. And then that dome has its own hole structure. So it's like everything starts getting domed into itself. And so it's quite like rigid, but also can flex a little. But it's impossible to fucking yank or compress, and like that slight bend tensile strength is insane. Yeah. And then it's like, here's my crystal structures. Which will fill in some of that and basically intersect as other versions of holes. And then be on top of it. So it's like an extra layer, and then like a little bit of hole that's still there, and then their own versions of holes. Right. I'm out. It's super thin, isn't it? It's pretty thin, yeah. It's a 64th of an inch of thin. It weighs next to nothing. It's mostly vacuum. The vacuum energy helps it come back together. Oh really? Yeah, no, it goes and then it flattens. Woo! It's like a little regular car now. Really strong too. Oh yeah, it has multiple layers
They kind of intersect. So like think like a flat board and a flat board, and then you have like little zigzag structure underneath. But I think that zigzag structure has its own version of a zigzag structure. So it's like a flat, perpendicular zigzag, and then it has a curved perpendicular zigzag in between. So I want you to think about it like that, but that's not exactly what I did. Think more round, kind of. Because like I still have Blaze, I still have this panel, so it's like I can't really do all of that, but like I can do a good amount. That's our spring tension, yeah. So it's like this is fluid and this is a pressurized fluid. So it's like it'll fill up this, and then with that fluid that we use to push that diaphragm, and then like this is a vacuum underneath here. Well, this is a non-compressible or non, you know what I mean? So it's like this will be able to move, that's air pressure, but it's like this won't. So suck it up, bitch. You're moving. And it's like this vacuum pressure goes, yes, I will return to my original state. Meanwhile, I got fluid in all the right places to really make it stiff, and then a lot of vacuum in all the right places to really make it stiffer, and then all the pressurized air to really make it even stiffer. It's like, I'm stiff as fuck. I am a very erect person. See, it erects, like a whole. No, I get that, yeah. Thank you. So I pump fluid around and it stays in there, and now it's just stiffer. That's what I'm doing. Yeah. 8. That's perhaps. Oh, the exhaust goes into that, but then they also rotate off of the. Remember the whole torque vectoring, right? And then like within that, it has its own version of torque vectoring for like the axle that's there. Oh, right, but it's like gearing CVT stuff. This is pressure differentials, and then that. Remember, like he was just talking about. Yeah, the Constantinesco. Yep, CVT. Basically another version of that with pressure but fluid, and then exhaust, and then push it in, and there's some stators in between. Yep. Can you burn more fuel? I could if I wanted to, I don't. I have more than enough of that heat to just fucking push into this. Because like those props with that heat getting accelerated from a larger to a smaller makes it faster, and then I have another version of a bell curve or bell end, but then I have a little bit of a teardrop shape arrow spike in that with like these angled inwards to the teardrop shape stators to keep it and hold it. All it means is like it's stuck statically like it is. It's not going to extend or anything, but we have the little overhangs and the helical with the lines through it, so that way it'll get captured as a constant pulse tube effectively, or pulse jet, right? Kind of thing. But it also means I can now fire in a little bit of water into that bell end, along with where the stators are. So then a little bit of water goes on and makes it so it's less likely to burn nitrogen with oxygen. And it comes out something that's not going to burn people. So you can get it to land where your house is and pick up from where your house is, as long as you have like an actual, place for it to land. Small little egg teardrop shape. It is actually, it's a slight curved at the sides, so that way there's a lifting body characteristic versus the overhang area. Oh, okay. That way, like, air comes out, and then we have, like, a smaller, so it's like, this is a wing, but then this other wing separates, right? And so, like, that'll go over, and then on this one we'll have these little sliding parts, right? And so, like, that one will then have a smaller wing underneath, and then another smaller wing, which will go and hug to the top of the roof of this vehicle. And then same thing, for the front. So it'll come out forward, and then it'll go and trail off towards where the tail fin is. Whatever. Yeah. I know you don't know the name, but like I get it. Yeah. Thank you. It's not a joke. It weighs next to nothing. and it's fully sealed, no porosity. The outside, no porosity. The inside might be whatever spongiform like thing that you want to call it, but it is nothing for porosity. Thank you. Yeah, that's impressive. Thanks. It took a long time to figure that one out. What were you building that one for? I was gonna sell it. And built up a bunch of manufacturing for selling it as a normal, regular vehicle to people. Oh yeah, no, the wheels would tuck in like huge camber, and then like a little shroud would come over it as it would go up. So it's like, it's like a hawk shape on the side, like a very tiered. Yeah, it's got the little. I noticed. Yeah, with the freaking thing right there, and it's got it's fucking so cool. Thanks, man. Yeah, they can move forward a little bit. They can't go full reverse, but they can move forward a little bit. Oh, like past like 90? Yeah, so that way they can slow down that way. Cool. Right? Meanwhile, this guy is on his bike and it's like, oh, I've got the gears. I'm going 350 miles an hour plus. That was his real speed. 357 one way, 0.757, and then 370.2. Average that out. 70? Oh, I'm sorry. I meant 350. Not 370. Interrupter got me. Yeah. So 357 and 350. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. It's a light ass bitch. I'll tell you that much. You have no idea how slick this is to the air? A little. Yeah, there's an electromagnetic field that it can produce if you wanted it to make an ionic field on the surface layer of the shrouds. But that's because it's plastic, and then it has like a little foil over it covering, and if you were to run electricity the right way through it, it would do that. I didn't do that, obviously, and they didn't either. No. But you did. What was your real, like, so off the record, yeah, oh right, off the record, okay, yeah, no, that's no big deal, yeah, off the record? I had those gears different long ago, and I did well past 370. I did 377 and 377 slightly higher. But again, off the record stuff. Hey, let's fare their glass. These mans are You had a different tire. I know you did. No. Little. You know, I had this thing. It's never going to survive with that tire. So I had to do a different tire. Yeah, a little. Like a little. Yeah. I took the same. I ripped it apart effectively. Yeah. I had to make like the strands of crystal with a little bit of like fiberglass and so on, and I had to weave it and then vulcanize it in a different way with a different material with a harder plastic, with the graphite and diamond-like carbon. I made rigid structures from inside with a vacuum in the inside, and I pressurized the like little tubes that run through it. They had ribbing, and then I had a little bit of well, that's it, basically. I add like a fluid, but it's just a pressurized air that's running the rim. Again, this is off the record. I never did this. Yeah, no, I know, yeah. It's totally illegal, so I would never do it. Yeah, huh? Good old vacuum pressure. Yeah, very rigid stuff, man. Still flexible, though. Not exactly as flexible. No, it's much thinner, not exactly as flexible, and thinner sidewall. So it's like thinner, in terms of the width. So instead of 5 inches, it was like an inch. Really, honestly. Kind of tapered to a point that was a half an inch. And then Yeah, I was using that effectively. Kind of stuff to make it really cut and run fast. That never happened, remember? Yeah. It's all hearsay. Yeah, exactly. But, you know, if you had heard something or saw anything, it was certainly very much without anyone around in a very, very dry place that had no one around. All the regular tools set up for GPS, radar, and time attack stuff. Aggregate the data and get like an actual time that was reasonable to conclude that it weighs very little, those gears, when I do that. Yeah, I was going to make new gears. Those gears were shot, for what it was worth. I didn't make them right. I did wrong, so I was like, oh, I could make them better and lighter and stronger. So that's what that was. Along with the tires, which close. Yeah, super close. Quite close. I basically removed the gas tank too for the runs, just enough, along with the batteries, just enough to make the air split the right way with a little bit of IR pulsing and some vibratory speakers shot. Better teardrop from the front all the way to the rear. I had a much lower amount of wind resistance once I got up to speed. Basically about 30 miles an hour. It was now able to produce what is almost a perfect teardrop. 77, huh? 370, 7612, 77.76232. I could do more. Honestly, that was best I could do for tarmac. Well, not tarmac, but the material of the surface I was on and the tires I made. I was never afraid of those rims. I had a different set of rims, I'll tell you that much. They got destroyed making other things. So, they are. Shit. Okay, it never happened. I'm sure you could probably do better if you had a better something. It's pretty still. I didn't have any rear wind. It was pretty dead still day. Night. Is what you said. Night. Yeah. For a single cylinder opposed piston 49cc with the you have a steam stroke? Yeah. I didn't really ever want to do that. Certainly helped though. Turned into a actual. I burned all that fuel the entire way through. Wasn't really necessary. No, sure isn't. But I can theoretically get a little bit more exhaust pressure in the rear and capture it just a bit. The theoretical turned into nope. So there's that. Yeah. You burned it for nothing. No, I burned it for something. It creates lower pressures as it exhausts faster. I'm using the injector to actually create a faster exhaust. It closes, immediately go. Close it, immediately go. There's not much there that could do to stop it. Fan had to go. Yeah. You didn't take out. No, I forgot to take out a lot of things. I could have honestly done better had I done things to make that do better. A singular turbine would have done me some serious good. I didn't do that. I gotta have it go from center out, and then those hollow, like centers, for the axle inwards, and then have that go into an outer housing for both of them for stators that were there, and then that would rotate. So like that outer tube that's connected to the inner hollow axle, which is like two axles that are hollow, and then a housing that connects the two with stators, that would then rotate. There's a secondary axle kind of thing. It's a hubless axle. Hubless. Oh, yeah, hubless turbine. But then it's hollow, so it'll go through the stators that are there, which have to be connected anyway. The other housing, yep. So we turn that and that. Yep. It's like an hourglass. We make that one from. Toroidal. Yeah, I did. I was like, well, this will help it out for getting it from that center up, out, over, and then those over. And like that would create for it to move the axles that would then go into the two front props, and then that itself had its own version of an electric motor, Stirling differential. Yep, for the CVT, the whatever, the Nesco one, yeah, with the Stirling. So, okay, so how much actual air pressure did you get from that? Oh, I got like Mach 7.3 velocity for air coming out. I see. Yeah, no. And then the pinch point, and then like capture was about as effective as like most aerospikes are. Comes out at detonation, obviously. Velocity, yeah, no, but like that second one, which that's the thing. The nozzle has to be its own version of a scramjet. Remember, like the stators come off that, right? And then it's like its own version. Oh, for stators, but then it's like that rotating prop has to be spinning quite fast. Make that work, but then it has to trail off, kind of like a Archimedes screw. And it's like several of those blades that are like a double helical, but it's actually a quad helical. So that way they'll go into the little stators for the scramjet. But see, like the stators themselves go into a hub, but it's like, because the stators are there, it's going to squeeze it anyways. And then I have the teardrop, so it's like, and like that starts off smaller, and then it'll get wider, but it's teardrop shape. Right, so it's like smaller, wider, and then it's like teardrop shape with like little overhangs, like little, V's with little wave guides. Yeah, so it's like it's very straight coming out, but then it captures all of that like pulse as it overhangs and then spins and then expands. Right, but that overhang also happens to help with the water. Right, same thing with the stators previous. So comes out warm. Car exhaust warm. You could burn yourself on a car exhaust if it's a standard like, car exhaust warm, idling kind of thing. But it has a lot more density and pressure now. It's captured insanely efficiently. Yeah. It's Mach 7.3. Yeah, for four of them. Yeah, no, I don't use that much in terms of actual like fuel. Most of it comes from the water that decomposes and it's to fucking reform. Yeah. Oh shit, yeah. No, I know, yeah. But that's Stirling. Right, for the CVT, yeah. It's like, that's hot, that's cold. Okay. Exhaust has okay. You have 3 engines technically here. Yeah, so the toroidals will go from like, and then combust, and then outwards to another one, which can suck a little bit more air in, and then that'll combust. But then like the fourth one, or the third one, the final outer ring, is just a capture. So it's like that one can be a capture, or it can just be straight up burning it apart. Then I have the other two. Right, which are another version, but they're smaller. Yep, but longer. So it's like smaller, so less width, wise. Oh, they're in line? Yeah, oh yeah, no, they're in line, yeah. Remember the whole like punch, that's like a triangle shape for the lifting body? It's flat at the bottom, but then like that has a little scoop for the air, right, so it goes over faster. Oh, for the wings, yeah. So it's like, then that, it has to have a stronger spine. Yep. Hit off of that, because those are the hinges. Those are indeed the hinges, yeah. Brrr. Yeah, oh yeah, no, it sounds a lot more like a rocket engine for its worth, even though it's a prop. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. It's just the bell end stuff. Yeah, it has gimbaling from that, so it'll go outwards, inwards, or a little bit forward, and then mostly it's just meant to curve backwards. And so, like, with the way the wings are for the links and the outright, like, where the engines are placed, and the height, so it's like, it has to be a little bit lower in the front, and then high, and then they'll skip into the inside part of the rear for the front, and the other side just takes it from the outside. It's cool. Yeah, I thought so. It was really fast. Well, those bell ends are about 80% to 90% efficient, depending on our altitude that we're talking about. Okay, but that's it. Yeah, well, it's a lot harder to with the fuel that's going to have to be used in the air, the speed and everything. It just gets rough. Yeah, no, because I don't get to use that exhaust for anything other than like extra torque for the props. Right, there's no extra air. No, that's all I get. That's a lot of extra fuel, right? You are sitting on fuel, and there's a lot of batteries for your. You're effectively sitting on batteries, and the tank itself is batteries, along with the chemicals that are inside that are batteries. The air, right? Heat batteries, yeah. Well, kinda, yeah. But like, then I use an electron redox, so it's like as they exchange, then it has to do work somewhere else for the electric motors, and we add that in. But it's still going to combine. It's just going to be very controlled with how we use that. It's a big tank, but it's not like stupendous. That's why you're selling. It's a really good vehicle. You should buy it. It's only $30,000. It's only 30K, guys. You just want to travel. Like, wait. Is it the very upper atmosphere? It's where you're supposed to do it, considering it can go faster than like fucking Mach 5. But like most people will never do that. So it's usually just used as like a little like putt around. But then it's like, you're not efficient. What are you doing? Come on, you can go up to the upper and really fast. You want to go to Paris today? Let's go to Paris. Fucking. It sounds a lot different than that. I can't really do it, but it's like. Hey, who are you? It's not super loud, although it's fairly loud. Yeah, that's the water. Yeah, but once you get in the upper atmosphere, then it's not very loud. Like most of the cabin noise is just from. Yeah, no, I insulated it for what it's worth. I use a lot of that. Remember that vacuum stuff? Yeah, no, I know. And then I have destructive sound interference, passive variety, with sound capture areas for reeds as they'll vibrate to try and dissipate in like little areas. It's in the seats, in the floor, and the dash. Your trunk area. Why would you do these things though? Because it was super fun, and it was like $30,000 for that. That's good shit. It's practically a wraparound fucking bubble windshield. Yeah, there's very few pillars, which was nice. It could be a space plane. No. It has to be a sealed. The cabin's sealed and pressurized, just FYI, because you have to. But like, you need a lot more than that to be a space plane. Yeah. But it's fun. It's all forged one piece kind of thing. Because the fucking stupid materials I use, if you heat them up and then you pass the right current through, they basically stick together. Yeah. Super fun. Oh, insane. Yeah. Goes too fast. A little. Yeah, unless you're in the upper atmosphere. A lot of people got in trouble. I didn't, but others did. It's like, hey, FAA here, what are you, or FIA, which one is it? Anyways, it's the flight control guys, yeah. And it's like, no. You're doing Mach 5 at like 200 fuck.
200 feet. Yeah, in the air. Hey, well, this is a good thing that it basically delays the shock into like the little tail area as it comes out, and then that buffets into like the little scoop. Because remember the like, right, the cones at the top. Well, I mean, there's a trunk there, so like I think the Daytona body again, where it trails off, but then it's supposed to like curve into like a little point, so it's lower, or, right? Yeah, yeah. Well, now it's sort of like that, but then it's like that's like another bell end as it collapses towards that, and then pushes it, uses that shockwave pressure to push that, and then it bounces off and then pushes. It's closer and closer, and then as it'll push you forward, but then the opposite, of course. Yeah, like a truck bed, as it'll rotate that. Yeah. Doesn't make much sound, is what you're saying. The engines are. Yeah, no, I mean, if you're behind in that fucking area where that little cone is, it spreads. You know, it's like the shock waves dissipated, for what it's worth. It doesn't make a sonic boom. Unless you're like solid like 100 feet roughly, yeah. It's a big difference actually. Yeah, no, then it would be about 25 meters from where that point is behind it, and then you sonic boom. But by that point, like it spreads out and then has destructive interference. But it's like, but it still carries a lot of pressure. You know, it might not be a big loud thing, but then it's like, right, it has a lot of energy behind it, and it'll dump into something. It means it pushes things like a fucking amphibomb. Bomb. Whoosh. It goes by. Whee! Woo! Thanks! It's more of a woo, you know, you get a little bit of a push, but then if you're like glass, boom, 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 boom. You know, boom, 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 window, yeah. It won't break unless you can get it to vibrate faster, but it's like, dum, 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 dum. It carries a lot of that into things. It's not going to hurt anyone. It won't break your eardrums unless you're right there in that distance, but that's about it. That's insanely intense, though. Yeah, no, it's supposed to be. Yeah. You're not supposed to do Mach 5. I sold it to you, but you're the one that has to be the one that's piloting it. It still has automatic pilot stuff, but it's like, hey, that's on you. Yeah, I know. You got fined pretty hard. Meanwhile, I was like, these are going to be a minute. I heard one person saying, everybody shut them up. We finally have flying cars. Shut up, you bitch. That's fair. Whee! It was fun, though. It was genuinely fun, yeah. Yeah, no, it was pretty fun. Until people started doing skydives effectively. Like, oh, we're gonna go out and launch out of the atmosphere, and then we're coming back down, and then we're gonna fucking brrr as hard as you can. Like, what's the real limit of this thing? And I'm like, really? Why? It's not fucking built for that. I mean, I built it as strong as I could, really. You know, what are you doing? Like, for real, what are you doing? They didn't care. That's what I noticed. They didn't. Still, though, Mach 10 is still pretty good. Oh, the air intake is at the front. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, for the engines. Yeah, it has to be. It has to have a bypass into that, which then recirculates it up into the front of the. But then it has like a little nose that'll stick out and it'll scramjet it in off to the sides. But it's a hollow little axle, and it sucks up that plug. And then, of course, the leading edges of the wings are kind of another version of that, where it'll slide out and then it'll be, you know, slightly hollow, scramjet it and take it, and you know all that lift stuff that I talked about before. Yeah, same thing, but then it has like little extenders to those things, and little side sort of extenders as it does that. Why? It grabs the air and then it sucks it in more, and so like that way the plug that you'd form on those hotter spots, they're removed. This is the engine to force more air and more fuel. It's more air
than anything, truthfully. Only like I can push more fuel. I just don't want to. It's more than enough. It's more than enough actual like engine power. Yeah, yeah. Like it's in the fucking 15,000 horsepower and 50,000 foot-pounds of torque. I see. Are you? No, I'm not kidding. That's what that was. Yeah. What? Shit. No, I just was like, no, I don't really want to make it go faster. I don't really need more. I can balance this for efficiency and make it far better. Now, yeah, the heat just becomes like, hey, guess what? Just spin it up faster. Yeah, just do that, basically. Yeah. It's like, spin it up faster by forcing it into the props and everything. Yeah. That was a fun part. It was a little fun. But, no, yeah, no, it was also a terrifying thing for what it's worth. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's like, no, I can just spin them up faster. Or just push them through the toroidal. Or, I mean, the toroidals and the turbines. That's literally what it was. It was like, oh, no, those need to spin up even faster. They'll just dissipate the given energy. Yeah, it's like it'll act like a battery. But you gotta, right. So you push pressure into the bell end and the stators instead of using water. We would push that pressure into that. We'd use heat to make it less, by burning less fuel to make it hotter. So then we'd cool it off with the air. Okay, yeah. So it's like nearly, but then it's like, oh, nitric oxide does happen, but then explosively decompresses, which is great. Yeah. Yeah, no, that one was fun. Managed to gain back all that heat into giving like extra pressure, force, exothermic potential. Yeah. Oh, with electricity, yeah, we'd collect it and yank it, and run a current kind of thing through it. Oh, you collect the nitric oxide so that way it'd be more explosively decompressive. But it goes under more pressure with the right heat. Yeah, with the electricity going yank, yonk. Yeah, no, so those hot spots are gone. Jeez, oh fuck. So drag's gone. Like a lot more. Yeah, no, it's very, very different now. 10? Mach 10? Yeah, I'm the fastest vehicle that has ever been driven, or plane, ever piloted so far. We pulled out of it. Well, I mean, the automatics did. And tried to save the guy. It's because he was around, like, a populated city as he's diving towards it. So, and pull him out, basically, in case he fucking passed out, which he did. He never. Really? Nah, I mean, he temporarily did, and he landed it, and then he died in the hospital later. Like, he pulled way too hard at the end, and, like, it had to save the guy. I was like, you could still achieve the same thing if you angle it a little different. Maybe someone else did that. I got to 10.2! I was like, oh, great, yeah, well, you survived too. Yeah, with some degree of injury. Yeah, because you're not a trained pilot with any of that. Like, literally, you know, I'm like, hell, I'm going to hit in fucking 9.5 G, and I'm like, why? I don't know. What was the injury? Compressed spine. Spinal thing. She didn't have, like, any of that. Well, he, more specifically, didn't have any of the actual suit. Like, oh, or the fucking extra seat thing that's meant to, like, stiffen and then let you slowly get to the bottom. This motherfucker just went boom down. You sell that? Yeah, it's only like $5 as an add-on. What about the suit? Suit's some other motherfucker. I don't make it. So have fun with that. And you should probably do some of those
high G aircraft NASA training. I'll live though. Okay. Meanwhile, I'm looking at the fucking military over there. I can't disclose anything, but it's like they're getting up to 12, Mach. It's just 11, mids, maybe 15, Hey. They're surviving with no injuries. Shocker. Yeah, good stuff though. Yeah, lighter too, for what it's worth. Yeah. Why the fuck would we ever use this? It's the best fighter fucking fighter. Like, shut up. It is the fighter jet of the century. It's a fair point. I like it. I could go so fast. I'm just gonna Mach cruise. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna do Mach 5 over here. Meanwhile, it's like, I'm gonna do Mach 10 over here and just, sweep. Doing Mach 7, just cruising. No afterburners. Like I need them. Whee! No, it's not even a joke. It's this close with that reduction of drag to the actual 7.3 Mach you can produce. And it's like, there's no afterburners. You know what I mean? So it's like, oh shit. I can do way more if I was willing to push in that fuel, linear. Remember the water? That could be fuel. If you get a little bit of spark, a bit of extra fuel. It's like water injection. Well, in this instance, it's more of a decomposition than with a little extra fuel. This is no, I can't use hydrogen peroxide. You're using NOx or something? What is this? What is this? It's carbon. It's literally just nanocarbon. It's micro graphite and carbon that I put into water. That's it. Holy fuck! It does burn. Oh yeah, it does. What's that fucking speed? Well, since it's the military, it can get to, from what I've been able to test, some very specific blah 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 blah. Okay, fine. I would give you, it is between Mach 11 and Mach 18 of speeds coming out of this thing. The Berlin doesn't like to live for very long though, so. Dude, yeah! No, because it's like evaporative, so when the water goes through it, it's like, that'll keep it cool. It doesn't do that anymore when it's that fucking hot. It's basically like an acetylene torch going brrrr. The stators, yeah, the props too. Yeah. No, the material, it handles the heat. It's the pressure once it gets to that hot. And then the bell end needs to be bigger and longer if you wanted to do like more. You have to do it yourself, or you have to contract me. You do. Make sure your bell end link. I changed the way it's shaped too, and then positioned it differently too, to allow for air intake from somewhere in the front wings. Front would be mostly around the front of the wings. Yeah, curve that. So it's like that instead of like getting me more lift, which is what that was about. It was like more just straight line speed. Yeah. Scram ram thing. Ew. Ever burn ozone? Not really. I never went that far. I did pop myself out of the atmosphere once. Oh, really? Yeah, no. Well, it was an international incident, so you would know. I had a hard time getting back, okay? It was a bit tricky. I did. I was supposed to. I would eventually get into an atmosphere. Okay. But, like, holy shit. That close. You timed it pretty well. A little too close. Yeah. Really, I was genuinely like, there's no fucking way I'm getting back in. This is bullshit. Like, not gonna touch. I was basically, like, close. Like, someone yanked the fucking
wheel and a yoke. Yeah. Yeah. Kid wanted to go to space. Well, the kids in the wives wanted to go to space. Someone touched the wheel. The touch is a very not correct way of phrasing that. They yanked it. Yeah. I was already gonna go conservative anyways. We barely got back in. I'm not kidding. No. I was like, yeah, no, you're not allowed to go near the, yeah, no. For a long time. Yeah. For a long time, which was a few years. That's how dangerous that actually was. We had no actual way of getting back. Yeah, there's no saving that. No, and if it wasn't for a little bit with that just barely being within scope, we wouldn't have been able to. Stressed about it. Oh, you have no idea. Every time I think about it, I'm like, you have no idea. We could die. Yeah, we're this close. We might not get back in. Yeah, I'm gonna just, because they have anything. It's not really ever supposed to go that way. Speed that we're at, yeah. Yeah, well, I'll tell you, I hit around Mach 21.737. Yeah. Okay. Shot really. Yeah, we went to a Lagrange point. Just barely passed it. And started heading back. After we got through going to the moon. Like, we brought some snacks or anything, just in case, whatever, we got a little toilet, whatever, a little vacuum sucking, so we can pee and whatnot. But it's like, this fucking close. This close. And now you can understand why it's like, this is an international incident. It's like, no idea. We have air, sure, yeah, no, yeah. Jeez. Yeah. Wait. You're able to filter out the carbon that way? Well, I planned just in case, as a redundancy. It's like, well, we're going to go really fast. And we're going to try and do a specific inclination. We're not going to go to a Lagrange point whatsoever, and we're going to land back into our atmosphere. Oh, shit. Yeah. we were never going to get anywhere near that. No, I did make sure just in case. To make sure that it was at its closest point. The moon. And if it ever happened, this is the worst case scenario, then we'd be fucking heading back. Yeah. But it's like we had several air filters which would do with the electricity we had on board, and the fact that we could run with the electricity and the separation of that carbon and some of the water. So we had an HHO and we'd store the hydrogen in the tank. Yeah. Oh, but it would help separate some of the carbon, and we'd create hydrocarbon during that with the solar panels. Yeah. Barely made it. It's not a joke. No, because we had to hydrazine it up. Well, hydrogen peroxide, hydrazine thing with the hydrocarbon that we ultimately had. So it's like, all right, so we're just gonna blast it out the bell end. And it's like, fuck spinning anything. It's literally just like divert it with this given valve, and it was like, that's what we have. And we can only do certain fuel delta V burns at any given time, so there's no way to save almost any of it once it gets to that point of pressure. So yeah, everybody's freaking out for a reason, man. Like, we made it though. Yeah, no, for what it's worth, a lot of sex happened. We had to. Really? Who's gonna fucking talk about shit in space, man? It's like, I'm stressed. Dad's stressed. Mom's stressed. Everyone's stressed. Fuck off. And there's nowhere to go. Fuck you. So, sex in space happened. It's fine. Yeah. Yeah, no. Barely. Like, for what it was worth, the thing was already gonna make it. Alright. Oh, with the already there gravity and everything. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, shooting out that fuel so that way we could breathe air. Boiled off water too during that. Yeah. So we had air and we could filter carbon. We got home faster. Yeah, we did. We were going to have to touch into the air for a while, slowly come back in. We just came back in the first place. The first time, yeah, that's all it was. It was like, fuck this, we're slowing this down. Right here. Brrr. Whoosh. You're not allowed near anyone's controls anymore, ever. We settled on 5 years. She was 12, so. Well, she was 13, really, but like 12, and like the day we landed, she's 13, so settled on fucking 5. Oh. Stop though. Like, did you really? Yeah, no. That being said, I was allowed to be in the vehicle if she was under. Yeah, she was able to touch controls, but like, no. Yeah, basically it's a no. It's like she's allowed to do it, but it's like with me around, not allowed anywhere near. But just in the back now. That's what it was. It was fun, for what it's worth. It was pretty serious, but actually, trip to this pretty fun, and I don't hate that you did it, but then we could have died. Like, actually, genuinely, yeah, we could have. Very close, and there's a reason why you don't get to be a friend anymore, and you don't get to touch it. Let you learn how to drive the darn thing, and be able to get the license and everything, but you can't do anything scary. Yeah, I know. It's a great time. I didn't freak out like I did back in Chandler House. Like, for what it was worth, I kept my cool and just enjoyed the ride. For what it was worth, it's like, we're pretty close. We might. But we're gonna be fine. Everything says it's fine. And I'll freak out when it says it's not. So, like, everybody had sex. Like, everybody knows that I'm, like, into the whole, like, daddy-daughter thing. Little girls had sex with me. My daughters had sex with me. And my fucking wives did too. So, like, fuck off. And the first family ever to really do it too. But, you know, punishment is what it is, and it's not like we have any fucking cameras, and nobody's ever gonna corroborate any of that. So that would be an off-the-record thing. But that's the international incident. I landed someplace that wasn't really, well, entered someone's airspace that I wasn't allowed to enter. Not to mention, it's like, you had a flight plan that was very different than this. What happened? The daughter yanked the control at the last second. She didn't really think it was that big of a deal. Really? Yeah, no, everybody can confirm that one. And that was on the recording too. And then, hey, what do you know? We're gonna stop recording this because this is scary. We just kind of want to fucking like chill. Yeah, we turned off the sound and we just sort of fucking. Yeah, we turned off the recorder. Let's just put it that way. Like the black box or whatever is what it is, but it's like that's just recording flight data. You know, control surface movement, fuel, air pressure, stuff like that. But there is no sound, and we didn't have good enough radio to get back to Earth. So it's like, yeah, I'm just gonna turn that off. This is extra power we might need. It was never supposed to go that far. And even what we had is like, well, it's gonna be radio silent for a while, but like not that much. No. Yeah. And so it's like, do you know how far the moon is? Like, the moon is quite far. Yeah. So we were stuck in that place for a while, having to deal with that. Freaking. It was a little scary. Yeah. Yeah, the daughters had more fear about it than I did. It's worth. Yeah, no, we covered each other our own way. We had food, we had water, we had more than enough water. Like, for what it was worth, we had stocked up on way too much water. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, water was fucking fine. Food was not as great, honestly. It's great. We packed, like, chips and shit. Some sandwiches and whatnot. Like, yeah, I didn't, you know, worst case, maybe, you know, a little longer. turned into a genuine week ordeal. Really, more like 3 days, but you know, who's counting when you're going Mach 21? Well, but you had to burn. You couldn't burn until like later. What is it? Yeah, that's air. So it's like, you know what I mean? So it's like, this is hydrocarbon, right? Right. It's like I can't really have hydrocarbon really be useful for much of anything when I'm in fucking space when I don't have air to burn, right? So, destabilizing it with some solar panels and then recombining it with a carbon, and then we have water, right? So it's like hydrogen, carbon, hydrazine, constant burn after a little bit of separation of a hydrogen peroxide that occurred. So it's like we would keep hydrogen peroxide and keep ourselves warm. Decent oxygen content with some nitrogen in there and a little bit of carbon dioxide, not much. But then, like, we were already going to go to the moon. Yeah, you know, that was the point I kept trying to make. It's like, no, we're going to the moon. It would take too damn long. So it's like, our fuel storage turned into, well, guess what? Now it's a bunch of boil and then combined with a couple of filters that were, yeah, sure, it'll do it. But yeah, but it's like, yeah, guess who's ingenuitive and creative time? Dad is, guys, let's do this together. Yeah, no, the rear, it was just the rear fucking thrusters. That's what you get. Yeah. Sealed. Yeah, for what it's worth, we put in the air cap, just in case. Like, legitimately, is it just in case? I was like, oh, we're not gonna burn this. Like, I don't care about those engines anymore. Those engines are fuck off. Literally, just dump it into here. If we ever need any control in space, yeah. That's literally it. It's just like, we shouldn't, but just in case, you know, like, this is a little switch. This is fine. Nice little filter. Which the filter is just like, what is that? It's a percolation setup through the fucking fuel and then some other boiling of water, electricity, some light, and some compression, and some other stuff, and so eventually it turns into, well, now we got what is effectively a hydrogen peroxide burn into a hydrazine with a nitric oxide that's not actually nitric, so it's not nitric oxide, but it's like, it's a part of the catalytic, because we have a catalytic at that point. And that's our heat source. It's warm. It's like, we have more than enough air in here. Yeah, no, well, we stored an extra bit of air, but then we also have water, and then the separation is basically a whole bunch of stuff like that. It's literally that. It's like, we're putting it into lower pressure vacuum areas, and then we'll boil it off, and then we'll have it come through, and then we'll have it go through these lines, and this filter, and this separation, and this electricity, with this light. Right. No, I know. Yeah. There's a very specific way that we have to do it. It's like, we keep ourselves fed with oxygen and nitrogen. That's fine. Nitric oxides, which is great. There's a little bit of carbon dioxide, which we can handle because we have more than enough oxygen. You have to burn. It was never, like, it's literally an untested, I was working on it, air filter burn system, which can only burn every so often because it has to go into a line that then goes into a pressurized, which we have to use the compression method of, like, the electricity, and so it's like, oh, there's this vacuum, and we have to, so it's like, to get it into a pressurized thing, then if we combine it, then it can explosively decompose together with a little bit of fuel and the oxygen, then it creates an exothermic with the electricity that we'll use to connect. So it's like ionic becomes a lot easier, and then that will actually accelerate it insanely fast. It was, again, not tested as of yet. It was light tested in actual space. Like, it was lightly tested in like a tube. That's it. There's not much here. It was never really meant to be used. Yeah, before we did this. Yeah, oh, I'm gonna take my family with my kids off to a fucking space. You know what I mean? Without testing things. Yeah. Yeah, no, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm just a dick like that, I guess. Anyways, I tested that. That was working. It's a better way to put that. Yeah, working is a good enough way. It definitely had some inefficiencies for Filius or over oxygenation. That's what that was. Especially when it was like, I'm using a lot more of my hydrocarbon fuel that I bring with me, which was a methanol, nitromethane, ethanol blend with a little bit of extra graphite in it, nanoparticle graphite. A little different than our fuel, okay. It was mine. It's my own personal space credit. I'm allowed to do that. Yeah. Why are you still kind of wigged and stressed? You ever been that far away from Earth with like some sandwiches? With some like juice packs and shit? We got water and all that. It's not much. You don't have a lot to work with. Like, you're relying on this to work. It's, I tested in a tube or whatever, vacuum stuff. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's been field tested. So, dad and mom are stressed, and so are the kids. So, we're always. Whenever we think about it, it's like it was actually very stressful. We had to literally circumnavigate around the moon and do the correct. Guess what? I'm not an astronaut, and I don't know how to fucking do burns and shit. So it's like, hey, guess what? Brand new learning curve. First time for everything. Gotta do it perfect with the flight computer and everything else. Was what that was. Yeah. Kids are smart. I'm smart. Wives are smart. Everybody's smart. For what it's worth. So we got it done, but it was like, still. No. We started with extra air. Like, that's the thing that, like, I'm not sure people understood. I had air tanks on board. Air tanks, like oxygen, nitrogen, yeah. Just in case. They're a very fucking large volume for what it's worth. They're effectively the seats versus, they're made out of batteries covered in this stuff. Yeah, and then they're part of the seats. Along with, like, rigid structures in other areas, which we needed. So it's just like, whatever. For other stuff. Yeah, well, we had air pressure from that other stuff, but then it's like, well, that's there, and I never added valves, but I can get to it if I had to. You know what I mean? Yeah, but it's like, then landing becomes really hard. Exactly. It's no longer got the pressure. So it's just like, okay, whatever, fuck this shit. Just in case, it's like, oh, tanks of air, yeah. Big tanks of air. Yeah, the spine, yeah, huge. So it's like we made like a little curved and then rigid, like, top of the roof, and then where the doors are, another version, like on the inside, and then like the seats again, which they can fold down to be able to sleep on. They also have straps or whatever, but it's like, I didn't, I didn't really plan for this. No. So it's like, really high pressures, by the way. Yeah, okay, so I should explain that one. That one's condensed liquid. Air, yeah, nitrogen and oxygen blends. Which, like, they have to be separated. So the nitrogen is condensing the oxygen inside, which they combine in a separate way. Two different separate, nozzles, right. So I don't want them to combine, like, at different levels, and I don't need, it's not as much nitrogen. In fact, I want more oxygen than nitrogen, because, like, that's the fucking, I'm gonna live if anything has to happen. That's what that was, especially since I have to, with hydrogen and other stuff, burn oxygen, you know what I mean? So it's like, circle a lot of the oxygen back in, but then it still stores it, and then it has to. Yeah, you get a decent acceleration. What's 90% speed of light? 91.2772071377997. I hate
You stupid cunt. Yeah. No, that's the percent of speed of light that you got out of it. Yeah, god damn it. That's oxygen, hydrogen, and other stuff with carbons, and some other stuff, so. There are some nitrogens, but not much. Yeah, prove nitrogen eventually, so. A lot of good electricity, though. Not when you're in the dark side of the moon! So. This was a scary time. I didn't plan to become an astronaut. All of a sudden, dude. Like, there was no time, there's no prepare, it's like, you're here, let's go. Oh, thanks. Alrighty, well, kids, we're gonna make this work. It's okay. And for what it's worth, I knew it was. But it was like, it's still, it's a scary thing. Like, anything were to fail. We had multiple redundancies, 4 for the 1. So we had 1 that could fail, and then we had 4 after that. Which, not a single one failed, but still, yeah. Again, that's all the whole kids and family. If it was me, I'd been like, nah, I don't really have to care. I'll just do Mach 25, fuck this, and I'll fucking make it come back. It's fine. It's not that, and like, oh, the kids are going. Are they? Let's get redundancies in here and all the rest. Yeah, really. Oh, yeah, no, that was, especially with the wings that I had to change. You have to have solar panels in there. Yeah. You know? Yeah, no, there's a whole thing. We have IR emittance in between the solar panel cells. So, like, I had to work it out with fucking light and all the rest of it. Yeah. It's still possible, but it's like, no, but this has to be strong, and it has to, rigid stuff like that. Yeah. Well, we're able to make a better vacuum in the inside of it. Yeah, it's space vacuums levels. Did it work? Oh, no, we got back just fine. It was the restricted airspace problem. Is it China? Say nothing. It's China, wasn't it? It was Russia and China with how we came in, for what it was worth. They came in from the... Yeah, well, I mean, we weren't really planning on doing this. I want to spend a long time in the dark side of the moon, so... Yeah, it's a little swing underneath and then land up at the... Okay, yeah. Just go the fucking to the atmosphere, you bitch. No. Yeah, okay, there we go. Hey! Barely made it out. They shot missiles at us. Really? Yeah, no, we left out the, we left the atmosphere again, and then we landed back in. Which was not the flight path, by the way. No, it was not. We're like, hey guys, so this is what happened on the way back in once we can finally contact people. Yeah, it was like, oh, okay, so, I need to get over here. They're gonna fire at us. Oh, fucking shit. Hey, we're not, like, supposed to be here, we know, but, like, we bolted. We afterburnered our ass off. Yeah, I was like, kids, hold on, we're doing, like, a fucking G that you have not experienced before. we hit a 9.5 G punch that quickly dropped down to about a 4 really G constant burn. Yeah. What the fuck? Yeah, no. Well, that was very, because we knew we were going to go over their airspace, because we didn't have a fucking shot in hell to not. Yeah, that was, well, we're getting in. You know what I mean? Like, fuck this. This is the atmosphere. We're going to get in. Screw this. Yeah. It's like, do it intentionally? No. No, I did not. It was a rough one. Did you know how fucking you have to swing underneath, go up, and then down, and then over? And we tried to get over as fast as possible. It's like, well, we're trying to burn as best we can. It's like, I want to go in the atmosphere. I'm not trying to go anywhere else. I want in... Yeah,
yeah, exactly. Your family and everything else. Yeah, I want in the atmosphere, dude. Yeah, well, in the atmosphere is good. It's good. Yeah, atmosphere is good. I like atmosphere. Atmosphere is good. Yeah. The cool, calm one? Yeah, well, from what it told us, we weren't going to make it in our atmosphere if we decided to skip this. How much not? We'd have to probably rotate for about 3 times, do the orbits, and slowly get in. Yeah, no, I was like, no, I'd rather not, especially since that's like an extra fucking 17 hours. 17 hours, 13 minutes. Wait, it's 12 between 15. Alright. It kept changing based upon different, stuff. So it's like, you said 13. Honestly, she was running out of money for what it was worth. But like, smart kid. Yeah, oh, very smart. Yeah. But, that being said, it was also not quite correct. 17, 12 minutes, seconds. Rounded up to 13. Yeah, which was fine, honestly. Yeah. It's dangerous. Yeah, well, consider we'd already been in space for 3 fucking whole days. We were dropping down from, we were going to be there for a month. Yeah. It was like, we're going to be there for a month. No, we can't do that. No. So it's like, we're going to burn here, we're going to do this, we're going to boom. And it's like, yeah, no, okay, so in 3 days, and then an extra 17 hours, which was already like 3 days, and basically 12 hours so far. We had more than enough air. I don't want to change that, though. I don't know how long. Nothing's tested, Well, you tested in the field. I want it in the atmosphere. I want it in the atmosphere. Kids want it in the atmosphere. The parent, the wives want it. I want it in the atmosphere. Nobody really wanted to do this for any longer. No, we had a couple bit more. We had a decent amount more food, but it's not. That's not the issue. It's the fact that we were this close, but it would have put us if we'd done that. Basically, right where our flight path would have had us land. Like, we'd have had to curve in, but I guess it would have been fine, and people probably would have been like, how the fuck did it take you that long? Yeah. And that's the international incident, which Yeah. Yeah, considering those missiles landed somewhere. On American soil. It's not funny. Okay? I can understand why it's a little funny to you now that you're older, but it was not funny then. Yeah, no. Yeah, it was pretty stupid shit, for what it was worth. We got out of it. We basically outran missiles. That's how we did that. Yeah. It was like, well, afterburner the entire way. Pretty much. So, well, we were going at a steep angle, which now you had horizontal. From an upper town to a lower. And then we'd skip through into outside of the atmosphere, and then we'd go back in. Gravitation. Yeah, gravitation pull. Yeah. We hit Mach fucking 40. Our instruments didn't do very well once it went past Mach 25. So it's what we were clocked at, radar and satellite stuff data, was Mach 43.1212259. And so it's yes, your missiles can touch me so much. I was scared enough of it. Yeah, I know. It's we're gonna fire him before you're there. I was like, fuck you, really? You said that on the fucking goddamn radio, you bitch? I don't have chaff. Are you kidding me? Out! No! Go! I made it to America pretty fast. Yeah, I'll say. Meanwhile, those missiles, well, they're coming over here. They're showing up. It's gonna happen. Oh no, I know, I believe it. They're right there in the satellite there, sir. No, don't call me sir. Dude, I barely fucking, oh my god. Is you okay? Yeah, no, we're fine. Yeah. got too many issues. Yeah, my wives did. Yeah, you know, and then some of them did that knew a thing or two. Yeah, yeah. It was scary. If it was worth, we barely made it. Nothing timed that shit. That's the worst stupid thing. Like we are that close to one of them. That's flight control. Yeah, that's the computer. Yeah. There's no way I can make a Mach 43 vehicle, controllable with its slightest twitch. I could die. So it's like, no, this is mostly flight control. Like, I'm basically holding on. Yeah. We got home. There was talks after we got to go back home. Yeah, well, we had missile defense systems tested, I'll tell you that much. So, no injuries, no any of that, but like, wow, thanks China and Russia. Fuck you. Exactly, they don't even give a shit. That's my issue with that one. Yeah. Holy shit, they really don't seem to care. Nope. Yeah, that was a whole thing. Yeah, some of us care. That's true. Yeah. It's stupid dangerous. Sounds like an adventure. Yeah, it was pretty fun. That part of it was really fun. Really? Yeah, that part was really fun. But the going to around the moon, and then going to the moon and back, like that was actually really really fun. Everybody kind of had a good time, and worried too much. We traveled so fucking fast. Yeah, like slowing down was the worst part about that. Because it's like, okay, we're going to do a suicide burn. So everybody hold on, remember the whole breathing technique, hold it in, all this. And it's like, alright, so then we're doing 9.5, and then go down to 3, and then back up to 9, and it's like 9 to 4, 9 to 3, 9 to 4, 9 to 3, I'm seeing that. No, because we have to rotate once we get into like that 3, so it's like really? Oh, the kids were fine. The wives were fine. I was fine. Other things were not so fine. Trying to follow that? Are you kidding me? Yeah, we had there was real like fighter jet pilots in the military trying to follow. It was like they didn't know. It's not funny like that, like, oh, you showed them up. It's funny, like, holy shit, did they ever fucking all the kids are like I'm like we're all just trying to go and I'm going fucking so much faster. Like, well, they're trying to fucking get it to where like they're able to follow us. We passed right by them so fast. It was dangerous as shit. Yeah. Everybody's got faces going on. They get to have the oxygen mask. I don't get that. I'm like, huff and puff, fucking oxygen. What does that mean? Hyperventilate time. Yeah. Hyperventilate and hold your breath and hang it in there. Clench. Lay flat if you can. Try and lean into this thing. Yeah. They're like, what? You want for me strapped into the thing. It's funny though. Yeah, well, it lasted for a brief period of time. Really? Because we had to land. Missile defense were fine. Yeah, that was a good test, actually. Yeah. That's a way to put that. Positives. Yeah. It was positive, though. Yeah, well, on that side. Yeah, it was positive, though. Yeah, no, we had a thorough review of that one. Yeah, it turns out the kid really did do that, and he turned out the things for a good reason. Yes, it's freaking scary. Yeah. No, we never recorded anything, I'm not going to. I deleted the fucking phone. I factory reset our phones just in case. So it's like, fuck you, assholes. Like, we get to have privacy. Yeah. We factory reset our phones, we did a whole thing. It's like, what are you hiding? Oh, you know, we talked to aliens out there. Meanwhile, we were pretty much in full view of every one of their satellites the entire time, yeah. We're like, we're going behind here, we're gonna fucking record this moment. And then, like, here, blast it out over there. This is what happened. As we're burning, yeah. This is the father of the kids. The kids are having a blast, though. Yeah, that's moral. That's morale, right? You know, that's the whole thing, right? Yeah, gotta live, man. Yeah, yeah. Well, they are eating in the background for us. Yeah, but that's what we did. We turned it off. It was like, here's the entire thing, except for what was going on in between. Yeah, nah, fuck that. Screw you. I knew how you play. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Oh. What are you hiding? Fear. Screw you. Oh, yeah, we went home. Yeah. They wanted to test our blood. I was like, go fucking take the blood. Fine, whatever. Jeez. Yeah. I was not having a great time for what it was worth. There's a lot of pokes and prods, and we had to stick around our house for a week as they did that. It was kind of the worst, yeah. But we got out of it after that, so. What about the whole international extraordinary circumstances, yeah. It's a great way to put that, yeah. This is like, oh shit, yeah. It's okay. It is, yeah, you're fine, honestly, you're fine. I don't hate you. Neither does no, we just don't want you to do that again, yeah. It was scary. It was a little scary. It got that close. I mean that as in, like, the minute angle that we had. That, like, I keep putting that out there. Like, that little distance marker between my fingers is like, it's 2 inches. That's all it would have taken. Not the yoke, like the actual minute angle from when we left, yeah. Wouldn't have been able to come back. That's what that is, at that speed, yeah. It's a difference. Would have been life or death, so. Yeah. But you had, like, burns. Burns don't get around being stuck in a momentum path. You can't fire around without basically burning everything. Direction of travel that's hard to change without ultimately expending a lot of fuel and energy, which we didn't have, so. Yeah. But we had fun. That part was fun. Getting shot at wasn't so fun. They had a blast, though. Yeah. The kids and the wives were having a blast. They were laughing. I was trying to, more or less get there. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, no, they're having fun. That's good. That's fine. Like, I don't mind that. And for what it's worth, I'm really just kind of being, like, more serious mode fun guy, Because kind of don't want them to freak out. The kids, I don't want traumatized and everything. So it's like, hey, it's going to be okay, kids. Yeah, let's do this. Yeah. Mm-hmm. They didn't really understand the seriousness of it until later. I mean, they understood it, but then, like, it didn't really impact until it was fun. I had a fun time. It was fun. Landing was fun. Going there was fun. Having a blast up there was fun. On the way back was fun. Poking prodding was not so great. Necessary. Yeah. Had injuries. Nobody had injuries. Yeah, that was nice. Like, several repeated constant car hits. Whoa. No kidding, yeah. Car crashes, effectively. Yeah, little 9G car crashes, yeah. Well, it worked out. No whiplash. Well, no, but then we often get massages and do yoga and all the rest of it, so. Yeah. Not to mention we have our heads stripped. And, yeah. It was fun. That part was fun. That part was fine, yeah. It's just the beginning. It's a little fucking terrifying, you know what I mean? After that, it was fun. It was fine. I had a great time. And so did the kids. Everybody else really pretty much just decided to do a version of that later. But, like, going to the moon. I was talking about me and the family. Yeah, the family and I, yeah. Yeah, we just decided to do the whole super fast stuff. Really, yeah, we basically made our own version of a space plane that'll go to the moon, and then we were stick around for a little bit. So super fast, like a little trip to the moon. Yeah, like in a single day we'd get to the moon. Like a single 24 hours we'd get to the moon, and then we would drill, and then we would and so we did that every so often, and we were able to stay there for a few months at a time, which was super fun. And then built like versions of a rigid airstrip, but like vacuum here, and then buildings on the moon. We lived on the moon for a while. Yeah, once we got it fixed, like, we were there for like a month, and then like we had to go back. It's like we had to build up the fuel, and we had to get out and go back and all that. So, right, because we don't have enough food and we don't have enough water and all that. So it's like eventually you're gonna have to go back to going back. Yeah. So it's like, all right, okay, let's slow it up. Let's get this out. And go back. Hey, this is our summer vacation, effectively. Yeah. No, it was. Yeah, they'd come back in like a day, and then we'd like load up, do our thing, and then we'd woo. And then we'd get there in another day. We'd have fun over the moon, and after basically like 2.5 months of that, we had a whole month and a half of just staying on the moon. Yeah, it was fun. We had food, we had water, we had supply, all the fucking electricity accoutrements. We were even like, hey, this is connected to our little satellite, balloon. We had a couple of balloons and a couple of ground phaser, laser sort of, internet connection. We tested out my faster on light connection thing. Turns out it works. So we would use that on our moon base. Then we built and dug a tunnel that we'd stick our car in, and then whoosh, and that would give us a nice little extra, so we don't have to put in the extra fuel used. So we had to go back home because it's time for school. So, and yeah, I know you don't want to go to school. Who would want to? I could take you to the fucking moon. Who's gonna believe you at school? Yeah, our dad took us to the moon. Well, our parents took to the moon. Yeah. Right, who's gonna believe you? They believe it. Yeah, for what it was worth it, we were streaming in there. It was fun. Yeah, no, but we only have the ability to take the family, so there's that part. It's kind of the shit show that I got a lot from people. What does that mean? We built a bigger one, but we wanted it to be more RV style, size, Airstream, Airbus thing. So it's like a bus type of thing. So it's like a rigid airship, but with wings, and so way easier. Actually made and meant to travel in space instead of it just going boop, that kind of thing. Yeah. So yeah, we got there. It was a fun time. But it's oh, I was we're in the moon though. I was yeah, we don't technically have to go to back home. Alright, I have a definite job. What are they gonna do? They have to go to the moon to get you. They cut off our internet. They were not happy about it. Really, that one comment from our AI and some of our kids and wives, some of my wives, from my kids, it was no, you're coming back. I was alright, I get it. Don't even debate yourself. Go back to the fucking Earth. Well, we went back Earth. Yeah, we went back to Earth, yeah. It wasn't that bad. No, it wasn't that bad, truthfully. Alright, finish this. And then we'll make a new one.